Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Testing, testing.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here. Sorry for the technical difficulties as we move into our new chamber. The first time actually this commission is sitting in City Hall as we move from the convention center. So this is a momentous occasion as we renovate, but with renovations and technology comes some glitches. So apologize for the delay, but this is an exciting moment. These chambers have not been renovated in decades. And this is done obviously partly for us, to be quite honest, to have the latest technology, but it's also done for our residents, and everything I think this commission does, I think has become apparent, is for our residents. So thank you for bearing with us. The convention center was a great host, but it was not the ideal location to do these meetings, and we're blessed to be here today. We are going to do a ribbon cutting for the occasion. So we have a very busy agenda, so we're going to try not to take too long on these ceremonial aspects, but let's all go down for the ribbon cutting.
Let's play a video. Great. So while we wait, we're going to have a quick video that's going to come on, and then we're going to continue with our ribbon cutting. Thank you, everybody. That was our new Find Your Play, part of our new Parks campaign. So now we're going to get back to our ribbon cutting, and we're going to look at Dean right in the middle. All hands in. Everybody try to squeeze in. There you go.
I'm going to ask the city clerk to give any announcement and read the Zoom information before we do our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive. The public may attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate or provide public comment virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us or by telephone at 305-224-1968 or toll free 888-475-4499. Again, 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, webinar ID 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Mayor, I'll make the announcements regarding the separated items after.
Great, thank you. We're going to do our invocation, and I'm honored to call up our General Counsel of Israel in Miami, Mayor Albaz Sterinsky, to do the invocation. Yesterday, May 14th, was the modern state of Israel's Independence Day, 76 years. Most of us were at the Hebrew Academy the other night for an incredible celebration, also memorial celebration. It literally is a modern day miracle. It's the only state, it's the only country in the entire world that literally every day has to justify its existence. So I'm honored that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, right? It's working.
It's working.
Yeah, technology. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm really, really overwhelmed. So I speak out just from really be talking, but I did prepare this morning. So allow me, please. Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. As we gather today also to commemorate the 76th anniversary of the State of Israel, let us take a moment to bow our heads in reflection and prayer. Almighty God, Hashem, creator of heaven and earth, we stand before you in gratitude and reverence as we celebrate the establishment of our beloved homeland, the State of Israel. We give thanks for the courage and vision of those who forged our nation from the depth of history, transforming ancient dreams into a vibrant reality. Almighty God, Hashem, remember with solemn hearts the sacrifice made by so many, the pioneers who cultivated the land, the soldiers who defended it with their lives, and the citizens who built a thriving society through their dedication and hard work. Almighty God, Hashem, we come before you with heavy hearts, mourning the innocent lives lost on October 7th. We pray for comfort and strength for their families and loved ones, that they may find solace in your embrace during these times of profound grief. May their memory be a blessing and their legacy a guiding light for future generations. Hashem, let us also pray for the swift and safe return home of our hostages who are held by the terrorists of Hamas. Bring them back home now. We also lift up the brave soldiers of the IDF who stand as guardians of our nation. Grant them courage, wisdom, and protection as they carry out their duties. May they be safe from harm and return home to their families. In your mercy, Hashem, bring peace to our land and heal the wounds of our people. May we find unity and strength in the face of adversity. O Lord Hashem, bless the State of Israel with peace and security. Grant wisdom and strength to its leaders and protect all its inhabitants. May our nation continue to be a beacon of democracy, innovation, and compassion, fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation among all people. We pray for peace of Jerusalem, the eternal city, and our eternal capital, that it may be a place where all faiths coexist in harmony and a symbol of hope for the world. May your divine guidance inspire us to pursue justice and righteousness, to extend our hands in friendship, and to build bridges of understanding and goodwill. As we mark this significant milestone, we ask for your blessing upon all our endeavors. Strengthen our resolve to uphold the values of freedom, equality, and human dignity. Help us persevere through challenges and to celebrate our achievements with humility and gratitude. May this gathering be a testament to the enduring bond between Israel and the U.S., Florida, and the city of Miami Beach. Bless its people and its leaders. We will forever be grateful to the leaders and people of this country, state, and city. We'll never forget the firefighters who risked their lives volunteering in Israel, the ambulance donated to Magen David Adom, the Israel bonds purchase, and so much more. God bless you all. Together, may we work toward a future where peace reigns and where all nations can thrive in harmony and mutual respect. With heart full of hope and determination, we pray for continued blessing upon the state of Israel and the United States of America. Adonai oz le'amo yiten, Adonai varech et amo v'shalom. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mower. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask a dual Pledge of Allegiance by our new city attorney, Rick DePico, and our interim city manager, Raquel Williams.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. We're going to start the Sutnick Hour, so please come up and obviously raise your hand on Zoom if you wish to speak.
Good morning.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. The chambers are beautiful. I'd like to recognize Bill Lane, architect. He's done wonderful work in the city. He designed the lifeguard stands and my home, in addition to other wonderful projects. South Point Park. Mitch Novick, I reside at 901 Collins Avenue. I would urge you to support Commissioner Suarez's items, consent items, C4AA. I believe removing parking requirements will incentivize workforce housing along Washington Avenue. My concern is height in FAR should not be decided by you. It should be decided by the voters, similar to the vacating of alleys, the air rights above the alleys, and the public right-of-ways. Another item, last week I tuned into Commissioner Fernandez's land use committee meeting. A few commissioners misstated that the entertainment district generates tax revenue for our city. This is incorrect. The entertainment district suffers from a net loss between $6 and $28 million annually, at least for the years 2016, 18, and 19. And you could be assured that the number is much higher today with all the police resources we've hired in subsequent years. And finally, I would urge you to quash the Boondoggle Loomis Park, Ziskovich Loomis Park plan, which has a $10 million money grab if Ocean Drive is relocated to where the palm trees stand today. This is a desecration of the park, and I hope it is killed in due time. Your focus should be on cleaning up my neighborhood by focusing on those businesses which exploit the public right-of-way with blasting music and dance performances. That should be brought inside. Thank you.
Our first virtual speaker is Glendon Hall. Mr. Hall, state your name. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please.
Glendon Hall, 5748 Pine Tree Drive. I have some comments on Spring Break 2024. There was one silver bullet strategy that made the Spring Break.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Testing, testing.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here. Sorry for the technical difficulties as we move into our new chamber. The first time actually this commission is sitting in City Hall as we move from the convention center. So this is a momentous occasion as we renovate, but with renovations and technology comes some glitches. So apologize for the delay, but this is an exciting moment. These chambers have not been renovated in decades. And this is done obviously partly for us, to be quite honest, to have the latest technology, but it's also done for our residents, and everything I think this commission does, I think has become apparent, is for our residents. So thank you for bearing with us. The convention center was a great host, but it was not the ideal location to do these meetings, and we're blessed to be here today. We are going to do a ribbon cutting for the occasion. So we have a very busy agenda, so we're going to try not to take too long on these ceremonial aspects, but let's all go down for the ribbon cutting.
Let's play a video.
Great. So while we wait, we're going to have a quick video that's going to come on, and then we're going to continue with our ribbon cutting. Thank you, everybody. That was our new Find Your Play, part of our new Parks campaign. So now we're going to get back to our ribbon cutting, and we're going to look at Dean right in the middle. All hands in. Everybody try to squeeze in. There you go.
I'm going to ask the city clerk to give any announcement and read the Zoom information before we do our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive. The public may attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate or provide public comment virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us, or by telephone at 305-224-1968 or toll free 888-475-4499. Again, 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-57671 #. Again, webinar ID 813-928-57671 #. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Mayor, I'll make the announcements regarding the separated items after.
Great, thank you. We're going to do our invocation, and I'm honored to call up our General Counsel of Israel in Miami, Mayor Albaz Sterinsky, to do the invocation. Yesterday, May 14th, was the modern state of Israel's Independence Day, 76 years. Most of us were at the Hebrew Academy the other night for an incredible celebration, also memorial celebration. It literally is a modern day miracle. It's the only state, it's the only country in the entire world that literally every day has to justify its existence. So I'm honored that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, right? It's working.
It's working.
Yeah, technology. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm really overwhelmed. So I speak out just from freely talking, but I did prepare this morning. So allow me, please. Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. As we gather today also to commemorate the 76th anniversary of the State of Israel, let us take a moment to bow our heads in reflection and prayer. Almighty God, Hashem, creator of heaven and earth, we stand before you in gratitude and reverence as we celebrate the establishment of our beloved homeland, the State of Israel. We give thanks for the courage and vision of those who forged our nation from the depth of history, transforming ancient dreams into a vibrant reality. Almighty God, Hashem, remember with solemn hearts the sacrifice made by so many, the pioneers who cultivated the land, the soldiers who defended it with their lives, and the citizens who built a thriving society through their dedication and hard work. Almighty God, Hashem, we come before you with heavy hearts, mourning the innocent lives lost on October 7th. We pray for comfort and strength for their families and loved ones, that they may find solace in your embrace during these times of profound grief. May their memory be a blessing and their legacy a guiding light for future generations. Hashem, let us also pray for the swift and safe return home of our hostages who are held by the terrorists of Hamas. Bring them back home now. We also lift up the brave soldiers of the IDF who stand as guardians of our nation. Grant them courage, wisdom, and protection as they carry out their duties. May they be safe from harm and return home to their families. In your mercy, Hashem, bring peace to our land and heal the wounds of our people. May we find unity and strength in the face of adversity. O Lord Hashem, bless the State of Israel with peace and security. Grant wisdom and strength to its leaders and protect all its inhabitants. May our nation continue to be a beacon of democracy, innovation, and compassion, fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation among all people. We pray for peace of Jerusalem, the eternal city, and our eternal capital, that it may be a place where all faiths coexist in harmony and a symbol of hope for the world. May your divine guidance inspire us to pursue justice and righteousness, to extend our hands in friendship, and to build bridges of understanding and goodwill. As we mark this significant milestone, we ask for your blessing upon all our endeavors. Strengthen our resolve to uphold the values of freedom, equality, and human dignity. Help us persevere through challenges and to celebrate our achievements with humility and gratitude. May this gathering be a testament to the enduring bond between Israel and the U.S., Florida, and the city of Miami Beach. Bless its people and its leaders. We will forever be grateful to the leaders and people of this country, state, and city. We'll never forget the firefighters who risked their lives volunteering in Israel, the ambulance donated to Magen David Adom, the Israel bonds purchase, and so much more. God bless you all. Together, may we work toward a future where peace reigns and where all nations can thrive in harmony and mutual respect. With heart full of hope and determination, we pray for continued blessing upon the state of Israel and the United States of America. Adonai oz le'amo yiten, Adonai varech et amo v'shalom. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mower. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask a dual Pledge of Allegiance by our new City Attorney, Rick DePico, and our interim City Manager, Raquel Williams.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. We're going to start the Sutnick Hour, so please come up and obviously raise your hand on Zoom if you wish to speak.
Good morning.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. The chambers are beautiful. I'd like to recognize Bill Lane, architect. He's done wonderful work in the city. He designed the lifeguard stands and my home, in addition to other wonderful projects. South Point Park. Mitch Novick, I reside at 901 Collins Avenue. I would urge you to support Commissioner Suarez's items, consent items, C4AA. I believe removing parking requirements will incentivize workforce housing along Washington Avenue. My concern is height in FAR should not be decided by you. It should be decided by the voters, similar to the vacating of alleys, the air rights above the alleys, and the public right-of-ways. Another item, last week I tuned into Commissioner Fernandez's land use committee meeting. A few commissioners misstated that the entertainment district generates tax revenue for our city. This is incorrect. The entertainment district suffers from a net loss between $6 and $28 million annually, at least for the years 2016, 18, and 19. And you could be assured that the number is much higher today with all the police resources we've hired in subsequent years. And finally, I would urge you to quash the Boondoggle Loomis Park, Ziskovich Loomis Park plan, which has a $10 million money grab if Ocean Drive is relocated to where the palm trees stand today. This is a desecration of the park, and I hope it is killed in due time. Your focus should be on cleaning up my neighborhood by focusing on those businesses which exploit the public right-of-way with blasting music and dance performances. That should be brought inside. Thank you.
Our first virtual speaker is Glendon Hall. Mr. Hall, state your name. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please.
Glendon Hall, 5748 Pine Tree Drive. I have some comments on Spring Break 2024. There wasn't one silver bullet strategy that made the Spring Break successful, but multiple tactics implemented successfully, predominantly by the men and women of Miami Beach PD. Should be emphasized that the negative market campaign was not the key factor in this year's success. Both Mayors Gelber and Minor are quoted as saying that the vast majority of Spring Break visitors to the beach are peaceful and come to support the businesses, and a small minority causes violence and chaos. It's unfortunate that the After Action report excluded some very important statistics. 72% of the people arrested of this small minority that is causing the Spring Break chaos were local. 46% Black, 40% white. Out-of-state visitors and Black and brown college students are being scapegoated for the violent behavior of a small local minority in a breakup with Spring Break market campaign. Future market campaigns should be focused on the safety of our visitors and our residents, and not scapegoating them for the violent and illegal activities of a few locals. Negative campaign has had immediate consequences. We had no support from the county for Goodwill ambassadors this year, which also will affect county support for Memorial Day weekend. Also excluded from the After Action, acknowledgement that key tactics that made Spring Break 2024 successful were suggested by the Black Affairs Advisor since 2021 to control access to the city and the proliferation of guns. The after action included that the City Goodwill Ambassadors supported Miami Beach PD extensively with their high visibility presence, FDOT support, curfew enforcement, beach alcohol checks, and closures plus crowd control. They should be recognized individually at a commission meeting with certificates of appreciation for their considerable efforts over multiple weekends. This type of recognition is done regularly at the county for county Goodwill Ambassadors. And finally, there's no mention that as a result of the professionalism of the men and women of Miami Beach PD, there were no incidences of excessive or deadly force this year. There were no press conferences from the CRB, ACLU, and of ACP and others at City Hall decrying excessive police tactics during spring break. Again, providing that a successful spring break can occur without a zero tolerance policing policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Next, please. State your name. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please.
Reginald Lester, representative of FOP William Nichols Lodge 8. Good morning. My name is Reginald Lester. I come before you as the Vice President for the FOP William Nichols Lodge. In the absence of our President, Mr. Robert Hernandez, and our 400 plus members, we would like to acknowledge someone who has this far exhibited qualities of a true public servant. Her compassion, her integrity, her emotional intelligence, and her professionalism has been warmly received by our members as she served in this position. We appreciate her commitment to working beyond the challenges that we face and the obstacles that sometimes obstruct our perception as well as hindering our purpose. I stand before you with other executive board members to present a small token of appreciation to Commissioner Tanya Bach. If you could come down, please. Yeah, she didn't expect this, but I'll say this to you. I've been here 20 years, and in my 20 years, this is the first time this ever happened. A lot of times the FOP give these things in advance, and sometimes they're not deserved. But I can tell you that this token of appreciation is well appreciated for what you've done for us for during Memorial Day weekend. And it simply reads, the Miami Beach Fraternal Order of Police, William Nichols Lodge 8, honors Commissioner Tanya Bach with sincere appreciation for your support for the Miami Beach Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 8, on this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker virtually is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. A couple of comments on various subjects. I want to support Mr. Hall's comments. I think it is important that we distinguish between what has been statistically shown as local troublemakers and on the other hand, largely not troublemaking African-American visitors to our spring break. I noticed that the video that was shown, in addition to being a little long, contained conspicuously few people of color. I will say that. A comment about the new commission chambers and the technology. At least at one point in time this morning, the sound and the video desynced and it froze completely a couple of times. Maybe the technicians can look at that. A further comment in support of various efforts, and thank you to Commissioners Dominguez and Suarez for pursuing reform of the special master process. For those who are unaware, special master meetings from now on will only be held in person. I expressed my dismay over the difficulties under virtual at getting members of the public to attend. Now it will be even more difficult. So I really urge you to support that. In addition, I want to urge that, in fact, the public be given the first word and that no activities precede the Sutnick Hour and working class residents' possible testimony before you as they are rushing off to work. My final comment, today is Nakba Day, observing 75 years of Zionist occupation of Palestine. And unlike our police department, which has
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Your 2 minutes are up. I need you to wrap it up, please. Virtual, then in person, please. Whoever's next. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Christian Infante, 7500 Northwest 74th Avenue. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Infante. I'm the owner and CEO of SFM Services, Inc. We've been providing janitorial services for the city for the last 5 years. I'm here today to ask you to pull item C2C from the consent agenda. I feel this item should be discussed. One of the bidders that is tied for first has provided a irresponsible pricing, and I can provide later on in this meeting further details. American Facility Services is 57% lower than SFM's current bid and 28% lower than our contract from 5 years ago. So all I ask is that some common sense gets put into this decision, and to avoid what happened 5 years ago when this contract went out to bid. There was another bidder substantially lower. It was a large red flag. The city went ahead and went with that bid, and they didn't even make 60 days. That contract had to be terminated, and it created a lot of complaints and issues for the property management division of the city. So once again, I ask you to please pull item C2C.
Mr. Infante, just for the record, it's item C2E and it has been separated.
Clarifying.
Our next virtual speaker is Amanda Knapp. Ms. Knapp, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Ms. Knapp, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Ms. Knapp.
Oh, I didn't have an option. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Amanda Knapp. I reside at 1200 West Avenue. Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. As you know, I wear many hats in our community, but today I'm here as a doctoral candidate in public affairs who has specialized my research in vulnerable populations, such as human trafficking victims and the LGBTQ+ communities, both who are subject to high levels of homeless situations. The countrywide problem of homelessness is not an issue that can be solved one-sided. As Miami Beach Sergeant Brennan states, it's a multi-pronged approach that must be tackled through multiple community efforts. Currently, our homeless population has nowhere to shelter for safety at night. And after the recent murder of a trans victim, it is clear we need to investigate this issue. Today, I'm asking you to support Commissioner Fernandez item C4E, a referral to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee for the administration to explore and provide options for establishing a nighttime drop-in center here in Miami Beach. Drop-in centers are available in major metropolitan cities and service youth runaways, human traffic victims, and other homeless individuals. There is strong empirical evidence that show that drop-in centers directly correlate with the improvement in substance abuse, mental health, and a pathway to long-term services. A discussion about opening a center will not only address human rights issues, but it will also mitigate the issues of homelessness in our tourist areas, businesses, and residential neighborhoods. So please support this referral item. Thank you for all the public service you all do.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Spackman, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive. First of all, I want to thank you all for your wonderful work. It is so much shorter to look through your agendas. We used to have to bore through them item by item for nefarious and ridiculous items. I do want to worry about this R5T, I think it is. Yes, this is an ordinance that would take back some of the reforms that you had already put in place in January to shorten commission meetings and make sure they're held efficiently. I mean, particularly one part of it that says items that haven't been heard before, they will be, have an extension of a regular commission meeting until all ordinances, resolutions, and discussion items not reached at the previous city commission are heard. If you have this endless extension, you'll go back to the old commission disasters. I understand that items that have not been reached, at some point you want to have them heard. Please, for your own sakes, your own health, and the patience of your public, do not extend commission meetings so that they're running until 9, 10, or 11 at night. Second item is for the special magistrate. Thank you, the city, for immediately putting on a link to the special magistrate's agendas at the top of the agenda page. You do still need to do some additional improvements. I noticed when I pressed on the synopsis that it's supposed to be available for each of them, no information comes up, or it says nothing. People need to know that they need to go back to code enforcement logs and press those cases. It's very difficult, so I hope you will make that more navigable for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wayne Roberts, South of Fifth. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak today, but I take Mitch Novik's view of his inside the new chamber, and says the aesthetics is beautiful and the seating is beautiful, and congratulations on that. I just had a problem with the link on the website to get into the meeting. When I hit May 15th, the link didn't work. It just froze, so I couldn't open up the agenda to to hit the link, to get to the link for this meeting. I had to use an email from a commissioner to find it. So there's some problem there. I would test links, ensure that access is available. I went to the Miami Beach website on Facebook page, and that also did not have any link or message that there's a meeting today. And I suggest that the communications department post that as well for each meeting onto the Facebook website page for Facebook. Also, the cameras, the dais is blurry. I really can't make out much on my mobile device. And then the lumens, when you face the camera towards the speaker, is very dark. So it's new equipment, new expense, but I think that certain things need to be addressed there, and I just wanted to make that everybody aware that. I could have put it in an email, but I figured I'd speak about it. Great job you guys are doing. Love the city. Long live Israel.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
George Lindeman, 2300 West Bay Avenue. Systemic anti-Semitism exists in the United States, and we have to fight it with zeal and vigor. We have to fight it like we fight other forms of systemic hate, like we fought other forms, and we must continue to fight other forms of systemic hate. It's scary today being Jewish in the United States. I've never been scared before to be Jewish, and I am now, and it's even scary being Jewish in Miami Beach, where I've been blessed to live for 25 years without fear. We can do better. This is not a partisan issue. It's not a right-left issue. It's a right-wrong issue. There's more to be done. We have to do more to fight anti-Semitism. And certainly here in the city of Miami Beach, we can do better. We must do better. Thank you all so much for being receptive and for understanding the pain that so many Jews feel today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual caller is Bruce Jordan. Mr. Jordan, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, this is Bruce Jordan, 1615 Meridian Avenue. I'm the condo board president here. And this is a quality of life issue for Miami Beach and for our area at 16th and Meridian. We have constant flooding here whenever we have heavy rains. So I'm wondering if we can get priority to get that fixed. When we get the rain, the water backs up onto 16th, from 16th Street up to Meridian and comes into our property, floods our garage and into our elevator shaft. And I have to put up sandbags to prevent that from happening. So I'd like to have that critical need, that needs to be done as soon as possible. It is a critical need for us. We're fighting that all the time, and with the sea level rise, it's only going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next in-person speaker, go ahead, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Gomez. Thank you for your time. I would first, my address is 2000 Biarritz Drive. I would first like to say there are much more serious issues happening around the world. My thoughts and prayers are with those in need of light right now. I am here today to discuss the service industry. Prices are rising in every direction, and unfortunately, the quality of service provided by those who work in the industry is not. Miami Beach is one of the greatest cities in the world and thriving. Showing up to work is simply not enough. We must raise the bar in the quality of service just as fast as we are raising the prices. $15 in valet, $15 in drinks, 18% plus gratuity with rude service doesn't financially make sense, nor does it sit well with me. If I wanted a steak with a side of attitude, I would have stayed home and asked my teenager to cook dinner for me. We must raise our expectations and have them met. I propose a hospitality package to be provided to all businesses with posters, videos, and guides exemplifying proper behavior. Good manners are force positives. When people know better, they do better. To do better and repetition to do better. Repetition makes things stick. I have full faith that the service industry can be guided into raising their standards and be the best in the world. Respect starts at the top and works its way down. I myself personally financially try to do posters and try to put them anywhere I can in the city, but unfortunately me by myself and with my finances, I don't think I could get far enough. But together I know we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is the Miami Beach Boat Association. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Carlos Leon. I'm the president of the Miami Beach Boaters Association. I'm calling in regards to the item number R5J. I request the commission to take that thing out. The harassment is too much. Now you guys want to close down the 20-minute dock. Please, Tanya Bat, please don't follow. Don't follow. It's harassment. It's bullying. Please. We've been working with you guys. We sat down 3-4 hours the other day. We didn't get to anything because you're asking for something that we couldn't give. So please stop the harassment. Don't be afraid of the bully. Stand up to him. Please. Don't let him control this commission meeting. All of you stated that you guys are afraid of him. So please stand up to him. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please, sir. Go ahead. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Brian Sanders, 100 Jefferson. I'm the treasurer and a board member of the Courts of South Beach, which abuts First Street. I'm here to represent the board and the community. We are fully supportive of the First Street flood mitigation project as originally planned without change. It's vital that this commission move forward on this project promptly, and I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual caller is Stephen Morse. Go ahead, sir. 2 minutes, address and name, please.
Yes, Stephen Morse. I live in the courts. Brian does not speak for me. I live between first and second in the courts. I do not approve and do not like the current plan. Previously, about 2 years ago, there was a vote on this, and residents voted for a greener plan with fewer parking spaces, more green space. So I oppose this. We don't need more parking. There's plenty of parking already. We had a vote on this 2 years ago. Why is it back on the docket? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Chris Puryear. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Chris, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Andy. Andy, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi, good morning. This is Andrew Dively. I'm 1661 West Avenue. First, I would like to express my support for Israel. I am a veteran of the U.S. Air Force deployed in Afghanistan, and a lot of the events that have transpired in the last few months remind me of, what I went through. And, every day I wake up and thank God that, we have a country that we are safe and free, and we don't have rockets flying over our heads in Miami Beach and our homes being attacked. But not everybody has that luxury in the world. And I believe we should continue to support Israel and their right to exist. I'm here this morning just to make you aware of an issue of a lady named Elena Novikova. She has a daughter that is disabled and has not been able to access shore in over 6 months. We filed an ADA request, which was denied, and believe that it is very cruel and hurtful to have her daughter confined to her boat as a prisoner for the last 6 months, and she's not been able to access shore. So I just ask you to consider that, there are certain individuals in our city that maybe not have their needs met and may have special needs, including the homeless, which may have mental health issues that are not being addressed, or people who cannot afford housing. And I would just urge you to take that into consideration, how we can deal with those individuals ethically. And I just thank this commission for your hard work, and just remind us to express gratitude every day, despite our disagreements, for what we have here.
Thank you, sir.
And God bless Israel.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Brian Sanders, 100 Jefferson. Just a point of clarification. There was a caller.
Mr. Sanders, if you spoke already, I got to go to the next person. I'm sorry, I have other people waiting, and we have a limited time, so I apologize. We have another one at 1. Our next speaker is James Derby. State your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Captain James Derby, and I'm 1801.
Go ahead, please.
My colleague. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, yes.
Can you? Anyway, I'd like to echo the sentiments of my colleague Andrew. Miami Beach is created this Puritan enclave, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to get to the Jewish situation and plead for. I don't think it's the proper place for pleading. Israel platform. At any rate, sailors and boaters, and we are being discriminated against. So I would like listeners, the women, are you happy with the conduct of one of your listeners? Are you happy with the federal forcing people to swim to shore? You're trying to take away a dock. I mean, federal waters, and we are under federal limits. As Andrew stated a minute ago, handicapped woman out there. I'm handicapped myself, and I'm a member of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Have to be here, have to put over time. It's becoming a full-time job for me, and it's really sad what is going on in America. And you try and create
Okay, lost signal there. So our next speaker is Sarah Melton. Ms. Melton, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I am a mother of two who lives in the courts at South Beach at 100 Meridian, and I strongly oppose more parking on First Street. I think there's ample parking. We need more green space and less parking on First Street. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last caller is Stephen Morse. Mr. Morse, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion between what is actually up for vote today on First Street.
Mr. Morse, you spoke already, correct?
I
Then
did,
I have
I
to
think-
go for, right now I'm going to go to the next caller, which is Chris Puryear. Chris, unmute yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Chris Puryear. Sorry, I didn't unmute myself last time. I live at 140 Jefferson Avenue, and I do think there's some confusion about the First Street vote today. Brian, who spoke on behalf of the courts as a board member, is opposed to the changes to the plan that we all voted on. We voted with a super majority for more green space and less parking. And I don't know what happened, but somehow this was sort of like secretly scrapped and more parking places were added on the diagonal, which is not beneficial for our neighborhood. We do not need more parking. That is space that Escalade Ubers are going to use to idle 4 hours on the weekend. What we want as a neighborhood, First Street is one of the prettiest streets we have in all of South and Fifth. And we're devastated by the fact that all the trees are going to get shut down. You're taking our median away, and we just don't want it to be 54 feet curb to curb of asphalt. Alton Road with the median, Alton Road, the freeway that runs through our neighborhood is 65 feet, including the median. Please do not approve the new plan with alterations that have more parking and more asphalt. You're taking one of the prettiest streets in all of South of Fifth and turning it into a giant parking lot. Please approve the old plan that the voters, that the community voted on with a super majority. 295 people came out to vote for this. Please approve the old plan and not the new plan. And I know Brian, the person who is speaking on our behalf on the board from the courts, is in favor of the old plan, not the new plan. Please do not approve this new plan with more parking. The residents south of Fifth deserve better.
Thank you
First
so
Street
much.
deserves more.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luigi Mary, a citizen resident of the city of Miami Beach. I'd like to take this opportunity to request a brief moment of silence for Mr. Marley William Lester Case, the gentleman who was unfortunately slain at Exchange nightclub. Let me politely provide this disclaimer. My opinions and comments are my own. I do not speak on behalf of any other persons, or entity at this time. I am going to be calling for a truce in the Black community. I'm going to be reaching out to many of our artists within the state of Florida in the hip hop and entertainment industry, including residents of Star Island. Respectfully, I'll be reaching out to these gentlemen to try to see if we can establish a 30-day truce, see if we can make it to our Juneteenth celebration without any additional mayhem. Again, Mr. Case is someone who is known to many of us, and I also am a security guard and a veteran, as many of you know. So I'm here on behalf of the family of my own volition. And again, my opinions and comments are my own. I do not speak on behalf of any other entity with these comments, but I am asking for a truce in the Black community. Try to see if I can speak to some of these artists and particularly residents of the city of Miami Beach, these influencers, see if we can get this truce. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. There's no, the 30 minutes have elapsed.
Great. Thank you for everyone who participated and spoke. There's another opportunity at 1 o'clock at Setnik hour, so please avail yourselves of that. Do you have any additional announcements, Rafael?
Yes, Mayor. The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. You've been given a copy of the list of the separated items. There's one additional, and I'll announce it. Mayor Minor has separated C7AI. He is also separating C7N as a Nancy. That is not on your list. So C7N needs to be added as a separated item. Commissioner Bott is separating C7H and C7AX. Commissioner Dominguez is separating the following 4 items: C7AJ, C7AU, C7BF, and C2E. Commissioner Fernandez is separating the following items: C7Y, C7W, C7BF, C4N, C4O, C4P, C4Q, C4S. Commissioner Magazine is separating C4E. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is separating C7M as in Mary, and Commissioner Suarez is separating C7T as in Tom. Additionally, the mayor is deferring item C7AD, Apple Dog, to the June meeting. The addendum items will be heard after 5 o'clock. The addendum items have not been approved to be included in the agenda, and they will be done individually. Those are items C4AO, C7BJ, RDA1, and CRA2 may be heard at the time certain of 10 a.m., which is when these items are scheduled to be heard. Addendum 3, C4AP, C4AQ, and Addendum 4, C4AR. These will be heard after 5 o'clock or at the time where the RDA and CRA meetings are going to be held. As a notation, we have moved last night at the request of Commissioner Fernandez, item R9H, which was originally separated at the last commission meeting. R9H is now going to become C4AS. That is a referral to land use, potential amendment for religious overlay requested by the mayor. This item had been separated from the consent agenda at the last meeting and not reached. It is back on the consent agenda. Thank you, sir.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, excluding the items that were separated.
Motion by Commissioner Suarez and seconded by Mayor. Okay. So all in favor? Consent agenda passes, excluding the items listed prior.
Okay, let's get down to business. I'm actually honored that we have the president's presence of our Senator Chevron Chev Jones in the House to give a legislative update. I'll take one moment though, because when I was in Tallahassee on the floor of the Senate, you gave me a nice shout out. So it's now my turn to return the favor. We met recently as well. We had a great discussion talking about so many different items that impact Miami Beach and South Florida, but certainly with a focus on Miami Beach, public safety. And I can say we're very fortunate to have you representing us in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and I really appreciate the meeting that we had. I'm still holding you to lunch. So we're going to do that eventually soon. But good morning to the commission. Thank you all for having me here today. And also want to thank to the residents for just allowing me to represent you in Tallahassee. And Mayor, as you did say, that we did have a great meeting about 2 weeks ago, and where we talked about some of the things that we did in Tallahassee. but also sharing with you and looking at ways in which our office can help you since we are in this dead period of this recess prior to us going back into the legislative session, which won't be until next year after the November election. I just want to take some brief time, then I will open it up for any questions or comments as it pertains to what happened in Tallahassee this last legislative session. I do want to start, though, and I really want to thank the commission and also the residents for their help in us removing Senate Bill 1054 from the agenda, which was the pari-mutuel permit holders piece of legislation that would have allowed for more casinos to be built in certain areas. Allowing these permit holders to move at will, knowing that right now in Miami Beach, as residents continuously email our office to express the traffic congestion and the concerns with the traffic already within the city. We made sure we spoke with the Senate President and your representatives who you all have sent to Tallahassee to represent the city of Miami Beach. We work collectively to make sure that we didn't bring any more harm or bring harm at all to the residents at all in the city of Miami Beach. We did pass Senate Bill 858. Which was the specialty license plates and recycle Florida boating capital of the world bill. This bill basically was for the awareness of maritime and allowed for dollars for those who enroll into the to get that tag to provide funding to the maritime industry for when it comes to education in our high schools and for services to be created within municipalities such as the city of Miami Beach. And there's also the Recycle Florida plate, which will fund the efforts to increase public awareness about the importance of recycling and increasing the resource conservation and environmental stewardship here within the state of Florida. One of the bills that we put forward, but it got stalled over in the House, was Senate Bill 106, which was the acceptance of cash payments by businesses. We heard from a lot of residents as pertains to going to businesses, and a lot of businesses say that that it's cash only. That it's card only, no cash. Realizing that we still have a diverse population of individuals here within the state of Florida that do not carry just only credit cards. Some only carry cash, and some are not as savvy as some of us to use Apple Pay on our phones. But while the Senate moved it along, it was a bipartisan piece of legislation. As a matter of fact, the governor's office, along with the chief financial officer, were on board with this particular piece of legislation, but it got held up in the House. We're going to put forth that bill once again next year. We're going to workshop it prior to us going back into the legislative session to make sure that we work with all stakeholders to ensure that that we can get this across the finish line next year. We also proposed Senate Bill 862, which was public records and county administrators and city managers. This bill would have exempted the city managers and county managers their home addresses, their telephone numbers, their birthdays from the public records disclosure requirement. We did find ourselves coming into a disagreement with the House on the language, and that is another bill that we're going to put forth again the next legislative session, and I definitely want to bring that up to you. We passed a $117 billion budget. Of that $117 billion budget, 22 of the 80 requests that we put in were submitted and did make the budget awaiting the governor's signature. I do want to thank my colleagues who I get to share the city of Miami Beach with. That's Representative Basabe, and also with Senator Ileana Garcia, who I cover the north and mid portion, and she covers the south portion of Miami Beach, and working collaboratively to bring these things back to Miami Beach. We were able to bring $10 million back home into the district. A lot of this funding will facilitate many of the services and developments, from the evictions for Miami-Dade County residents, even looking at flood mitigation here within the state. Thankful for the city of Miami Beach. You all will be receiving, upon the governor's signature, $417,500 for the Miami Beach Fire Department ladder truck replacement, which I was happy to champion. And again, as we wait the governor's approval, we will come back to report it and have a check presentation at that time. The last two things I want to bring up is something that I think is very dear to a lot of the residents here in Miami Beach, and that is the Community Association Bill, which was Senate Bill 1178. Knowing that I represent a very large condo population, for those who remember Champlain Towers and the collapse, after that collapse, the state of Florida did a comprehensive bill. Senator Bradley, Senator Pizzo, Representative Lopez did a comprehensive piece of legislation to bring things in line to bring more accountability to our condo associations. But we expanded on that this year with Senator Bradley and Senator Lopez. They wanted to strengthen the oversight and the management of community associations. I will say that there have been a great deal of concerns that have come forth from residents because they have found that even moving in this direction, many of their homeowners assessment fees have increased because of this. 1178 enhances the enforcement of DBPR, which is the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. It allows for access to records. It allows for criminal penalties for board members who are now subject to these penalties who are engaged in voting fraud. Board meetings and contract disclosures, where condo boards are now required to hold quarterly meetings and must include copies of all contracts and meeting notices. It's also board meeting education, which was a piece of legislation that our office put forth because we realized that many people who are on these condo boards do not have they're volunteering their services and their time and do not have the education in being on those boards. So this now allows for board member education to happen for those individuals who join those boards. The last thing I'll make a mention of that we have gotten a great deal of complaints about, and this is not just from Miami Beach, but this is across the state of Florida, is what is the legislature going to do about property insurance? We as we speak with residents and we try to move them and connect residents with the right people who can help answer the questions that's needed when it comes to property insurance, I will say that the legislature could have done a much better job in how we handle property insurance. The legislature did pass legislation where you won't be taxed on your property insurance, but we just listening to not just some professionals and the experts in the insurance industry is only going to save residents about $50 to $60 on their property insurance, which we all can agree that that's exactly is not enough. And so the state of Florida did create their own reinsurance program, adding $5.5 billion prior to us moving into the hurricane season. And that would add to the $5.6 billion that was placed in the reinsurance program from last year, just in case too many people sign into the program. They have backup to where they can go into the $5.5 billion that was passed by the legislature. I will end with saying that there are two ballot measures that will be on the November ballot that I think residents and everyone should be aware of. And as you know, we have the first would be the recreational marijuana. It has been added to the ballot, and the second was the 15-week abortion ban is on the ballot, allowing Floridians to decide if this is something that they would like, sending that all to the residents. And at this time, I will take a step back and I will take any questions or comments from the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good summary. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but thank you for not only the work you do in Tallahassee, but always being accessible, which is such a key. And we know we have a friend.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
So we have time certains, but I want to welcome the Estefans here who are going to participate in the invocation of our new city attorney, Rick Del Pico. Very honored to have you here. So we're going to switch the order so you don't have to wait too long because the next item that we're going to call is, I think, going to take a little bit of time.
So we're going to call up next item R9F, which is a swearing-in ceremony of City Attorney Ricardo J. Del Pico.
You, it's your show. It's your show now.
Well, thank you. Thank you, my personal fixer. This is a very exciting day for us because Rick worked with us for how many years, Rick?
21.
21 years. And the only place we would let him leave to was here. So thank you, babe. You want to say anything before?
I was telling Laura, this is the first time I'm here. We live here all our lives, you know. But I want to tell you, thank you for your service. And we're living in a beautiful city, and you keep us safe. And you know, we appreciate your service. Thank you so much, Rick. We're gonna miss you, man. I mean, so many years I've been talking, and he was part of the success of Miami Sun Machine and Gloria's career, my career. So we're very blessed that you're doing well, and they love you because we love you forever.
All right. You ready? I don't have to do it. You have to do it. I, Ricardo José Dopico,
Ricardo José Dopico,
a citizen of the state of Florida and the United States of America,
a citizen of the state of Florida and the United States of America,
and being an officer of the city of Miami Beach and a recipient of public funds as such officer,
and being an officer of the city of Miami Beach and a recipient of public funds as such officer,
do hereby solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida,
do hereby solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of city attorney for the city of Miami Beach,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of city attorney for the city of Miami Beach,
to which I have been appointed.
to which I have been appointed.
To my colleagues and to all of those I represent and serve,
To my colleagues and to all of those I represent and serve,
I pledge fairness, integrity, and civility
I pledge fairness, integrity, and civility
in all actions taken and all communications made by me as a public servant.
in all actions taken and all communications made by me as a public servant.
That is all. Congratulations. And it's official. Thank you, everyone. Oh, yes.
All right, so here we go, right here on this camera, on 3, count it down, 1, 2, and 3, perfect. All right. You got a little cup? Oh, 1, 2, 3. See that? Still coordinating.
Thank you very much, Emilio and Gloria Estefan, for being here. And congratulations, Rick DePico. I can say from my vantage point, you're off to a great start. And so continued success for for not just you, but your entire office of the city attorney's office. It's a great office, and on behalf of the residents. So we're going to start getting to the substantive items. I'm just going to say quickly, there is a lot of items on this agenda. Part of my job is to keep us all on track. Don't take it personally when I try to keep moving. That's what we got to do. Obviously, I want everyone to make their points. We'll say efficiently. I personally am giving you my commitment. I'm going to try to speak as briefly as possible today. Just get my points out. But we do have a lot of items. Our residents expect us to move agendas, and that's my intent to do that today. Let's call C7T.
Yes, sir. C7T is accept FERC recommendation, proceed with phase 1 and 2 for First Street project. It is a public works item. It was separated from the consent agenda by Commissioner Suarez. C7T.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a slideshow presentation that I'd like to present. If PJ can pull that up, please. There we go. Okay, so made this presentation for First Street because I think it's needed for a pause and serious reconsideration. Right now, the idea is to move forward with a project that's going to have an impact across all of South of Fifth. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is the problem. We have tremendous amount of flooding when it rains, specifically on First Street, but to a greater extent, all over South of Fifth. Can you go to the next slide, please? The graph on the left shows where the flooding is currently, and the graph on the right shows with the project being moved forward, that's the impact that it's going to have. Next slide, please. This just gives a brief summary of the project. It started in 2016, and right now we're at 60% complete. Next slide, please. These are the parking options that have been presented to the residents. And the approved plan right now, which is at 60%, we have a total of 85 parking spaces, 38 of which are residential spaces. If we go with the current proposed plan, which is at 60%, and what all the condominiums in the neighborhood prefer, we go down to 48 spaces. With the angled parking, we go up to 77. Next slide, please. And so I have some presentations on why angled parking is not the right solution. It's unsafe, unaesthetic, and environmentally unfriendly. If you go to the next slide, please. So just by its nature, it's going to increase possible accidents up to 30% by going in angled parking. It puts risks at bikes, scooters, any other micromobility that might be going down the street. Next slide, please. And as you can see, it decreases driver visibility at intersections. So, one of the arguments was that if we have a work truck, a plumber, electrician that comes to service the area, if they do an angled parking, they're not going to be able to back in or back out without seeing with great visibility people behind them. And so that's why it's 30% more likely to cause an accident. Go to the next slide, please. There's been studies after study that basically prove that the angled parking is not the safest option between any other parking option. Go to the next slide. There's another couple studies. You can go to the next slide. And this goes to show how much more space you need for angled parking. And we lose a lot of the green space and aesthetically pleasing elements of when you go with angled parking. If you go to the next slide, please. All right. Government and university engineering studies consistently point to a marked increase in fatal collisions with angled parking. That's basically what the studies conclude. Go to the next slide, please. And it's unsightly and aesthetic. You have to put a lot more asphalt, and there's going to be a lot less green space. Go to the next slide, please. So I go by First Street multiple times a day, every day, and you know the argument is that we're going to be losing parking. Right now, it's an empty parking lot. You go by there at any time of the night, it's empty. You go there in the morning, it's empty. The only time that there may be parking spots is during the afternoon, during lunch perhaps. Go to the next slide. This was taken at 5:14 at 7:30 p.m. I mean, there's only 2 cars parked there on the side. You go next slide, please. And these are further different days that show that it's really underutilized. Next slide, please. So I have a plan to save residential parking spaces. Currently, there are 38 residential parking spaces in the area right now. If we move forward with the parallel parking plan, which is at 60%, we can dedicate right now 38 spaces to the 48 so that there is no net loss to residential parking on First Street. Go to the next slide, please. Parallel parking benefits. This is going to add 117 more shaded trees to the area. There are no design changes needed. It keeps all 38 residential parking spaces, no loss to residential parking. It's going to increase green space, walkway width, and tree cover. It keeps phases 1 and 2 of South Point Stormwater Improvement Plan on track. And it keeps our city's commitment to resiliency, capital improvements, and green design. Next slide, please. So here's just a side-by-side comparison. There's going to be no net loss to residential parking. One is less safe. One parking option is less safe than the others. One plan is ready to go. The other one is going to take anywhere from 6 months to a year to redesign and then get reapproved. And as everyone heard today during Sutnick Hour, there's not one condominium board, HOA, that is in favor of the angled parking design. Next slide, please. Okay, like I said, yeah, this is the last slide. The courts at South Beach just yesterday unanimously in support of the original parallel plan. Cosmopolitan wants the project to move forward expeditiously with the original plan of parallel parking. And that's it. And so that's why I pulled the item. I got a ton of emails. I got a ton of engagement saying, hey, look, you know, we had this. I thought we voted on this and it was a set deal. And now the residents are upset that it's all being changed. So I'd like to see how my colleagues feel about this, because this is certainly another project that just seems to be getting stalled. And we need to move forward on resiliency if that's what we claim to be.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
What do I do? I'm good? I'm on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. First and foremost, we all understand how important resiliency is. No one is questioning the need that this project needs to happen. But at the same time, when I say community, the community is comprised of not just residents, but also the businesses that serve us. And nobody has reached out to businesses like Joe Stone Crab. Do you know that they didn't even know that they're having a pump station built next to them? First Street is one of the only successful streets that I can look from east to west and tell you there's not a vacancy. There's not one vacancy on First Street. But I'll tell you that they're going to be coming, because the other night I was having dinner at Fogo de Chao, and the hostess said, well, we have a problem because we're going to have to remove our valet parking as of June. And I said, why is that? So there's going to be no valet parking for Milos. There's going to be no valet parking for Fogo de Chao. You are taking Joe's, one of our most successful and oldest restaurants. There's no business mitigation, and that's one whole side of the street. So I think that what needs to take place here is some sort, is my mic still on? Okay. Is some sort of conversation with the business community, how you're going to mitigate this. And really, only in the city of Miami Beach do we take the most successful street and choose to destroy it. Now, if we had no other options, I would tell you, okay, fine, then we have to go down First Street. But the fact of the matter is that there are other options and there is better technology. Right now, Commissioner Suarez, you're advocating to go back to a plan that was designed in 2016. Now, if we look at 2016 up until 2024 and the rapid rate of acceleration of technology in resiliency, I would tell you that that plan probably needs major tweaks. It was 2016 when we did Sunset Harbor, and I'll tell you that that neighborhood filled up like a fishbowl all the time. So to say that we're going to revert back to old technology doesn't make any sense. What we need to do here is we need to hold another community charrette, because I have gotten emails this morning from people who live both in the courts and in the Cosmo saying, you know, you got a letter from your board, but that doesn't represent who we are. PJ, I have a graphic. Can you put up my graphic, please? Sorry.
1 second, please.
Okay, sorry. Because I just wanted to show you that it's also a street that has mature shade trees at a time when in May we are already experiencing temperatures in excess of 96 degrees. So we're taking one of the only streets that is successful, that has no vacancies, that has mature shade trees, and has no parking. By the way, if you were to change the parking at night, it would be full immediately, because I'm sure that there's a lot of residents in those buildings, in the courts and the Cosmo, who could use an extra parking space to be able to park there at night. But the way it's set up, they can't. We want resiliency, but to take $100 million street, okay, and ruin it because we have some lobbyists around that might not necessarily say that or disclose that they're lobbyists is just wrong. And why? I wasn't paid by anybody. I have no interest in this other than saving small businesses in Miami Beach. So to ruin the property values on a street just because we have somebody benefiting maybe $100,000 versus $100 million, okay, in businesses and properties, I think that's wrong. And I want a plan that we know is the best technology, that we know is going to be the best for everyone in the community. What does that mean? It means for our residents, it means for our businesses, and it means for our tourists. And by the way, I spoke to the head of SOFNA last night, the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association, and I asked him, I said, have you spoken to the businesses in the community? And he said, well, they don't really reach out and they don't attend the meetings. Well, guess what? They are a pivotal and integral part of the community. So you can't look at a community that has probably 30 or 40,000 people, and you have a board that maybe 100 people vote in an election or 200 people vote in an election. I respect them. I respect SOFNA so much. But this type of decision making, I mean, we are going to be responsible when Fogo de Chao closes. Milos or Joe's having problems, who should I say is spearheading this? Should I send them to you, Commissioner Suarez? Who am I sending them to? The head of the SOFNA board? Because this is going to be something that residents are going to be angry about. Did I ever get my picture, PJ? Oh, can you put it back up? Can you make it any bigger, PJ? I just want you to see, do you know how hard it is to get those trees to grow to that height? Look at it. It doesn't need lighting. It doesn't need shade trees. It has businesses that are successful and filled. So this might be, in my opinion, one of the worst decisions that we would ever make as a political body to ruin First Street.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Commissioner Dominguez. Yeah, we'll get to you.
Thank you. Do I have to press something again? Or they can hear me?
You're hot.
Okay. So when I started on the commission last year, I immediately had meetings with Public Works and SOFNA on this item. At the time, it was at 40% design, and the concern from SOFNA and other residents in the area was parking. And every project that we do seems to cut out parking, and this wasn't one or two spots, it was a significant number. So Public Works and the engineers at the time said, well, we can redesign some angled because there's angled parking already on Commerce Street in order to mitigate the loss because the pump is going to go in one of the lots. And then at 60% design, SOFNA came in again, and in the last 6 weeks or so, SOFNA has been for it. The courts were for it. Then in the last 24 hours, the courts pulled it, and then it's neutral. And it sounds to me like this is not ready. And to jam something through that's not ready is not right for the neighborhood or for the residents. I agree with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez that I think another community meeting needs to take place because this has turned into a circus. And we need to get resiliency done and we need to get it right, but not the way that this is happening in the last 24 hours. And First Street is an absolutely gorgeous street. It's commercial and residential, so there's a lot of mixed use. It's also the only street that I can think of with the amount of mature shade trees, and we need to look at this again.
Mayor said I could speak next. So I wrote down some points. The shade trees, I'm actually working with Rodney Knowles on preserving every single shade tree right now on First Street. And you won't find a bigger tree hugger on this commission than me. And so, where those trees would end up, they might end up in North Beach and the West lots. They may end up in the same spot, but those trees are not going to be cut down. They're going to be preserved. Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned about Joe's. Joe's is like 3 blocks away from First Street. First Street happens to be the smallest street in south of Fifth. And so when I say there's going to be no net loss to residential parking, there's going to be no net loss. Right now, there's 38 residential parking spaces. If we move forward with this plan, we're going to have 38 residential parking spaces. There was also a mention that we're going to lose valet. That's untrue. Right now, we have, I believe, 5 valet spots. Those 5 valet spots are going to remain. Okay. Also, there was a mention about there's no engagement with the business community, and so Mr. Gomez can speak to the fact that since we're at 60%, the way we can move forward to make sure that these businesses aren't interrupted is further down the plan. It's not going. We don't need to make it. That conversation is going to happen after this step. It doesn't need to happen now. It happens after this step. And I want to also stress that, look, I'm very cautious when it comes to parking and it comes to shade trees. But if we move forward with this angle plan, you're going to have less trees than you have today. And so the whole point of this is to make this street beautiful. You're not going to lose any residential parking spaces. Right now, the picture that Kristen just put up, I kind of chuckled. There's no one parking there. There was no one parking on that picture. And so if we can make a commitment that we're going to save all the trees, there's going to be no net loss to people needing to park. And then, by the way, the residential parking spots during the day from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., anyone can park there for free for 2 hours. So if you're going to lunch, you're going to be able to park in that residential parking spot to go to Milo's or Fogo de Chao, etc. So it's not like the businesses are going to lose that income.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here because Commissioner Grieco just mouthed at me that threat, and then you said that I'm done. I would just like to understand, Commissioner Grieco, what that means. former Commissioner Grieco, and why you're threatening me up here and actually using expletives. So I'm sure that if I did that to you, you would also say that, but I'm feeling a little bit afraid right now, given your body language, what you just mouthed at me, and the threats that you're hurling at me. And what I would like to know, and what I would like you to say right now, have you accepted any money from Jacobs Engineering over the past few years related to this project? Because I would just like everybody to disclose that, and I want this to be completely transparent.
All right, is my microphone on? Is my microphone on?
Microphone is not on, but it's a point of order. So or is it on? It is on now. It is on. Okay. People are coming up to the podium when they're not recognized by the mayor to come up to the podium, and that shouldn't be happening. We're not having public comment, and we're not engaging unless the mayor has said so in debate and in a back and forth. We are in comments from the dais. And all that I ask is that we maintain the decorum that the public deserves in our public discourse. I understand your concerns, but we're dealing with a heavy subject, and I would ask of the mayor, let's just maintain the decorum of the company.
Thank you. Since Commissioner Rose Gonzalez did address the question, I will allow, but that is true, and I gave the courtesy, since you are a public figure, to come up here, and I didn't say anything, but I will not be doing that in the future. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the record. Michael Grieco, former commissioner, former state representative. I served on the commission when this project started, which was during the Obama administration. And to answer your direct question, which I'm curious as to where the defamatory accusation came from, are you strictly accusing me? Because I want to make sure so I can sue you.
Well, let's please not get into a dialogue back and forth. Just make your comments and well.
Very clear. I have zero relationship with Jacobs Engineering other than the fact that I served with John Alamon and she is my friend. I've never taken $1 from them. I've never taken a campaign contribution from them. They are a publicly traded company. They couldn't do it anyway, and they are a city vendor. So I am offended by the accusation. I'm curious as to where it came from, probably from a certain developer who just wants to kill the project and you're carrying his water for him. So I would like to speak on this, Mr. Mayor, because I'll tell you this, that I have been more involved in this project than anyone in this building. And I have served longer in office than anyone on that dais, and I think I have earned the right to speak on this issue.
I'll give you the courtesy, but please be brief.
Mr. Mayor and the commission, you guys have a decision as to whether or not you are going to campaign or whether or not you're going to govern. It's a bright line choice. If you're campaigning and turning,
I would just ask, just get to the specifics of the project. Don't, let's not make this about any of that.
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, that's exactly what this is about. Because
but we're gonna get into back and forth. Let's talk about the substance of the project.
Okay, we can talk about the substance of it. I just sent you all a text showing what the parking demand is in the neighborhood. But let's go back to 2020. July 24th of 2020, this was already voted on by the city commission. That is why we are at 60% design. 60% design means we've gone 5% every year for 8 years. That is embarrassing. Okay? Actually, yeah. So here's the point. Our neighborhood has asked for this project. If you don't vote in favor of moving this forward, one design or the other, I prefer David's just because it's actually data driven. But if you don't vote for this, you are thumbing your nose at the prior commission, the supermajority of our neighborhood who voted on this, the courts, the Cosmopolitan, and everybody else. And the statement that none of the businesses were reached out to, read that memo that I sent you yesterday from 2020, from the staff. They spoke to every business owner in the city. Russell Galbert endorsed and supported the project as recently as 2022. And he was involved in every decision in the design. So please do not think that this needs to go back to formula because that is a joke. You guys cannot kick this can down the road anymore. It has been 8 years. You need to get one project done at some point in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to state, the importance of maintaining just a professionalism in this dialogue, because there's no right or wrong answer here, other than we need to move forward with these resiliency projects. Our residents depend on this, and the businesses themselves depend on this. To Commissioner Suarez's presentation. So you're proposing the preservation of 38 residential parking spots. How many other parking spots are we losing? The non-residential, because I didn't get the number. If I may, through the mayor. Yes. Or Joe, if you know how many parking spaces, then are we losing? Yeah. Technology. Well, if you say it, I'll repeat it on the record.
Actually, so oh, there we go. Right. Okay, so we have 38 residential parking spaces. We have 24 paid. We have 18 bagged, 7 valet. I'm sorry. What?
I have people speaking here, please. Okay, we have 24 paid. I'm sorry.
24 paid.
Yeah.
There's 18 bagged, which has been bagged for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
There's 7 valet, and there's 3 handicap.
I would like to ask the administration, with the 24 paid parking spaces, are residents in the area allowed to park in those paid parking spaces? Because I understand we're preserving the 38 residential parking spaces, but does that mean that residents do not park in the paid parking spaces? I see the parking department walking up to the podium.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, yes, residents can park on on-street parking spaces if they have a permit.
There we go. It's growing pains of new technology. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So under Commissioner Suarez's proposal, we would still be losing 24 paid parking spaces, even though they're paid. That doesn't mean that residents don't use them. Residents still use them. It just they just won't have access to it. I have a concern that during the middle of the day, you go to this area of the city and you can't find a parking space. That's the reality of it. If we're speaking about the need of this area only based on the needs of the residents that live there, well, then perhaps preserving, only 38 residential parking spaces might make sense. We've seen pictures of how empty it is at night and in early hours of the morning. Now we're thinking about the economic impact that this street has to our greater city, its contributions in revenue to our city, or the ability of a Mid-Beach resident or a North Beach resident to be able to drive to this area of the city and be able to enjoy lunch and just be able to enjoy the area. Well, then you are impacting the rest of the city. You are eliminating parking spaces that perhaps the residents of that area are not using, but the residents of other parts of Miami Beach who do want to be able to enjoy this beautiful commercial corridor are using. I'd say I want to see this project move forward. We have to move forward with our resiliency projects. I don't think that this alternative that only preserves 38 parking spaces serves the area well. I think we need to preserve as much parking as we can. If we have the ability to preserve the parking with the diagonal parking, I'd be all for that. There's other areas of the city where we have diagonal parking, and it serves people well. The one complaint that we get besides traffic is parking, and anywhere that we can maximize parking is needed, especially in commercial corridors. I would like to know why the pipe going from Alton Road eastward, why it couldn't go in the alley, why it couldn't go on Commerce Street or on 2nd Street. I would want to know that. But I think today we do need to move something forward. This is long overdue. We need to advance with our resiliency projects. If not, other people are going to be making decisions for us. Other that are going to hurt our economy, unless we move forward. We will hurt our own ability to borrow money and affect our own bonding capacity and our credibility with the credit rating agencies that cite these very projects in their rating of our city. And that's so important. That is not just important in the present, but important in for the future of our city and everything that we need to accomplish as a government. So I just need to know what other alternative, the alleyway, Commerce Street, 2nd Street, could we look at? Are you posing a question for? Okay, and I'll relinquish the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioners, Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. Commissioner Fernandez, the pipe that's going down on First Street, it's a 96-inch pipe. I remember yesterday the conversation, I said 72, but I went back and did a thorough review of the plans. It's a 96-inch pipe because it's the end of it receiving everything, because this system is being designed and built for the entire South Point neighborhood. That line will receive everything from Alton and Washington eventually. That pipe is 96 inches. That requires a 14-foot trench to be able to put that pipe in the ground. It's 96 inches, which is 8 feet in diameter. 2nd Street is 50 feet wide. They're simply, plus the hydraulics of changing the location because of the pump station. The alleyway is 17 feet. There's physically no way. Regarding the question from Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez about new technology, certainly tunneling could be an option, right? But where am I going to put the boring machine? The boring machine, the bigger the pipe is, the larger the boring machine is. You've seen the boring machine out at 41st Street. That's currently out there now. That's for a 20-inch water main, and it's a sizable boring machine. Imagine trying to bore a 96-inch pipe on the ground. It's just simply there are certain things that can be done, and there are certain things that technology is not quite there.
We got to keep in the order. We'll go around one more. Oh, you're asking a question of Joe? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, I'll follow up, and then I'll call you, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez. But we do need one. I want one more, other than questions, one more round of comments, and then let's make a motion and a vote. My mic is on. We got to get the mayor some reading glasses. Or a magnifying glass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, let me ask you this, because everyone has such good points. Everyone has really good points here. Character. We talk a lot about the preservation of the character of our community. That is important. Thought you had a question. I do have a question. I do have a. I like how process is being held very strict on me today. But preservation of character is very important, and this street has its own character. But back to the question on the follow-up. So the alleyway might not be feasible, and the other streets might not be feasible, but we have the parking lot. And it's not our parking lot. I think it's a privately owned parking lot. I think Joe's might own the parking lot, and it seems to me here, from what I'm hearing, that Joe's has concerns about how this could. It sounds to me that one of our colleagues said that here, that Joe's might have concerns over the impact to their business. Maybe putting this pipe below their property, could be a way of mitigating this. Have we ever reached out to Joe's and asked them on their ability to be able to? I mean, that is a parking lot. That is a vast parking lot. It is probably at least 50 feet wide, if I had to guess.
Have we reached out to them, asked them on the ability to be able to use their property to underground this pipe?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner.
Okay. So,
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
okay.
So that I can understand the question regarding, remember, the pipe is part of the whole system, which eventually goes to the pump station, which eventually makes its way south through South Point out into the bay through the energy dissipator and all that. So going through the parking lot, I'm not really sure what that's going to accomplish. I mean, we've got to follow a certain, we're picking up drainage from all of south of Fifth. This system is designed for that. That's why this pump station is as large as it is, because we're putting the investment in one time in order to be able to drain the entire neighborhood. So again, I'm not really clear as to what the advantage of other than crossing a pipe through there, but again, what we're trying to do is collect all the water from the neighborhood.
Am I on?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So my question is, Commerce Street. Commerce Street is a street that has, you know, Red Steakhouse is there, but it has a huge sidewalk and it's one of the widest streets that we have. There is plenty and ample space to run it down Commerce Street. Why can't we do that? I know that initially it was supposed to go down Commerce Street, and then I think a building complained about having the construction, the building just adjacent. So they said, well, no on Commerce Street. But really, to take one of our best streets and rip it up just doesn't make any sense. Can you imagine? It's going to be vacancy after vacancy. And then we have to, and by the way, the fact that Joe Stone Crab is having a massive pump station built at First and Washington, and nobody reached out to them to even explain it, shows that we didn't do our job. CIP did not, I don't know if it's CIP or Public Works, but we did not do our job because they were shocked and they didn't know. So we need to find a solution. I don't think threatening is part of the solution. I don't think that fighting is part of the solution. I don't think that screaming expletives is going to get us anywhere. But I do think that coming together and figuring out how we can get it down Commerce Street, which is a street that will not be necessarily ruined, like First Street will, is probably the best solution. And how long would it take us, Joe? Let's say that we switch to Commerce Street. And I know that people want to move forward. And I heard rumblings last night that, that potentially we're going to build a pump station, but then not connect it to anything. That to me doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that if we're united and we move forward and we say we want to do the project, and our direction is don't run it down First Street, because just to save the businesses, which are literally 50% of the street. By the way, one other thing that I wanted to address that Michael Grieco said is, yes, Russell Galvin did complain to me about this last night, but he lives there. That's his house. He's not developing it. It's literally his home. Just like you live on one side of the street, he lives on the other side of the street. So the fact that a quote unquote developer reached out to me, yeah, he reached out just in in a very different capacity than you did, I think, because I don't think he's on, anyway, we don't have to.
Joe.
If I may, the comment that was made that Joe's hasn't been reached out to. In 2020, July 2nd of 2020, Roy Coley, my predecessor, met with, and the neighborhood affairs team met with Joe's. Then in December 12th of 2022, our city engineer, Christina Ortega, and our, at that time, project manager, Mariana Evora, met also with Joe's. So we have been in touch with the businesses. This has not been done in a vacuum. And I need to be clear about that, because I think there's a narrative going on that we just don't, we don't talk to the neighborhood. We do. These are massive projects, and there's no way we can accomplish these projects without engaging the neighborhood. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on since pretty much when I was elected commissioner over 4 years ago. There's been my information is over 30 community meetings. Doesn't mean there's not what to debate, but we really need to wrap this up soon. I don't want to, I'm going to call Commissioner Suarez, who hasn't spoken. I promised Russell Galbert to speak since Mike Rico's, they're apparently on the opposite sides of this issue, spoke, so I'm going to give fair as fair. Commissioner Suarez.
Just want everyone to know, Joe's Stone Crabs has 3 surface lots and a parking garage. They're not going to be affected at all by parking laws. And another thing that I don't know if this glossed over of you, but there is a public safety aspect to angled parking, which is going to increase the risk of collisions of pedestrians, bicyclists, scooters, other cars by 30%. I don't understand how we can sit here today and vote on a parking plan that's going to increase collisions by 30%. I think that's wildly inappropriate. And so, look, I can see now why sitting up here, why projects get delayed 10 years. It's because of this. We need to understand that there are going to be difficult decisions to be made. And we need to move forward on resiliency projects. And if we're going to say we are a resilient city and we believe in climate change and we believe in sea level rise, then we really need to put our vote to the test. Because this is just going to stall it further down the line. And so I just really want to caution against angled parking. No one, not even Russell, wants angled parking on First Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Magazine.
Just going to put a few thoughts out so we can start laying our cards on the table to see where everybody is at. I am fully committed to moving forward with this resiliency project. I do think there's a certain degree of irony that we're sitting here talking about resiliency, climate change projects, and then our first concern is trying to shove as much parking for cars into the place where we're trying to circumvent climate change and resiliency. That's straight out of The Onion. That can't be made up. So where I am at with this is I will not be delaying projects and just sitting there trying to do death by 1,000 cuts. But I do think that there's legitimate questions that can be asked. The businesses on First Street are very important to me, but that doesn't mean I'm going to forever delay a resiliency project. But I don't think that this is a good form of governance where I know that this has been discussed for years, but there are some legitimate questions that I think we need to have in just an open form without, time constraints and mics. I'm not talking 6 months from now or a year from now. I'm talking about I want to move forward at the next meeting with a definitive plan. No kicking it down the road, no using public meetings as a way to delay. I think right now is premature to choose a definitive route. I'm fully committed. If we wanted to vote and say, let's move forward with the pump station today, fully committed to doing that. I'll vote on it right now. But I do think that we should explore some alternatives for where the pipes could go. I will, full disclosure, if First Street is the only place that can happen, then we're going to be forced to move forward with that. But I want to go above and beyond for 1 month to say, I'm not an expert in this. Right? I've stayed at a Holiday Inn, but some elementary questions. Could the pipes be bifurcated where a smaller one is run down Commerce Street and a smaller one run down 2nd Street? I'm sitting here looking at an aerial view. As large as those businesses on First Street, I'm looking at an empty surface parking lot running from Washington Avenue to Alton. I get that it's not owned by us. It would be owned by Joe's. But why would we not put it on an empty surface parking lot full of asphalt instead of one of our most beautiful streets? And if we come together and in a presentation a month from now, our public works goes, it's just not possible because of reasons that are out of my pay grade, then I will say, you know what, we tried and we went above and beyond, tried everything, but this is our method of last resort. And begrudgingly, I would move forward with First Street. I am going to prioritize people over parking. I'm not going to try and fit every parking space in there. I want to be aesthetically pleasing. As my friend and commissioner colleague Tanya Bott says, I want to plan for the city we want, not the city we have. And that is not trying to fit every single car in there. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Bott.
think it's a lousy idea for people who are not subject matter experts to be trying to second guess those who are. I also, however, hear the concerns, and I will tell you that in North Beach, where I live, we have these gently angled streets that are full of angled parking. And while it's not the most aesthetically pleasing thing, I've lived there for a year and a half, and we haven't had any incidents with cars hitting pedestrians or cyclists. I'm very sensitive, however, to the character of place conversation and the fact that we are ready to move forward, and I'm going to support moving forward as well. As my colleague Joe Magazine said, Commissioner Magazine said, you know, if we can move forward on the pump placement and then have one more set of conversations about is Commerce Street an option, is a parking lot an option,
Right.
Unless, you know, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you can tell us right now that neither of those are options, then that's a different conversation. But I don't want to delay this interminably. Are they options without putting you on the spot? Are they options, but we'd have to scrap the plan and spend another $50 million?
If we move the pipe from First Street, then we're going to have to move the pump station. Moving the pipe to the empty parking lot and all, anything can be engineered, but I want to be clear. Originally, in this project, we had another location for the pump station, and that was turned down by the community. Right. So we picked this location, and it was voted by the community, and it was approved by the commission. Now, you're asking me to, I really don't want to engineer anything from the podium here, but I can tell you is that the moving of the pipe from where we have it, this has been looked at and re-looked at by our subject matter experts. So Commissioner, I with all due respect, we can look at it, but I want to warn everybody in full transparency right here as I stand here, that it will more than likely require moving the pump station, which is going to be a controversial item, which may end up killing this project.
All right, so if I may then, I will be the first to lay my cards on the table, and my goal is to try to do the right thing for the most number of people. We can't not do this project. I remember how painful it was to find a suitable location for the pump station. When I was president of MBU, boy, did we talk about that more than I would have liked. We need the project. We do need as much parking as we can get. But if the solution that would allow this to move forward is to go back to the prior, if I understand it, the prior iteration of this, where we had a little bit less parking, but could maintain the character of place and move forward, that would be where I fall on this.
So far, nobody's made a motion. So just commenting. Wait, I'm gonna go in order. But I did promise, since former Representative Grieco spoke, I'm going to give Russell Galbert the floor. But please, as I told, keep to the substance and brief, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. Congratulations on a beautiful new chamber. I think it's exquisite, and I'm happy to participate in its first meeting. My name is Russell Galbert, and it's been alluded to before that I am a developer, and that is correct. I'm a proud developer. A proud developer that's lived on Miami Beach for 71 years, part of a 6th-generation family that lives here. My family started in South Beach, and my wife and I decided to build our dream home 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, on First Street. And the reason we did was because First Street was one of the most beautiful streets in all of Miami Beach, and someplace we wanted to be at, primarily because of the incredible restaurants that are on the street and the incredible location where it is. I've stood for resiliency from the day I started in the real estate development business. And I am a community-minded individual. And it was really my suggestion that we would accept this pump on Washington Avenue, which we are more than willing to do as a community. But the reality is that, and we're willing to accept even a pipe, but we don't want to change our street. It's simple. We love our street. That's why we went there. My wife and I planted many of those oak trees some 10 years ago on that street. at a huge cost. We like those oak trees. We go out and water those oak trees. We don't want them winding up on 71st Street, although we love 71st Street. Those are our oak trees on 8th Street. You can core 5 pipes equal to his 96 feet wide, 96 inch wide, 96, whatever it is. You can still core 5 pipes and put them underneath First Street without changing First Street. There's a solution here that needs to be developed and needs to be thought about. And I got news for you. It doesn't matter about the parking. I think that was clear. And I think safety and safety is extremely important. We're community minded. I was friends with Michael Grieco until he started threatening me a week ago.
Wait, no,
Not one commercial restaurant was reached out to on First Street that I know of, and I've talked to them all. So to say that, yes, I was in agreement with the resiliency program, and I want to be a resilient program.
One second. You have a motion? Then I'm gonna call you.
Motion too, but you didn't call me.
I have
So,
This is next. In all
so Mr. Mayor, my motion would be, time is of the essence. We can't continue to delay these items. I think that there is a desire of this commission to achieve 2 things: to advance with this essential resiliency project that is, I hear to be something that we all share. We also share a prioritization to preserve the character of First Street. I think that is something that I think all of us have expressed here. What I would like to do is make a motion to refer this to a special meeting of the Land Use Committee that I would convene between this meeting and the next City Commission meeting to discuss some of the options that have been discussed here, to allow our Public Works Director to consider some of those options, and just to come back with a final recommendation that can be accepted at the June meeting of the City Commission. But if that means that we have to go down First Street, then it means we go down First Street. But we do have to advance with this project. But I think we need to give proper time to our engineers, our city engineers, to consider some of the other options that have been brought up today as alternatives.
Commissioner Suarez.
I have a motion to scrap the angled parking. I think it's unsafe, it's unaesthetically pleasing, and I don't think that should even be a consideration for First Street. If everyone is concerned about the characteristics of First Street, you're going to completely alter the characteristics of parking solution.
You have a motion?
I'm motion to scrap that idea from the options.
So are you moving that option, but without the angled parking?
I'm moving, my motion is to remove the angled parking from any sort of option along First Street. And if Commissioner Fernandez wants to move forward with, I'll second your motion, okay, on that. But I don't think angled parking should even be a consideration at this quote unquote special land use meeting. And I want to make sure that we have consensus on that on this dais, because if we're going to prioritize public safety on the road, we need to make sure that that's not even a consideration. So
Are you making a motion, or are you agreeing with seconding his motion with a friendly amendment request? That's what it sounds like to me.
I honestly, I don't want to limit the hands of the committee. The point of sending this to committee is seeing what is the viable path forward to advance a project. My goal is to advance the project. And so if it means that in order to advance the project, you need to have a certain level of angled diagonal parking, then that should be discussed at committee, and let the committee turn it down. So I think we're discussing here, some of the things that we would likely be discussing at the committee meeting.
Does anybody want to move forward today with an actual vote on an item, or are we going to adopt what Commissioner Fernandez? Okay, so it looks like that's the direction going, but I'm going to hold you to it. You said in June we are going to vote on this item, and because we're never going to get consensus. We're always going to have, with all due respect, we're going to have Michael Grieco and people who agree with you. We're going to have people who agree with Russell. We're going to have the courts come in. SOFNA is going to give their opinions. We're never going to get full consensus. We have to make a decision. June has to be the decision.
Turned on. You have my motion.
Okay. Do we have a commitment from everyone in June? You don't have to, that we're going to move forward. Okay. We have that? Because otherwise we should vote today. Because otherwise this is never going to get done.
Say one thing.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I just want to end this by saying that it's very easy for us to just give a definitive different direction and not ruin one of our only streets that doesn't have a vacancy. And we can easily say, build the pump station, put it down Commerce Street. That's our direction. And then the administration has to execute on that. Is it wonderful that that it's going to take a little bit longer? No, but is it the right thing to do given the fact that it's one of our prettiest streets? I'm not concerned about the parking either. I'm concerned about the outcry that's going to take place when this happens.
Great, thank you. So we'll see you back in June for this. I think the public has heard loud and clear. We're going to vote on this in June after your special land use meeting. So we're on the record. The pressure's on.
Unanimous consent to defer and refer the item. Correct. So all in favor?
Let's call time certain North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency item.
We are recessing as the City Commission and convening as the RDA. This item is item RDA 1, which is issue RFQ 2024-005 ND, Economic Development Consultant Services. This was an addendum item, so Mayor, with your permission, we are adding this item. Got it.
Clerk, our new CAO and our interim city manager. I'm Heather Shaw. I'm the interim director of economic development. And this item is to include the RDA into a pool of consultants that we want to have. We want to put out an RFP with procurement to have a pool of consultants that are available for the RDA to utilize. That's okay. That's what the item is about. Out for it to get a pool of consultants that will help the RDA.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. All in favor? Thank you, Heather.
Can we do the North Beach RDA then, CRA, next? So we are now convening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. We have two items. The first item is amend North Beach CRA Commercial Facade Improvement Program.
Again, good morning, Heather Shaw, Interim Director, Economic Development. I'm before you for the North Beach CRA. We have two items before you. One is for the extension of a facade improvement program that we have. On April 8th, the North Beach CRA Advisory Committee made a recommendation to have the boundary set for the North Beach facade program, which is an improvement program to beautify the North Beach CRA. The CRA, as you know, is let's improve the area so we can beautify the area, we can encourage businesses to come to the area, and the facade program is part of that. Initially, the facade program was limited to the area around the Normandy Fountain area, and the North Beach CRA Advisory Committee has suggested and recommended that the boundaries for the facade program be extended to include Collins Avenue between 66th Street and 75th Street.
You're so convincing, Heather. You had a motion.
I'll second the item. I've seen the progress and the work done and how it illuminates and elevates the neighborhood, and I look forward to expanding it. Thank you, Commissioner.
By the way, Heather, I'll commend you. I noticed you weren't looking at any notes unless you have some secret teleprompter up there, so very impressive. Oh, nice. All in favor?
Then we have one final item, which is similar.
One minute, Heather, hold on for a second. Let me call the item so we can put it up there. The next item is North Beach CRA item 2. It is issue RFQ 2024-005 and D Economic Development Consultant Services. Mayor, this was also an addendum item, so we need your permission to consider it.
Anyone have any problem going forward with this? Let's do it.
Thank you. And this is a similar item to the RDA item. This
Motion
is,
to approve the item.
We're stealing your thunder, Heather.
We have a,
I'll second.
yeah.
All in favor?
So we have Commissioner Steinberg absent on this item and on the previous one. Commissioner Suarez, are you a yes on item 1?
Commissioner Fernandez, I appreciate you taking to heart. Let's keep this moving.
Moving.
We're going to call R9E.
Good morning, Mayor. May I?
That's R9E. Rafael? R9E.
R9E is presentation 2024 Community Satisfaction Survey results.
May I? Good morning. Today we have with us our survey consultant, ETC Institute, Chris Latham. He will be leading the presentation. I know we're a little pressed for time, but I do just want to highlight that we've had this consultant since 2016. This is the 9th iteration of the Community Satisfaction Survey. You may note that on your committee and commission memorandums, you may see survey information that's related to the Community Satisfaction Survey. And I think it's very timely that we have this discussion right now as we are in the budget process. Also, this morning's discussion about priorities and vision, I think it's very important. Essentially, our Community Satisfaction Survey allows our residents and businesses to provide feedback on city services and quality of life areas of our city. So I want to turn it over now to Amy Knowles, our Chief Resilience Officer, to lead the presentation along with our consultant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Manager, and good morning, Mayor and City Commission. Amy Knowles, Chief Resilience Officer. So it's really my pleasure to be able to share this presentation with all of you. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at it in advance. We can all use good news any day, so it's important to take a moment. So this is a great tool for all of you as city commissioners and our professional staff team to understand the perceptions of the community that may not come to commission meetings or otherwise meetings. We know nationally about 3 to 4% of residents are active in those type of meetings. So it's a great opportunity to really get that statistically valid data. So this is also really a way to gear up for that budget retreat. As the manager said, there's a lot of priorities in here. I will try and turn this over to Chris Tatham. And what he's going to do is walk you through those high-level results. But please note, we have full reports coming. They're chock full of data that is dispersed across the city by all different departments. And we will also have a dashboard coming where you can easily access the data, as you establish your priorities going forward. So with that, I'd like to introduce Chris Tatham, the CEO of ETC, and he has been doing this presentation every couple of years for us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Amy. I'm going to try to share my screen now. I think it's disabled, but if somebody allows me to do that, I'll bring up the presentation. There we go. All right. Hopefully everybody can see that. As mayor, members of the commission, it's great to be with you. I've been doing work for Miami Beach for about 15 years. Actually been doing work, in Miami-Dade County for more than 25 years. So if you're not familiar with our firm, we're based in Kansas City, but we actually have offices in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and we do work for communities all over the world. Our focus as a company is really to help local governments gather input from the community to help make decisions. We know that the public opinion isn't the decision maker, but oftentimes it's good to hear what the average resident or business leader thinks. Today, what I'm going to do is walk you through essentially what we did, recap the purpose and methodology. You're the ones who ultimately use this information, so I want to make sure that you're comfortable with the data we gathered and how we gathered it. And as Amy said, there are many findings in this report. So I'm going to focus on perhaps what I'd like to call the 6 things to remember. There's lots of information here, but I'll give you a few of the highlights that you can take away. As most of you know, very few people actually engage in the public opinion process. Most people who attend public meetings, number one reason is they come to see someone get recognized or get recognition themselves. Second biggest reason is they want to change the way things are being done. Third biggest reason is they frankly don't like something that's being done. And so because very few people actually participate, the city of Miami Beach has actually been very engaged in getting input from residents and business leaders for many years. In fact, you've been doing it for more than 20 years. And I know that you as leaders have used that information to assess how the city's doing, identify priorities and adjust things over time. And you've been one of the most effective cities that I've worked with at using citizen and business input like we gather from this survey every couple of years. As far as the overall methodology, the resident survey was administered to 1,300 residents. We selected just a little over 8,000 at random. Our goal was to get 1,200 to complete the survey. We conducted it in English, Spanish, and Creole. It's not perfect, but the results have an accuracy of plus or minus 2.7% at the 95% level of confidence. And that just means if we did the survey 100 times, we'd get the same results within about 3% or less. So it's very accurate. It's also a rather large survey for a community of Miami Beach's size. And it really shows your commitment to getting input from residents. And we look at a number of factors just to ensure that the data is consistent from one period to another, things like age, making sure that all age groups are well represented. We take a look at the race and Hispanic ancestry as far as the respondents are concerned. And you can see it lines up very closely with census estimates. We get good representation based on years of service or years of residency, because we often know that people who have lived in the community longer may have different views than people who are new to the community. So we assess that data. We can look at things like income and a number of other factors. I'm not going to go through them all today, but I do want to give you the sense that we have a very good sample. The composition of the sample is very similar to what we've had in past years. And for that reason, I think you can have a lot of confidence that what you see in these results truly does represent the residents of the community. In addition, we conducted a business survey. We selected about 3,900 businesses in the city to participate in that survey. We actually had 610 complete the survey, which was an excellent response rate. Again, the overall results aren't perfect, but they have an accuracy of about plus or minus 3.9% at the 95% level of confidence. And it was issued in similar manners to the resident survey. More of these were actually done over the phone. Very few of the resident surveys were done in that manner. Good news is that most of the people who responded to the business surveys were actually the owner or the senior manager of the business. We had good mix from the years of residency, from those who were brand new, just being in the city a couple years, to a number that have been in the city more than 20 years. And we had a wide range of businesses represented based on the type of business that they do. And you can kind of see that. I won't spend a lot of time on these details. And we also had good representation from throughout the city. So again, when I look at your city survey results and I look at how we've done it in the past years, I look how it stacks up to the census. From my perspective, you have a very, very good sample of representatives from both your resident and business community. So with that said, here's the 6 things that I'd recommend you take away from the survey. There's a lot of other good information here, but here's the things that really stood out to me. Number 1, there is some cause for celebration here. That's not actually one of my things to remember, but these are some of the most improved results that I've seen in a community in such a short period of time. When I presented with you 2 years ago, there was actually some serious decreases as a result of many things that happened over COVID, but we've seen the city really turn around from what I shared 2 years ago. Overall perceptions of the city's image and efforts to prevent crime, which were 2 of the biggest issues last time, have improved significantly. Your satisfaction with city services overall is up significantly from 2 years ago. People feel safer than they did 2 years ago. Customer service has improved. And when we stack you up and compare you to our national and Florida averages, Miami Beach is now setting the standard in a number of areas. So you're to be congratulated on that. But to stay there, things that come to the top as far as priorities for both businesses and residents are addressing issues related to homelessness. You made some great progress from 2 years ago, but it's still important. Stormwater management, cleanliness, and then your street and sidewalk improvements. That's where we're going to be going. So let me start off with the perceptions of the city. There's just been tremendous improvements from 2 years ago, particularly with the image and the perception of issues related to crime prevention. You'll notice that we ask a number of questions that I consider to be perhaps some of the strategic, high-level issues that really oftentimes mark the health of a community, such as how residents and business folks rate the city as a place to live, quality of life, image, overall quality of city services. I won't read all of these to you, but one of the areas that we saw the biggest improvement from 2 years ago was your efforts to prevent crime, which are up 18% among your residents. Image of the city is up 15%. Even things like value for city taxes and fees is up 8%. Overall satisfaction with city services is up 6%. We did see a couple areas go down slightly higher than the margin of error, and that was with your public schools and efforts to prepare for disasters. But all in all, the city really appears to be moving in the right direction. And when we look at how businesses rated those same items, you'll notice that there were no significant decreases, but in the same way, overall efforts to prevent crime were up 18% among your business community. Image of the city was up 18%, and overall quality of life was up 17%. And even things like value for city taxes were up 4%. So again, the data suggests that where we were 2 years ago as a city, you've certainly taken some great steps forward. So that's kind of the first thing, is those high level indicators. Second thing we looked at is just some of your specific city services. And again, here, we saw significant improvements in a number of areas. In fact, for the resident
Raquel,
survey.
are we voting on this item today?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is really important, but I really want to use the time that we have in commission for voting items. I don't think we're voting on anything. This is extremely important, but I think there might be other avenues to address the issues that you're raising.
I do want to share that we did put this item on as a discussion item, so no vote is necessary. We will be providing additional information via LTC. You do have some information in your agenda as of right now that you may review. If you have any questions, we're available. I do want to commend all of our staff. The survey results show that we're doing a lot and pouring in a lot of resources to improve the quality of life in our city. And so I just want to recognize staff and let them know that what they're doing is being seen, and our residents and businesses are valuing their work and effort. So thank you.
No, and thank you. And sorry to cut you off. It's really invaluable. I actually use these surveys personally to see the direction where our residents believe that we need to go. They're very consistent, by the way. If you look at the surveys from 3 years ago, 6 years ago, they're the number one items: homelessness, the condition of our sidewalks, cleanliness. I mean, they're always at the top of the things that we need to improve. So those are the things we need to address on. But thank you for the presentation. Thank you, staff. I'm sorry to cut it off, but we do have to get to, we have so many voting items today that we have to get to, and we'll review and we'll disseminate this to the public as well. Let's call two items that actually I pulled because I thought it was worthy of a discussion, C7AI and C7N.
C7AI is terminate state lobbyist contract for convenience. C7AN is conduct feasibility study parking along 19th Street. Is that correct, Mayor? C7AN? C7N? Sorry. C7N is accept, allocate funds, lobbyist legislative sessions. So we're doing C7N and C7AI together. We're going to do this under C7AI.
Yes, Commissioner Suarez will need you back here, but I pulled it because these are important issues. Our lobbyists in Tallahassee are taking the cues from our commission and city administration, and there are some big decisions here being made. It was on consent, I understand it, if there was consensus, but I kind of wanted to have that discussion and hear what the thoughts were as we proceed. I've actually had some thoughts about, because there are a number of law and order items that I believe. I'll give you one example. I introduced a resolution a couple of years ago that we should have Miami Beach judges, and where that requires a state constitutional amendment. It's a heavy lift. We're going to need lobbyists to do it, and who's the best lobbyist for that? So there are many decisions that need to be made with this. I thought it was worthy to pull the items to have the discussion. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
One of the reasons why I put this forward is because our community, there's several preemptions that have come out over the past couple of legislative cycles that we've really been able to do very little about. And what does that mean? It means that we're not being heard properly. We might have made a tweak to some of these amendments, but I think that maybe had we had the right lobbyist in place, we could have just gotten the entire thing removed. Just to show you that Miami Beach was specifically being targeted, was in this one, in one of the laws, they exempted literally the prior year, right before, everyone except for Miami Beach. And now we are grappling with serious situations between the Live Local Act, between the unsafe structures, is that what it's called? The Unsafe Structures Bill. And we have not been successful. I mean, we had to threaten with federal lawsuits to basically say, okay, we have a federal designation, but on the state level, we were largely ignored and grappling. And I'm not discounting the work that was done, because I think that there were a few items that, especially Commissioner Fernandez, who traveled there many times and spoke out, and we mobilized, whether it be the casino item that was pulled. We need a louder voice. We need a voice that is going to be more effective, and we need a voice that can, that can truly represent us and get to this highest level and make sure that the governor vetoes the items. For example, there were amendments made to Live Local that the governor needed to veto by today, and I do not think that, I don't know where Nick is. Seeing you? No. Anyway, today or yesterday, 7 days prior the bill being released, and guess what? There was no veto. But had we had the right lobbyist, I think there could have been a veto on this. So I think that we allocated more monies, and I think that we could use some help or changes. And that is why I brought this forward. I know that Commissioner Suarez, I saw his item, so I know that he feels similarly. I also feel that there is a conflict of interest because Mr. Book has come before us with several other items, whether it be the tax for the homeless trust or soliciting us for money. So there's a conflict because, or do you want the millions of dollars for the homeless trust, or are you representing us in Tallahassee? And if we don't give you the $2 million for the homeless trust, are you going to do a lesser job in Tallahassee? So I'd like to remove that conflict, the local conflict, and really focus on what I think is, which is having our voice heard and not having to have these battles in Tallahassee yearly. And with the right people in place, I think that it will go much more smoothly.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I co-sponsored this item. I was also in Tallahassee multiple times this year for the no anchoring bill, and what astounded me was that there was a huge conflict of interest with Mr. Book. We've had since 2021 a relationship with Ron, and he was supposedly fighting for our general rights as a city and our path forward for some of the things that we want. And what I found out was that he took money from a private individual on one of the Sunset Islands to represent their interests. And when it came down to it, and when the bill was at the final committee after passing 5 different committees, he was lobbying for just this individual. And look, you can there's plenty of articles that say there's a conflict of interest with the book's firm, and I think when it comes to our interests, we need to make sure that we have someone that we can trust. And when there is a person who's representing us who can represent both sides of an issue and get paid for it, I think that's not someone we can trust. And aside from that, I think things have changed in Tallahassee. I think we need to move forward with some fresh blood and get new representation. And look, I totally understand the argument of not burning any bridges, but to be honest, when I realized that there was a financial conflict of interest that went against the interest of our city to represent someone that paid him just as much as we paid him, I think that's not something we can trust. My colleagues.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. More and more of our lives in our city are being dedicated from the policies that stem out of Tallahassee. And getting a little insider baseball for the public here, but we lost somebody from our staff that actually was in charge of our relations with Tallahassee. So as more and more demands are being placed on us from Tallahassee, we've actually lost some internal firepower as well. So I am all for allocating additional resources to get every ounce of help that we can get in Tallahassee to fight for our interests. So that takes care of, the first item, C7N. So I will be supportive of going out and getting incremental assets and resources to represent us in Tallahassee. For the fees that we're paying, I don't think it's wise. I think it's penny wise, pound foolish to sever a longstanding contract that we've had with the person that represents us. If we get additional help, perhaps then we can evaluate and say, this is what our lobbyist A is good at. This is what lobbyist B is good at. I don't know all the ins and outs in the history and things like that. Yesterday was my first personal conversation with Mr. Book, but from what I understand, he's brought us back a lot of significant financial grants and things like that over the years. So our ROI of maintaining him for the rather nominal fee that we have compared to what he's brought back over the years, I think it may not be wise at this time where we need all the resources that we can get in Tallahassee to actually start cutting some of those. So I'll be supportive of moving forward, allocating additional funds for additional resources in Tallahassee, but not supportive of terminating our existing contract.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I have similar thoughts as Commissioner Magazine. I think it's important to have a good team of individuals representing you in Tallahassee. It doesn't mean you only limit yourself to one company. There's nothing wrong with having a company that represents you and expanding to other firms that can also represent your interests and advocate on the city's behalf, and who may have relationships as well with other individuals. But I also want to acknowledge that under our current representation, year after year after year after year, we have been successful in fighting back against the powerful, very influential interests of casino gaming, for example. That is something that would have broad negative impacts in our city, across our city, had the interests in Tallahassee that have been financing political action committees been successful in their legislative efforts to change state law and preempt local regulations to insert these very dangerous casinos into our community that not only would impact the character of our community, would increase traffic, and would undoubtedly increase crime and bring in all sorts of social ailments into our community. It's been through our current lobbying team that we've been able to defeat those efforts. We've also had great success with our current lobbying team as it relates to funding. This year alone, I think we were in line at least
for three budget items in the budget. In the past, we've had so many projects that have benefited from resiliency grants. In fact, in today's commission meeting, we've been discussing 2 items on today's agenda that are benefiting from state grants. One being the First Street project. We're able to advance on an important infrastructure project that we've all said here how important it is to advance in this infrastructure project, in part because we've been able to benefit as a community from the state resiliency grants that we have in our coffers now, in part thanks to the lobbying efforts of our current team. We're also going to be advancing at some point at some location with a First Street with a Fire Station 1 at some location. We're only able to advance with that essential asset that our community needs for public safety thanks to resiliency dollars we've been able to get, not even through the legislature, but through the executive to bring back into our city through the efforts of our current lobbying team. That's not to say that there are not other entities and other companies in Tallahassee that could support us, that could help us advance our goals with anchoring limitation, or that could also join the fight in our efforts to defeat Live Local and that type of stuff. But I think we also need to be clear. Sometimes the things that we see coming from Tallahassee is a direct response to us. And to prior commissions and to other communities. I don't think it's a response to our lobbying team. It's a response to just other political matters going on. So I echo the comments of my colleague, Commissioner Magazine. I fully support expanding our lobbying team. I think we need all hands on deck, given the current climate. And that means also keeping with us the current team that we have that has been able to help fund and bring monies into the coffers of our city.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott.
So some of you may know that I'm a superstitious Red Sox fan. I don't like calling no-hitters before they're over. So could you just take back what you said about the casinos? Because to me, that sounds like a dare that we're going to be calling hellfire upon our heads. So, but I agree with you. I agree with you. That has been a win, and it will continue to be a win whenever it comes upon us, if it comes back upon us. I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Suarez. I hear your concerns, and they're not without merit. My view at this time is we need more hands on deck, not fewer. We lost somebody at the city. We have prodigious forces arrayed against us in Tallahassee. We get accepted from the list of exceptions constantly when decisions are made at the state level. Other cities in their entirety can get carved out of things, but Miami Beach isn't. Miami Beach, which is a city, a municipality, which sends more dollars to Tallahassee than any other municipality in the state other than Disney World. And so I think that keeping somebody on board who does have relationships for the time being at least, and bringing on other folks who might have different types of relationships is the way forward. And then we can assess after a year or 2 years, is this working? Is it beneficial? Are we seeing, something better that might serve us better in the future? I mean, we evolve as a city, our needs evolve, and our relationships evolve. And so at this time, I would be supportive of adding resources, and at this time, I would not be supportive of cutting this contract.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
Again, I would rather work with someone I can trust and not have a conflict of interest. If Mr. Book can go up here and through the chair and say that there's going to be no conflict of interest between the city and third parties, for example, developers that he may represent that have taken advantage of some of the preemption laws that have been recently passed at the state. I feel much more comfortable with him coming up here and telling us that there's going to be no more conflict of interests with his firm and anything that goes against the interests of our city.
Thank you. Since there are no, thank you, Mr. Book.
Mayor, through you, response to the question. Number one, I didn't get paid to represent anybody on Sunset Island, contrary to what's been represented. The representation on Sunset Island is an existing client relationship that I've represented for probably 30 years and did not see anything inconsistent with adding Sunset Island to what the city's goal was on the issue. That said, I won't take anything with a conflict of interest. And to the question raised as it related to homeless issues, I would simply respond by saying not only is that not a conflict, it is written into our agreement that specifically my civic role in the community as chair of the Homeless Trust specifically allows me to represent the trust's interest here before the city government. I take conflicts of interest extraordinarily seriously. We have a significant conflicts check system in our office, and we don't do it, number one. Number two, as it relates to any developers, we don't represent any developers on Miami Beach, period, end of story. While we were engaged with the related companies initially on the Deauville project that got turned down by the voters, that was the extent of that involvement. We haven't represented anybody before this city that provides any level of conflict. Our agreement that is written, signed, executed by both my firm and on behalf of the Rutledge Senior firm does not allow us to take such interests. We do not, and we will not.
Mr. Mayor, if I may continue, I want everyone to hear this and see exactly how these lobbyists perform. And you can hear what he said. I didn't take any money from Sunset Island. That's because Ron Book returned the money. I know this because I spoke to the individual that gave him the $50,000 to represent this. And so and this goes along the lines of what I'm saying is you cannot trust this firm because he's using double speak and he's trying to make you read between the lines saying where like, well, look, we didn't take any money technically, but you did, and then you returned it. And I have a big problem with that because he's telling us to our face that which is basically a lie. And so, look, this is a big conflict of interest. I'm not going to fall on the sword for this. I'm not going to look. If you guys want to move forward with this, I like working with people that I can trust and that have the best interest for us, not conflicts of interests. So, with that, that'll be my last comment.
Before, do you want to respond?
Simply say I'm happy to have the city attorney review everything in my firm and take a fair look at whether we took one penny from anybody and returned it. It's untrue, it's inaccurate, and that's all I can say to it. I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't mislead. My integrity is what it is, and I'll stand by my integrity and my honesty.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, and then let's vote.
I would like to point out the conflict with the Deauville. Here we are in a situation where we have been ignored by the people who wanted to develop the Deauville. We have assessed millions of dollars in fines to no avail. And then yet Mr. Book inserted himself into a political campaign against the city's interests, which was, by the way, defeated because the majority of our residents here really seem to care about the Deauville. So if you take, I don't know about this, this is the first that I've heard about the Sunset Islands donation, but if you look at the Sunset Island donation and you look at the Deauville and then you tack on to that, you know, some of the monies that we've been asked, whether it's the 1% tax or, you know, other funding, I think at this juncture, and also looking at the partisan situation in Tallahassee, what I would add is I don't think that we have, this is the primary reason is because we're not getting to the right people in Tallahassee enough to make the decisions in favor of our community. And now that I've heard about this additional donation and our lobbyists actually advocating against us, I had forgotten about the related. So thank you very much for pointing out the Deauville incident also. I would ask that we put out an RFP and let's see who do we get? Who's going to apply? Who will represent us? I mean, these are serious conflicts and the Deauville just makes me downright angry. And by the way, two of us already can't work with him. We don't get along with him. Actually, when I was in Tallahassee this past year, I used taxpayer money to fly up to Tallahassee, and I was not included on a single meeting. You did not call or email or include me. You didn't. The only reason I know this is because I was up in Tallahassee wondering where everyone was as I watched the other commissioners sit down at these meetings. So there's a conflict because, Mr. Book, you know that I've pushed up against several of these things in the past. So already one of us is being left out. And that's a serious issue. And now I see that Commissioner Suarez doesn't have a good relationship with him. So how can we move forward if several of us are being ignored or are not being able to work with him? Can't we just start anew with someone that doesn't have the conflicts, with a firm that doesn't have these issues? We're in the process right now of hiring somebody who's going to be our new legislative liaison, and maybe we should just wait until that person is hired, let that person say to us, here are some firms, and we will put out an RFP, and then make that decision then, instead of us making a decision right now based on something that I don't really think is good for the city of Miami Beach.
I'm going to speak actually, so we'll know where the votes are. I'm in the camp of pretty much what Commissioner Magazine Fernandez and Commissioner Bott said, so now you know where I am. I do not want to terminate your contract. We haven't always agreed on policy. The homeless trust is a perfect example. I think I voted against what you've advocated every single time, but this is a separate issue. I do believe, and I said at the beginning, I think we should look at potentially having additional firms at our disposal for specific issues. Depending on what the issue is, there may be a lobbyist that has more of an expertise than you do. But based on my due diligence in this area, you are a force in Tallahassee, and I think it would be a big loss to our city if we did not have you representing our issues on many of the important issues that are coming up, in conjunction with potential other lobbyists. Another avenue is, I'm not an expert on the lobbyist business, but when I saw $107,000 was the payment for your firm, I don't know what other people's reaction is to that. I actually thought it would have been higher. And again, I don't take taxpayers' monies and just throw it out. But in my mind, I had pictured, based on the work that I am envisioning is being done, that it would have been more. I know we've spent a lot more for less. So those are my thoughts. I want to say that. So I think we know where the votes are right now. So I'm happy to hear other comments, but we really should bring this to a landing because I think everyone knows where we are. Commissioner Suarez next, then Commissioner Fernandez, and let's take a vote.
I just want to say that he still represents Stephen Ross, where we don't know whether that's going to happen with the Deauville and apparently the Whitman family, which is another developer in South Florida. So, I think right now we need to make sure that there are no conflicts of interest moving forward, especially when it comes to development on Miami Beach.
Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow up, I think a number of us, the majority agrees that we should be expanding the pool. There should be a competitive solicitation for that. The one thing I would say, and I think that we should be mindful of, is that even expanding the pool, the reality of lobbying in Tallahassee is, some of these bigger companies, I'm pretty sure that, let's say like Capital City Consulting Group, I'm sure that a big company like that is going to have a conflict of interest in the city of Miami Beach. I'm sure that Southern Strategies is going to have a conflict of interest in Miami Beach. I'm sure some of the other, companies and individuals that lobby out there, like for example, there's one that is very close to the governor that helped us get funding that's in the budget to be signed by the governor. They're going to have a conflict of interest with Miami Beach because they too represent a developer in our city. It's the nature, and this is why there are conflict provisions. This is why even Mr. Book's firm, they have the contract with Rutledge, so that when there is a matter where Book may have a conflict on, well, then we go to Rutledge, where they've been helping us more. Rutledge has been taking the lead on the Live Local stuff and have been helping us with the unsafe structure stuff because they're more the experts on the land use matters and that type of material. So I just want us to be mindful of that even going out there into the marketplace and going into a solicitation process to see how we expand the pool. The reality is conflicts do exist, but the key is working with them so that they do not work on the issues that they're conflicted on. And that's our own due diligence as a city, that we just need to make sure that they're not working on issues that they are conflicted on. Thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez, and then let's vote.
Thank you. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Magazine, Mayor, and Fernandez. We've had Ron Book and his team for many years, and they've been a powerful voice for us and fought for us on many different items. If the body is looking to expand for additional lobbyists, I'm fine with that. I'm very supportive. I also want to clarify something that Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez said. One of the times I was up in Tallahassee, Commissioner Fernandez and I had set up a meeting with FDOT to talk about projects, and the city manager attended with us as well as our government person, but had nothing to do with Ron Book and his team, so they hadn't arranged that. It was us.
I don't think can I speak? I don't think that it was that one specific meeting. I think there were several, and I'm not blaming anyone. I just blamed, I'd be able, I just didn't think it was right that taxpayers had paid for my flight, and then I didn't get invited to the legislative meetings. I think that was immature and petty.
Okay, so I think we should take a vote on C7N. Does somebody want to make a motion? Well,
C7N. What is the process? To issue an RFP, RFQ? I'm happy to make a motion for how we go about allocating funds for additional lobbyists.
I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Raquel Williams.
Just clarifying that this item would allow the administration to develop a solicitation and then come back to the commission next month.
Okay, I make a motion to move forward with that.
Second. Okay, let's take a vote. Do we need to call a roll, Rafael? All in favor? Aye. Great, thank you.
And with C7AI, how we just?
I mean, there's no support, so I don't think this just dies. Call R9AH and C7BJ.
R9AH is discuss potential parking solution for West Avenue Phase 2.
It's a supplement related to the C7BJ.
C7BJ was not pulled from the consent agenda. That is West Avenue Project Amendment 2, expedited arbitration. It was an amendment, so we are adding that item now to the agenda, C7BJ.
Welcome.
9AH is a proposal from the community, WAVNA, and particularly residents of 1450, with the hopes of providing some additional residential parking spaces behind their building. How they propose to do that is to route the Baywalk through their parking lot, and then in exchange for the savings for the Baywalk, the city would build a structured parking deck for their use behind the building. It proposes to provide approximately 20 spaces for resident use. We have not been able to do the required due diligence, geotechnical, structural analysis, and other things. We do not recommend at this time to proceed with that proposal. Should the commission elect to do so, then we would have to go out and engage a consultant so that they can do the proper due diligence.
Thank you. That was concise and very clear, so I appreciate it. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting the addendum item on this agenda as a companion item. One of the issues that we're faced with here is that we have a big problem, and it's a loss of parking. it's a loss of residential parking along West Avenue for this project. We are at 100% design. We are at the goal line, and we're ready to move forward. And the last issue is parking. And so I put together an idea where similar to the First Street, there are in zone and 12 and the phase 2, there are about 133 commercial parking spaces that we should convert to a hybrid of residential parking spaces so that there is no net loss to residential parking in this zone. And so I think also there's been discussions with CIP on the end of Lincoln Road where Nancy's building is. They were going to cut it down to I think two spots in front of her building and one spot across. They are now willing to put in, I think, 5 on the north side, 4 on the south side, and also squeeze in 2 more spots in front of Stefan's. And from speaking with them, they're okay with that. I also invite them to speak. So, look, I'm an engineer by background. I like to solve problems. I'm not doing this for any sort of compensatory funds. I'm not getting a campaign contribution. I just go down West Avenue every day, and it's like a third world country road. It's been like that for about 7 years. It's awful. And look, again, same thing on First Street. You know, we talk about resiliency, we talk about moving forward on projects. And here's another project that has been stalled, and we are unfortunately not going to move forward because of an issue that we can't resolve. And I'm hoping that with my item and my idea, which David Martinez can speak, we'll resolve that so that there are no net loss spots. Now, granted, the residents that normally park where they park, they may have to move, may have to park a half a block away or a block away. But again, you know, this project is very important for resiliency. You know, a lot of us talk about protecting the bay and cleaning the bay. This project is going to put injection wells all along West Avenue so that when it rains, the initial flush water of 2 inches of rain go into the ground and not directly into the bay. For every year that happens, every rainstorm we have, it's polluting the bay because we don't have the proper technology to treat that. And so I want to see if there is a consensus to bring this to a close and bring it to a landing. You know, my idea is to save the parking for residents and move the project forward finally, because it's been 7 years.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will go ahead and speak on the item as well before we hear then from the city administration. So this particular item has been going on for some time, and the city has also experienced issues with the vendor. And resiliency and completing the project is very important, but so is the parking spaces for the residents. The people on the south side of West Avenue are not affected by this, by phase 2. It's the people on the north side, and I've heard from them in droves. Some of them are here in the audience today. And the solution that's being proposed is to change the commercial corridor into a hybrid. Well, none of the commercial businesses have been notified on this item, so it's bad government form to bring this onto an agenda 12 hours before a meeting without even consulting the affected people. And somebody like Nancy Duke, who lives on Lincoln Court, would have to walk 3-4 blocks to get to Alton Road, where some of these parking spaces are needed. So I would like to request to defer this item so that the businesses and residents can be heard. We're all looking for solutions. I love an engineer's mind, and I appreciate Commissioner Suarez, who's working hard to try to find a solution. I live in that area too, very close. I see it every day. But losing parking is not good for that area. Right now, the pump station is being built next to the post office. I go to that post office often. I can't tell you how difficult it is to find parking for a 2-minute transaction because there's no parking at the post office. And then on Lincoln Court, the businesses there are doing major reconstruction and remodeling where Civita 105 was, and there is no parking there because more often than not, there's construction trucks and things of that nature. So people can't go to Trader Joe's or to the post office. And if this proceeds without adequately doing it, vetting the parking for the residents, they're going to be lost as well.
Sure. Just for clarity, the R9AH was the proposal from the residents about the structured parking. That is the one that the administration is not in support of. The conversion of, or the hybrid of the spaces was actually a short-term solution that was discussed and approved by the commission a while back. That item is about referring it to land use to get it installed as a permanent conversion.
Your mic, we got your mic back.
I'm sorry?
Can you hit?
Yeah, but this, but this item came up, and I was, hold on, sure, this item came up, and then and it was my understanding that we were either going to move forward with the project or cancel the project. So
I apologize if I misunderstood.
Yeah, my understanding was that this was a referral to land use that was pulled and then placed for a vote to be taken today. And
this is a discussion.
until the parking is ironed out, we can't vote on something because it's not there.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, again, you know, it's not lost on me. We're talking about climate change and resiliency projects, and we're trying to go above and beyond to accommodate more cars, more parking. I started going to discussions on this before my daughter was born, and she's now 7 years old. My entire family lives on West Avenue. We continue to walk down the same streets and sidewalks that haven't been paved, that continue to be neglected. I have friends that have moved out of town, not moved apartments, moved out of town because of the state of this street, right? We need to prepare not just for today, but for the future, because it'll be my daughter Capri that's 7 years old. It's not just us that are benefiting from these resiliency projects, but it's for our next generation. And we've had 7 years to iron out the parking for so many of these capital and infrastructure projects that we all campaign on. We all put these cute talking points in our campaign flyers and emails. We need to put our money where our mouth is. For all of these projects, there are going to be unintended consequences. Nobody wants to do this stuff. Nobody wants to spend $100 million to prepare for the future, but it's necessary. And whether it be the fire station or First Street or West Avenue, there are going to be things that we all need to sacrifice, we all need to deal with, but it's imperative that we move forward. We can't just keep kicking this down the road. We are in very real danger of losing this contractor. And if we lose them, it's one of 3 contractors in the entire state that can do this project. We have to start from ground zero. This project, I think, was originally allocated like $30 million. And now because of delays, we're up to $110 million. We're not going to pay that. It's going to be my daughter that pays that over the next 30 years. And I don't want that $100 million to now balloon into $200 million. So while it's incumbent upon all of us to work together going forward to find parking solutions, we can't allow that or any imperfection to hold up these projects. So I make a commitment that we find any and all solutions to mitigate the impacts on residential quality of life for this. But just like I had to deal with this in front of my building, right? And a business, Anthony's Pizzeria, went out of business because of this. But guess what? Since that's happened, We haven't had one single drop of water accumulate on our street in front of us on 6th Street, right? From my balcony, I can see on 8th Street where we stopped the project that continues to flood in an afternoon rainstorm right out front of an old people's home. Those people can't come out of their buildings, quite literally cannot come out of their buildings because we paused this infrastructure project there. So while there's unintended consequences of going forward, there are very real tangible consequences of not going forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
And Commissioner Magazine brought up a really good point. We're very close to losing this contractor, and this contractor desperately wants to be out of this job. He does not want to do this job because he is locked in at a certain price. And if we lose this contract because of how construction costs have gone through the roof over the last couple of years, we're going to be paying 3 to 4 times more than what we're paying than what was originally agreed on. And can you imagine that? Hundreds of millions of dollars, where we have an option now to save parking and move forward with a project that's desperately needed and have no net loss to residential parking, or we can risk making our taxpayers pay hundreds of millions of dollars more than what is currently on the books for and what we are locked in. And so, again, just like First Street, we need to move forward and stop stalling these projects because our children are going to be the ones that pay the price.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
There's a reason that we had put a pause on these. And the reason is that when we initially completed Sunset Harbor, it filled up like a fishbowl. Okay, and it continually flooded these properties. And I don't even want to mention what happened to the poor people on Palm and Hibiscus Island. We literally ruined their island. We took away all the parking because we didn't have these discussions. Okay, their houses flood because we raised the streets higher than their homes. And to date, they can't fix it. So while right now we're flooding 10 days a year, we still can't seem to get to a place where we're not impacting our quality of life and we're doing the resiliency projects, which is why I'm so excited for Joe Gomez's hotspot program, where we can go in and pave a sidewalk and take the $85 million and fix these hotspot areas. Because obviously, if I lived on West Avenue, I'd say, great. You know why? Because I don't need to park. I can walk over to the market. But unfortunately, so many of us that live in homes, we have to park and we have no other resources. And people are complaining all the time. I sent out an email yesterday, and more than anything else, people were very upset about the fact that we closed that parking lot next to Trader Joe's, next to the post office. They can't go to the post office. They can't go supermarket shopping. So we need to think of the needs of everyone when we do these projects. Now, what we're asking for is, at this moment, we want replacement parking. Why are people here? Well, I see one business owner who's really concerned that people aren't going to be able to get to his hotel because there's no alternative. What should we have done? We should have been proactive a couple of years ago and built a parking garage. And then we wouldn't be in this situation right now. And I know that, David, are you a millennial or are you a Generation Xer?
I'm a pioneer millennial.
Okay.
One of the first millennials.
But yeah, so I mean, I see you guys around on your Whizzits and Who's-Its, but I have a car, okay? And I have kids. I would be so afraid to whiz around, but I feel like eventually I'm going to have no choice but to get on one of those little cruisers because there's going to be nowhere else to go and no parking to be had. So while you increase density, which means I don't care if we remove parking requirements, which is another thing that everybody up here seems to, you still have families and children, extreme weather, rain events, reasons to take cars. And I don't want to ruin people. There has to be a way to complete this project without ruining people's quality of life. What does that mean? It means if I've owned an apartment on West Avenue my entire life and I've been able to park on the street. All of a sudden, where am I going? Because the city hasn't provided anything. We asked them to find parking in the private sector. It has not been. And by the way, I remember. Do you remember? We don't even have a private garage that we could use. We've negotiated nothing, and yet you have negotiated a private garage for some of the spaces.
Through the mayor, commissioner, it was a previous commission resolution that was approved several months ago for 50 spaces in one of Mr. Galbut's garages at a maximum of $75,000 a year, and that was during the construction process. It was one of the short-term parking solutions.
Okay, so it's a short-term solution, and that's the whole point, is that it's not a solution because it's only temporary. So we have to move forward. Fine, but as we chip away at people's quality of life, and I swear we can't go back on Palm and Hibiscus, and we cannot go back. We can't go back in Sunset Harbor where they still flood every time there's no redundancy on a pump. Okay, and there are horror stories. What I'd like to see moving forward is just have the solutions before you start. That's fine, but you have no solution.
Commissioner Suarez, and let's wrap it up.
I totally respect the fact that parking is a quality of life, but right now, the thousands of people that walk and drive and bike and scooter on West Avenue, their quality of life is every day that they take those roads. It's worsening. It's getting worse on the roads. I mean, it's like a roller coaster, and there's potholes everywhere. It looks like a quilt patch. That's a quality of life issue. I don't think killing this project is the right step forward, and I think that's what my colleague Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is saying, is trying to attempt. Also, the parking in front, for example, of Nancy's building. I just had a discussion with her and Stefan and Tim outside this chambers, and we showed them that we're not going to have only 2 parking spaces in front of both buildings. They're going to be able to retain 9 and 2 additional possible ones in front of Stefan's, and they were very open to that, and they like that idea. So that's not going to change. I mean, it's not going to be 14 what it is. It's going to be 9. And by the way, also we have a public garage, Sunset Garage, which can also be accommodating to Zone 12 parking spaces, where you can use the pedestrian bridge to go between Sunset Garage and West Avenue. And so if I live on West and I don't use the car every day, but I use it sporadically, I would much rather have my car in a garage, which has plenty of space, by the way, where it's covered and safe and it's not going to get hit by a drunk driver on the road, than on the street. And so again, there's going to be no net loss to residential parking with this idea.
Commissioner Suarez, the only thing I'd like to correct on the record is that I'm not trying to kill a project.
Okay.
I'm trying to gain consensus the right way before we do something that we're later on going to regret.
Yeah. My only thing is that we're at 100%.
I don't want to kill it. I mean, I just want to work with community members who are upset. And by the way, if you were to go and really send out an email to all of Miami Beach and explain to them, here's what's going to happen. We're losing these parking spaces. You would see that the outcry would be overwhelming. I'm not saying that we're not going to suffer. Okay, that's it. We'll suffer a little bit. But I don't know about this plan, but I do support I do support Commissioner Dominguez, who would like to take a step back and reevaluate, not because we don't want to move forward. We just want to move forward the right way. And I'm willing to look at your plan too in a public forum with the community. And I think that we've seen over time that this is the only way to do this. And the reason that it's taken so many years is because we haven't really gotten the consensus until it was too far. So, I mean, I trust me, I would like to move forward, but we can't like this.
So what I'm reading the room here. We do not have a consensus to move forward. There's an addendum item that I will approve unless anybody has some strong objections. I believe it's your item, Commissioner Suarez, to refer to land use for potential parking solutions. I mean, this is a great discussion, but it's a discussion item. It's not even a voting item. We need to get just sort of similar to what we said on the First Street. Do we have a commitment that we are going to come up with some solutions, work with the residents? By the way, thank you, WAVNA, Nancy as well. You guys carry your weight in working on these issues, so it's really appreciated. But we do need to move forward. We can't keep saying that we're a city of resiliency and then punt these issues indefinitely. Commissioner Suarez.
No, you can't.
That's fair, and you're the Commissioner Fernandez. You have the floor.
Okay. You know, the reality is that all these projects, as has been mentioned before, will come with some sort of an impact. We can choose what the impacts will be. It's a short-term impact on parking while we find a more permanent solution, because I do think, for example, have we spoken with Michael Schvo? I think Michael Schvo at some point had made some sort of offer and was interested in collaborating with the city in finding some sort of solution to expand the availability of parking. So we're recouping 44 parking spaces. We're at a deficit of 58 parking spaces. Are we, again, and I mentioned it with the First Street project, are we willing to sacrifice our reputation with the credit rating agencies and all these other entities that have then a citywide impact, an impact on the fiscal health of our city, over 58 parking spaces? Over 58 parking spaces that perhaps we could partner with a private entity that perhaps could help us solve that? I think it's short-sighted of us to the risks that we have on the table, the long-term risks to the future generation. We need to advance with these projects, and so it seems like the votes are not here today, but it seems like, you know, perhaps we should move this to land use, where perhaps I hope someone can reach out to Michael Schvo and see. Oh, you know, it seems like Commissioner Dominguez reached out, and I don't know if I can yield to her and regain the floor afterwards.
Yes, let me add you, Commissioner Dominguez.
We're gonna get those reading glasses for the mayor.
Doing okay here.
Okay, thank you. So last night at the mayor's virtual town hall, I mentioned that I have been working on a solution that's not quite baked yet, and that's exactly what it is. I've been speaking with Alfredo Gonzalez and the Michael Schvo team on a partnership for his project, and happy to bring it at the land use. I'm not ready to discuss it today.
So I will make a motion to refer this to a special meeting of the land use committee. The same meeting where we will discuss First Street, let's discuss this item. And let's just be realistic about it, members of the committee. We're gonna have to dedicate the morning to one item because these are long discussions, and the afternoon to another item, because I just think that that's the reality of these discussions. The public is gonna want to weigh in, the businesses are going to want to weigh in, and we're all going to have our strong opinions about it. So let's just dedicate one day of our agendas to discuss these two projects and come back at the June meeting. But at the June meeting, I am moving forward on this item, and I'm moving forward on the other item. I am not going to jeopardize our city's future over parking spaces. And I need to put that on the record. It was a commitment that I made. I am running to make our city safer, cleaner, and more resilient and beautiful Miami Beach. And we are lacking on the resilient part. We saw in the survey that our staff presented to us, we're doing great. We've improved on public safety. We improved on quality of life. We've improved on our city's image. That's what Amy Knowles was showing to us from the community survey. But we have not advanced on the resiliency part. And my commitment was a cleaner, safer, more resilient, and beautiful Miami Beach. we need to do better on the resilient part. June, I hope that we can take a final vote on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I agree, Commissioner Fernandez. One thing that is lost in a lot of these discussions is the entire streetscape of West Avenue is being held up in these delays. This should be one of the preeminent streets, aesthetic-wise, in all of our city. This is one of the highest density residential areas, but there are parts of this street, in fact, the overwhelming part of the street, where the sidewalk, you cannot navigate down the sidewalk with two people. I'm not making that up. In front of the Mirador projects, that sidewalk is not compatible for two people, yet we have 5 lanes of traffic going across. And that's why we have speeding, is because right now, this road is designed as a highway. Yet you can't have a child and her father walk down the sidewalk hand in hand. So all of this delay, yes, maybe people will have to go into a parking garage next to the Trader Joe's to have to go to the post office. But you know what? I'll get to walk down the sidewalk with my daughter holding her hand without being afraid to get hit by a car because there's 5 lanes of traffic and a 4-foot wide sidewalk.
Commissioner Bott, and then Stefan Janae from West Avenue. I'm going to grant him a minute or two.
So, you know, I'm finding it slightly amusing that this is an item that is almost the exact opposite of the First Street conversation from this morning. Everything we were trying to protect in First Street, we're taking an opposite point here. And this is why these issues are so intractable and take so long. And the fact that we have a god-awful road in West Avenue, which is a roller coaster of a ride and where harmonization was an issue, is because when several administrations ago started working on these types of projects, it was the notion of, you know, do it now and ask questions later. And mistakes were made. And we as a city have learned a very tough and expensive lesson, and our residents have learned very difficult and unfortunate lessons because in the first slew of resiliency projects, things weren't vetted as robustly as we have learned they need to be. And I'm not putting that on the staff. I'm saying the direction was given, let's just make it happen. And now we have learned, all of us collectively have learned over the last decade or so, that sometimes you have to slow down at the 11th hour to make some final adjustments to get it correct. And as correct as we get it, it will never be perfect for everybody. But I'm supportive of referring these 2 idens to a special land use committee meeting. I will tell you that there is another garage on West Avenue that is being investigated by the city administration just to poke around to see if we might be able to take that on, which would be a different option than building something new. The location isn't necessarily ideal, but it is a possibility. You know, as I mentioned in the previous item, angled parking, and I know there are safety concerns, I'm not minimizing that, but angled parking could be something that could be tossed into the mix. We know that speeding happens when you have wider streets, and we're not trying to make things less navigable because of traffic issues, but if we narrow the streets and do angled parking and make them slower streets with more parking, that's maybe something to be considered. And I'm quite sure that there are urban planners out there who can tell us how to do angled parking in a way that it buffers and protects to the best of our abilities. Sidewalk issues that you mentioned, Commissioner Magazine, are endemic throughout our cities. We went on a walkthrough on 71st Street last week, right, Joe? And we were looking at the sidewalks, and you know, there are places where, God forbid, you have a stroller or a wheelchair or a shopping cart, you can't get by unless you shimmy. So let's move this conversation to the Land Use Committee. Let's move on through the rest of the agenda, and let's get this ironed out. We're at the 11th hour, and we can do this and come back in June and vote.
Thank you, Stefan.
Welcome. Good morning, and thank you again. It's another time in West Avenue. First of all, you know, I want to commit, and I want to really say thank you to all of you, because I know you all want to help us. And we have different approach to this, but, you know, some of you have been on the commission for longer, and you do understand what the trouble we went through. a lot of frustration was built up simply because for our neighborhood, we had to fight for every single item. There's some neighborhoods, they were simply said, we don't want to raise the street, move on. And they said, no problem. For us, we had to fight for not paying a fee to connect to the water. Then we had to fight to move the pump. Then we had to fight for the harmonization. Then we had to fight for parking. It is a constant battle. I don't know why us, but this is a part of why we're here. And I want to congratulate you, Commissioner Bat, for bringing an item about making sure that residents are involved from day one. It is critical. We knew from the beginning, and you all knew, like the pump and things would not work. It got designed, we spent money, it was not worth it. I'm very optimistic about this. We had very good conversation and some discussion as early as this morning. So there's good solution. We have the solution in place. The solutions are there. We just need to make sure that they're fine-tuned, that everybody understands them, and that we can put it in writing so we can share them with all the residents. It doesn't have to be a big meeting, but this is simply telling the resident, these are our solution. You're going to be able to do this, or this is an alternative on this. But everything is in the details. I just want to, we had talked about with Commissioner Suarez this morning about the dual meter system. Works great, but we do need to make sure that at 6 p.m. and after, this is only for residents. So everything is in place there. We just don't want to make sure that it's happening. And we will work with you. And I really believe that thanks to Commissioner Fernandez, if he's willing to do this meeting, we can hammer this down. We can make a list and get it done. We just need to have, a commitment to have something in writing. Credibility is gone, and that's why from the residents, we want something in writing. The parking, addition parking that we had talked about was brought up in November. So we just got a little drawing. We're told it's in the plan, but we don't see it in the plan. We just want a plan that shows it all. That's all we want. My last thing I want to add is, and I know the city attorney is doing a great job about handling the relationship with the contractor. I'm just extremely concerned about working with somebody that doesn't want to do the job. To me, my concern is like if I would hire somebody to build my house, my hotel, and the person told me before he starts building, I do not want to finish your project, I know what's going to happen. We're going to have more problem, and then even if we come up with a way of handling arbitration or anything like this, there's always going to be an issue just like we're in now. Is it worth $3 million or $300,000? And we will have this for 3 years. This is a marriage. The prenup is not strong, and I'm expecting a lot of problems. And my concern is the problems when they arise, when we're already digging in the street, are going to be very difficult to handle. We'll be in bad situation. So this is something I'm concerned about. And thank you very much.
And Commissioner Fernandez, then we'll take the vote.
Yeah, and I just, Stefan mentioned something that was brought up earlier, which is the relationship with Rickman, and my gut feeling is kind of like the same thing. Why am I going to be dating someone that doesn't want to date me? Why, if they don't want to be in the relationship, what's that, Joe? The story of your life. If they don't want to be in a relationship with us, in this case, a contractual professional relationship, why continue with them? And I started thinking, the moment we start, breaking ground, like anything in construction, especially large projects like this, that things will happen, bad things will happen. And it makes it so much worse when it's someone that just wants to be out of the relationship. But then when I started asking, what our options really are, the options are not good for the city. Going with another contractor, just, from the very superficial thing, even cost. Wise. And so unfortunately, while I would like us to explore that, because I do think, why be in a situation and in an agreement with someone that is just doesn't want to be there. There's no positive to it going with another company, because just even on the cost front, it's not going to be good or even realistic. We're not going to be able to afford it likely if we were to go out there in the market again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll take the vote. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to say something, City Manager?
I just want to strongly recommend that we pursue item C7BJ and have that arbitration amendment. I think it's very important, notwithstanding additional conversations that the commission may want to have at committee. I do think that item is critical.
Yeah, I mean, I had this sort of a side conversation with Rick, whether we need to go forward today, because this item was added pretty late, and I've heard some objection to voting on this since it was a late item. But if people want to vote, if you guys want to vote, I'll vote.
To do, if it's acceptable, is what Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, which is to have a discussion about this at land use to give us time, to give me time to work with Alfredo Gonzalez and the Michael Schvo team on the parking solution that I had discussed with them previously.
Is the recommendation then to defer C7BJ? Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, and we're gonna hold off on that for now. Commissioner Fernandez, yes, we're about to take the vote on your motion.
That we have so that before the June meeting we can come with a final recommendation that we can either accept or deny at the June meeting, but June just move forward. And I hope, do we all agree to move forward on something with this on June? Yeah, that's 6 weeks away. So I see, including myself, that's 4 of us that are committing that in June we will move forward and bring closure to this process once and for all. That's 4 of us that have put that on the record here today. So we'll have a special meeting before the June meeting of the Land Use Committee.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and then we're taking the vote. We're taking the vote. Everyone spoke. Everyone spoke. We're taking the vote. But I just want to say that I am going to give you my commitment that I am going to vote. So whoever wants to call us, reach out to us, email us, do not wait for the last night. Let's do it in advance. I can tell you that myself and the team in the mayor's office are going to have a sense of urgency on these 2 items in your land use, city administration as well. 2 things are happening. 1, these projects get delayed, and that is causing a problem in our city. These are important projects. We need to move forward. The other thing is, because they get delayed, we keep talking about them at every meeting. We take an hour on every one of these items, and then important public safety items, quality of life items do not get heard at these meetings. So June, it's it. We vote yes, no, but we're moving on. Let's take the vote. Why we cannot continue these meetings like this? You spoke like 4 times in this item already.
C7AQ. C4AQ, sorry. That's the item that should be referred to the special land use meeting. R9AH isn't even recommended by city staff. So I just want to make sure.
That is correct. That is correct. Both are referred. All in favor? We're going to recess. We're taking a meeting of the committee as a whole. We're going to discuss the charter review proposal from the Charter Review Committee, and we'll be back approximately 1 o'clock for a Sudnick hour. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back for the afternoon session of our commission meeting. We had a meeting of committee of the whole, the commissioners. We were discussing potential charter review amendments that we are going to continue discussing and then vote on in July, whether this should go on for voter referendum for our voters and residents. For our voters and residents to vote on whether we should make amendments to our charter. We do that every 10 years, a charter, a deep dive. And so kudos to the individuals who have spent the last year and a half and 18 meetings putting that together in the recommendations, which we may or may not accept. I see. Thank you for one of our members who actually laughed at that. Sutnick hour or half hour.
So our first virtual, in person. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Mary Kyneth. My address is 1800 Sunset Harbor, Miami Beach. And I'm here on behalf of item R9X, which is a teacher appreciation. I sit in the QEC, and I was the chair of the subcommittee that took on this item for a deep discussion. We live in a very unique city in which when we have active events, our teachers commute to come to teach our children here at school. It has gotten longer and longer and longer. We want to continue to be the trailblazer city as we are with QEC and be able to show appreciation to our teachers, a profession that's been constantly being attacked and a profession that is needed in order for any other professions to actually exist. So we want to ask the mayor and the commission to put together, obviously not for this year, but for next year, a teacher appreciation event during the month of May that we could show as the city our appreciation for our teachers that put up with all the traffic that we do every single day, but they do it to come and teach and enlighten our students. The other thing that I want to talk about is an item that is being discussed for the transfer of the city-funded VPK that is in Biscayne to be moved to Feinberg-Fisher. I'm in agreement for that. We constantly have more than 15, more than 20 parents on wait lists every single year when we do the lottery, and there's really nowhere for them to go. And it is a great opportunity for us to be able to have that additional VPK class here at Feinberg. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Nicole M. Nicole, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nicole Morse. My address is 4200 Community Drive, West Palm Beach, and I'm speaking to the invocation which was offered today. The mayor has frequently stated that this is a nonpartisan meeting and has actually cut off a number of Jewish speakers who were trying to address agenda items blocking protest by saying that it was a nonpartisan meeting and that we could not discuss the State of Israel, but today the Commission invited the Consul General of Israel to give an invocation which praised the soldiers of the IDF. This means that on today, Nakba Day, which is the day when we recognize 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed in 1948, the Miami City Beach Commission is taking a decidedly partisan stance on an international issue. The Nakba is ongoing as we are seeing the Israeli genocide enter its 8th month. It is disgraceful
It's
that
amazing
this
how
body
you just
is
continue to
silencing
keep
citizens.
keep going at it when I've asked you not to make political accusations. But continue.
You continue to make political statements by bringing in the State of Israel and by pledging fealty to a foreign nation. And that means that citizens should have the right to weigh in on that same issue, on that same nation state.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Our next speaker, Mr. Basabi, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. State Representative Fabian Basabi, 9 Island Avenue. I came here today on a personal reason, not to make it about politics, but it came to my attention that there was a rumor being spread that I somehow defunded the Holocaust Memorial. And in these times, that is probably one of the most offensive things to me personally, to the cities I represent, and to the state of Florida. I'm coming here to correct it. We haven't had a chance, Mr. Mayor, to do some of the more ceremonial things, but I assure you, as your office knows, record funding was delivered for the memorial. And I came here on top of that to present something to the commission, and I'll put it in your hands, Mr. Mayor, for the city. This is something that I did as a session gift in Tallahassee. I delivered personally, by hand, this book to every member of the House, Senate, and the governor's cabinet. And it is titled The Jewish Book of Knowledge. It's a beautiful coffee table book. Actually, the whole production was done by a fellow partner in leadership in our communities, who is a commissioner in Bay Harbor Islands, Ezzy Rappaport, who's become a good friend and advocate for common sense. I think if we can invite people to further educate themselves, if they can't make a human decision just on the actions of October 7th alone, some people might not know their history or history at all, which is why we are always and consistently doomed to repeat ourselves. I think this book might be an asset to the city. So here.
Thank you. City Attorney, are we allowed to accept the gift? Thank you. I actually would like to put this out sort of in the public reading room as people come in, and this way anybody who comes into City Hall can come read it.
It's a beautiful book, and I think people will gain a lot from it. And I know a lot of times people see me, they're expecting a legislative update. It's just not ready. I know that there are aspects of the governor's agenda and budget that might be available, but we are not complete. I'm still waiting on some things to be signed off on, and I'll be back at the next commission with a more formal approach to that. A comprehensive plan, recap on everything for my first term. And anyway, good to see you all.
Thank you, Representative Basabi, for coming in. By the way, I had not heard that rumor about the Holocaust Memorial, so either I'm out of the loop or it's a poorly spread rumor.
Oh, thank you. Well, good. Then I nipped it in the butt early because it was just shocking to me. And listen, we all run, well, a lot of us run clean campaigns, and we just try to keep it above board. So let's make it about the work.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Our next virtual speaker is Howard Weisner. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Howard Weisner at 13 Lincoln Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I've written, okay, 77-year-old, I'll try to do this fast, 77-year-old Jewish male, disabled, living at 1340 Lincoln Road, and have a wife who's Asian, and we have a 7-year-old miracle daughter. We're not accepted by the Jewish because my wife's not Jewish, and my daughter wants to be Jewish, but she's having trouble at North Beach because there's a lot, with all this anti-Semitism. Now, 9 years we've lived at this condo, And here's the issue. Next door, 1300, they have a bodega, and they put in a loud, noisy generator. I've written you many times before the election and after, because you and the commission, most of them when they were coming around campaigning last year, just get in touch with me if you have any problems. Well, the problem is that the noise is in Miami Beach is not tested with a DBA tester. Other municipalities, other countries, they use a DBA tester to see if it's noisy, but not in Miami Beach. They have the building department send out a 20-year-old kid to see if it's working for 5 minutes. And he says it's okay. He doesn't test for noise because he doesn't live next door. Now, I've been fighting with this board for years. I used to be on the board. I was vice president myself. There's a new vice president, I found out, because I got an email by mistake. She turns out it says liaison to the mayor and the commission. And that scared my wife because it had a picture of our balcony from across. Somebody took it from across the street on Lincoln Road. We're on the top floor. So they must have got somebody.
Mr. Weisner, I need you to start wrapping up, please.
Say that again?
I need you to start concluding. Your time is up. Go ahead, please.
So the point is, I got in touch with the ethics department, the commission, and telling them about Gloria Campos is stalking me as a vice president and using her power with the mayor and the commission. Now, the commissioners don't write me anymore. The mayor doesn't write me. So I'm all alone, and everybody here hates the Jews
Thank
and
you.
the Asians.
Thank you, sir.
So that's the problem. I
Thank you.
need help.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, thank you for calling in. Yeah, you had reached out many, many times on that noise generator issue, which I had forwarded to the city administration, and I know people had looked into it. Obviously, it's not resolved. I don't recall receiving something from you recently, and I apologize if I missed it. But I know our city has looked into it, and we admittedly have not been able to resolve your issue, but I'm happy to try again. We do have a new city manager, and we'll take a fresh look at it. So thanks for calling in.
Go ahead, sir. Name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue. I'm Russian-born American citizen, resident of Miami Beach. I have a 50-ton master's captain's license. Every Florida law enforcement agency has the authority to deal with derelict and at-risk derelict vessels in order to have them removed. The definition of a derelict and at-risk derelict vessels are clearly spelled out in Florida statutes, and the identification and removal process has been made easier. There is funding from Florida WINCD agency, as well as funding from the Florida legislature. In addition, they all have the authority to inspect vessels for compliant waste disposal. This is all clearly spelled out in Florida Statutes 327. Cutting access to shore by the city of Miami Beach to live aboard non-derelict or at-risk derelict vessels means finding everyone guilty. It is cruel, inhumane, and borderline barbaric practice. I'd rather find 10 innocent people guilty than one guilty innocent. Joseph Stalin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I just want to state that when you folks were elected, the new commissioners, and even in the past, I really respect Laura, and I respect Kristen, and I respect our mayor. Law and order was the important aspect that voters voted for, and that's why you're in office. And I think you've done an exceptional job, whether it was March Madness or the ridiculous protests against the state of Israel. that blocked the convention center and millions of dollars of commercial activity against the principles of democracy and capitalism. Whether it was yelling at an elderly person, shame, shame, shame in his face from 3 inches away, that had nothing to do with the war. And that young lady that came on with her demagoguery, I have to say that Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Assad killed 600,000 Syrians in the past decade, placed 12 million in permanent relocation. And that's half the population, and starved 1 million people. That's what we're dealing with. And the same would have happened to Israel after October 7th if they did not stand guard. And thank God for the United States. Thank God for Israel. Thank God for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. I want to bring up an issue that we have in Sunset Harbor. We have FPL lines running on 18th Street all the way up to Walton, while the rest of the neighborhood was all underground. And I thought that the city had a program that was moving most of the lines underground. So I don't know if something is they haven't looked at it for a while, but all along 18th Street from Bay to Walton, all the lines are there. I know they took it off out in front of the towing companies because the new building that was being built, they put everything underneath it. But the other area is still sitting there in Sunset Harbor. We also support R5J, and Tanya tried very hard to we had hours and hours of meeting. We tried so hard to actually get some type of compromise, and that did not happen. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, and we'll follow up on the FPL. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Gigi Gutierrez. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gigi Gutierrez, and my address is 1051 Euclid. I am a conflict resolution specialist, mediator, and Miami Beach resident. I'm concerned about the conflicts on Miami Beach. Although I must acknowledge that they have significantly decreased over the recent months. However, I am addressing participation for the high season. I am addressing preparation for the high season and diversity of tourists. One way we can prepare is by understanding how to de-escalate from not only the perspective of law enforcement. I'm talking about a well thought out plan by commission and its leaders, given the 12 million diverse background of people that we have coming each year. My solution is for the commission to take time to understand who is coming, why, and know their expectations. As of now, the bridge between locals and tourists, as well as businesses and political leaders, seem to be far apart. So when we talk about solving the problems on Miami Beach, let's think in terms of conflict resolution and mediation. Thank you for your time. My name is Gigi Gutierrez.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Miami Beach Boat Association. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Carlos Leon, president of the Miami Beach Boaters Association. I'm just calling to ask and as a human to stop harassing us every time with the agenda. Please, we can't be doing this every month. Please leave us alone. We don't do anything to you guys. Please stop harassing us. Even the commissioner's wife said that she flew drones and took pictures of my wife. The harassment to us is real. We got a lawyer already. We don't want to go in litigation in federal court against you guys, but you guys are forcing our hands. Please reconsider. Stop harassing the boaters, please.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Andy. Andy, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Andrew Gively. I live at 1661 West Avenue. I'm calling in support of the Miami Beach Boaters Association. R5J violates the Eighth Amendment. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. As this commission is aware, the Supreme Court is currently hearing a case on a similar city that tried to attack their homeless population. The reason the boaters are living out there is because the city over decades has failed to implement affordable housing for its residents. And now, instead of wanting to address the issue, the city is merely trying to illegally evict these residents on the water rather than trying to work with them. And trying to cut off access to food, water, land, and necessary resources could be seen as a cruel and unusual punishment in a court of law. Furthermore, it violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that a group of individuals may not be targeted by a government agency because they do not fit with the demographic of this city, because they're low income, because they're minorities, because they're disabled. And we find that we have a mooring field coming. If the city's intention is to work with the boaters, then let's work on the mooring field. But the reality is that none of those boats are going to leave when you cut off access to the dock. And so you're not really solving any of the issues. You're still going to have to look at boats outside of your condo every day. You're only punishing the residents living on the boat. And I believe it's very cruel, and you should reconsider and wait for the mooring fields and the lawyers in the lawsuit that's coming. I mean, that's the end goal, and we'd rather work something out, but if we have to settle this in court, we will settle it. And finally, to the public, if you'd like to donate to our cause, go to gofundme.com/Miami Beach Boaters. We've already raised $8,000.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
My name is Jose Frias. I'm part of the Marine Waterfront Property Authority. We support unanimous R5J, that is the resolution David Suarez about the Sunset Ramp. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Kenneth Barnes. Unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes and state your name, please.
Yes. My name is Kenneth Barnes, and I live in Miami, Florida. I want to state that, Mayor Minor, your hypocrisy drippeth over. I stood before you on 2 occasions, and you said that we could not talk about anything political. Yet you have the audacity to bring in the Consul General for your invocation and to talk about the IDF. To the life of me, I do not understand how you can tell me that I have to shut up and you allow anybody that talks in favor of Israel or talks in favor of the war, they have a right to speak, and you don't interrupt them. I don't understand you. It's beyond my ken. That's all I can say. I agree totally with what Nicole M. said. I think she stated it very accurately, and for people to be criticizing her is also total hypocrisy. So please reconsider what you're saying and pay attention to what you're saying. How in the world can you allow, how in the world can you silence those who disagree with you and allow those to speak who agree with you? I'm sorry. That is not democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Julie Roselli. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie Roselli, 100 Meridian Avenue. I wanted to speak about the First Street parking. So my husband and I are both frontliners, and we're presidents of the courts at South Beach for over a decade now. I was recently informed that a representative of the board of the courts at South Beach had sent a letter stating that the courts unanimously supported this project to reduce more than 50% of our parking on First Street. As a resident and an owner, it concerns me. I do not recall any board meetings to discuss our unanimous opinions as residents in the courts regarding this issue. I do not believe all the courts unanimously support this decision. As a resident of the courts whose balcony and windows face First Street, I can tell you there's rarely any parking vacancies on First Street. Unfortunately, because of the work that my husband and I do in the hospital every day, we are often unavailable for these types of meetings. But I see now the importance of dedicating time to be involved in these decisions, especially since they may negatively affect and hurt not only my family and friends, but also our Miami Beach residents and local businesses. Thank you, Mayor and Commission.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Wally Moran. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Wally Moran out of Melbourne. I'm the president of Cruisers' Rights Network of North America. I'm here to address R5J, which is the dock issue. As Miami Beach is well aware, you were sued in 2016 by Dr. Michael Tenzer on a Civil Rights Act for issuing an illegal ticket to the man. The city, of course, lost. It cost you $5,000 to settle with Mr. Dr. Tenzer. Now, what's coming up now with what the city has been doing with the boaters who are anchored offshore, who are legally anchored offshore, there will be another civil rights lawsuit under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And Mayor Minor, as a lawyer, you certainly understand what this means. Every one of you is going to be sued, okay? Not just the city, every one of you. And it's going to be an expensive lawsuit to defend. The city has said that it's going to be putting up mooring fields. Why don't you stop the Boney and start working with the boaters, solving the issues, getting the mooring field prepared, allowing the people use of the dock, getting a pump out boat? You have to do these things anyway, but instead you're fighting and wasting people's times, okay? It's time to start building the mooring field. It's time to start working with people who in perfectly good faith are trying to work with the city. That's the only proper way to do it. Thanks for your time. Any of the city commissioners who wish to discuss any of this with me, you have my phone number and email. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Cindy Esquivel. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Cindy Esquivel, South of 5th resident. I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to thoughtfully talk about the First Street project. As many of you know, I've been through this project since the very beginning as an advocate for the neighborhood. I'm not getting paid. I'm just strictly as a volunteer. I'm very concerned, as you heard from my friend and neighbor, Julie and Paula Allen, who live on that street and have been living through many years right there on First Street. It is a process, like Alex Fernandez said earlier in Joe Magazine, that has to be thoughtfully thought through. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to look at options that are best for the entire community. And lastly, like Kristen Rosen Gonzalez said, we must consider both sides of the street. So thank you again very much for looking out for all of us as residents, because parking is important. There's an estimated between 70 and 75 unit owners in the courts that have one space. I believe at last count, there were 70 to 80 residential decals just from the courts. The nearby Cosmo, who has 200 units, there were, last time I checked a few years ago, there were over 100 spaces of 1 unit in the Cosmo next door. And I believe close to 100 decals for residential. Zone 1, which is south of 5th, was about over 500 residential decals. So I just ask that you guys continually to thoughtfully think this through from all the angles that you're doing. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. We have Paula Allen is our next virtual speaker.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, this is Paula Allen. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to speak to the First Street, primarily the parking. I think most people agree that we do need to have some, the flood mitigation, street flooding project go on. I think that the thing is about how much parking we need, and we need it all. I just pulled in and the parking's at 110% with people trying to find a place out on First Street. What I'd like to say as a counter to what I've heard some rhetoric is that, and the pictures that have been portrayed are like 6 a.m. and midnight, 11 p.m. And yes, granted, it's not at 100% capacity at at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., maybe midnight. Guess what? Neither is the Lincoln Road parking garage or any other city garage. Does that mean we go tear them down because they're not 100% capacity on off hours? They are at 100% during, the daytime, just like First Street. So we need to keep the maximum parking. And it's odd that the courts, where I've lived since 2008, to my knowledge, none of the actual owners, the 5 board members, 3 weeks ago on April 25th, sent a email or correspondence to SOFNA in support of the angled parking. And then supposedly yesterday, again, with no owners that I'm aware of, without their input or, consulting the owners, switched their position and said they unanimously support less parking. So anyway, as an owner and a person who lives here, my daughter's parks out on First Street. My neighbors do. I'm for the project going forward, but keeping the maximum amount of parking. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is with a phone number ending in 6222. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Phone number 6222.
Hello, my name. Yes, that's me. Hello,
Go ahead, please. Say
my
your
name's
name.
Jose Valadares.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Jose, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name's Jose. Okay. Hello, my name's Jose Valadares, 1715 Calais Drive. Congratulations to all of you that I've met. You're doing a great job. I appreciate what you're doing. 2 minutes. North Beach parking. We need North Beach parking decals over here because there are derelict vehicles that sit there and they don't ever get moved. People that park boats and have boats out here, they use those vehicles to move around and they sit for weeks on end. Normandy Waterway. I live on Normandy Waterway. I'm a homeowner, not an apartment. Since 1997, born and raised here. Normandy Waterway is completely filled with vessels all day long, jet skis all day long, not respecting no wake, as well as on city seawalls on the corner of my property, Travell Esplanade, they are loading and unloading people all day constantly. 10 or 15 people, 4 or 5 times a day, they're loading and unloading on city seawalls all the time, all over. Byron Carlisle, Byron Carlisle, although I do support the fact to have a new full arts complex, meaning different venues for the whole community, different ages, adults, children, elderly, everybody. Building artist workforce housing only on a place that should be a full arts center, 1 block from the beach, 700,000 plus condo prices, 50 units with no parking for artists that have no work, no job, don't promote to the community, but giving art, which is great. We have teachers, police, firefighters, people that work for the city, people that work for the county that do contribute
Thank
a
you,
lot.
sir. Your
They
time is
deserve
up.
workforce housing.
Thank you so much. Mayor, 30 minutes has elapsed. Do you want to continue or?
Do we have any more callers? Let's take them and then, but no further. Whoever has their hands up, we'll call it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Leek. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Michael Lake at 1300 West Avenue. My question to the mayor and to the commissioners is, when is the Commissioner Suarez introduced R5Q earlier in the year, dealing with boat squatters, abandoned boats, and when will this be addressed by the committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Carr. Mr. Carr, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name, address. Mr. Carr.
Good
please.
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. I'm calling today on behalf of support for R5J. Again, I've been an active member as our association working with you all and other community associations, with the boaters associations to try to come up with some resolution. After many, many hours and many meetings, they continue to show no flexibility to be a part of the solution versus continued problem and nuisance for surrounding neighbors. Therefore, today I would continue to recommend that we support R5J due to the lack of flexibility and accountability.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, that concludes subject.
Thank you for everyone who called in. Let's try to get through some second reading items that usually go quickly. R5B.
R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 1 entitled Generally by amending Section 2-22 thereof entitled General Requirements by creating subsection 2-22 subsection 24 to provide that in the event that an appointee to a city agency, board, or committee who is engaged to provide services for compensation to either one, a candidate for city elected office, or two, a political committee or electioneering communication organization expending funds for or against candidates for city elected office. Such engagement shall be deemed a tender of resignation from such city agency, board, or committee, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. This is item R5B.
Commissioner Magazine, and also co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez, me, and Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Important item, and I hope we all think about ways where we can look at election reform, cleaning things up. I don't think it's any secret. There's certain parts of our election process that is just an icky feeling of sorts. I think it blurs the lines of ethical, unethical, legal, illegal. One way to clean this up, and I want to not focus on the past, but looking forward, is if a member of our community, they have every right to get paid to participate in a legal fashion as part of the political process, the election process. You know, that's governed by the legal system, and they're free to do as they so choose. However, I don't think that they should be able to elevate their stature in our community and then go out and market themselves to get paid to participate in our election process. So essentially what this item does, it's second reading, we explained it the first time, is essentially if you are a sitting board member and you are being compensated for your participation in some sort of election campaign, you are free to do that. You just essentially resign your board seat.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to support the intent of what is being presented here. I think, you know, individuals have experienced things through their campaigns, through their elections that may be the reason why this is before us. And I would say we already have a hard time filling a number of vacancies on these boards and committees. What I would say is that, you know, in Spanish there's this phrase, you know, castigar justos por pecadores. You know, you are sacrificing, you know, the good people because of the sinner. I think there's investigative agencies that these individuals should be reported to if they're seeking to profit from their civic duties. They should be reported to the Inspector General's office. They should be reported to the State Attorney's office. And I made that urging at the last time that this was heard, that if this has occurred, and it seemed to me that it had occurred, that then it should be reported, investigated, and those people, you know, should be, you know, sought to see whether they committed any violations. So, you know, as it is, I think it's hard enough to fill a number of these vacancies. I think also, you know, we have people that work in this building that engage in campaigns. You know, they either come, they work for us after they engaged in a campaign, or they engage in a campaign while they're working for the city. Are we going to prohibit that too? You know, those are people who are actually receiving taxpayers' dollars and then engaging in campaigns. And I don't think that would be right either. So I'm not going to support this today. I understand your intent. I think your intent is good. But I think what we should really be doing is that when this is occurring, they should be investigated by those law enforcement agencies, and if they are found guilty, then they need to pay their time to society for it.
Thank you. I'll just remind the body here, we need 4 votes for this, and we have 4 sponsors. So if anybody wants to make a motion in a second, we're probably there.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second. Commissioner Suarez.
is this going to be retroactive to the last campaign, the last election cycle?
City Attorney?
Well, can we make it retroactive to the last election cycle? For anyone who's gotten paid on the last election cycle can no longer serve on a board.
City Attorney?
All right.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I was just going to say what Commissioner Bott said, which is that it's unnecessary, potentially punitive.
Also, generally under the law, you cannot punish someone for a law that didn't exist at the time that it occurred, but City Attorney gave the opinion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
So I didn't catch who made the second, and this is a public hearing. No one in Zoom. Is there anyone in the audience? Okay, so Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes. Okay, R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, entitled Administration by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating section 2-2 thereof entitled Alternative Publication of Legal Notices to provide that in accordance with section 50.0311 Florida statutes, wherever the city code requires a legal advertisement or publication in a newspaper of general circulation, the city may use publicly accessible website hosted by the counties as an alternative means of publishing notices and advertising, except where the newspaper notice is otherwise required under the city charter, county charter, or county code, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5C. PJ, can you queue up the presentation?
This is sponsored by Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by me.
Yeah, sure. I don't think we need the slideshow. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. When in our committee of a whole, we didn't get to Amendment 7. This was recommended unanimously by the Charter Review for ordinances. This particular, to remind everyone, is for meeting notices and resolutions and general election notices. And so, if I remember correctly, this passed unanimously on first reading. I'll move.
This is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Bott.
Begrudgingly, yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Fernandez. Mayor Minor.
R5D. David.
Yes, sir. R5D is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida by amending the parking fee section of Appendix A to the city code entitled Fee Schedule to standardize and simplify certain parking rates and clarify inconsistencies in the fee for removal of a parking space and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5D.
Commissioner Bott.
This, I will turn this over to Jose to explain it in more detail, but this is basically an administrative cleanup to make sure our laws are in compliance and manageable so we don't all of a sudden face parking charges that spiral out of control. Jose, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation Director and Interim Parking Director. So as Commissioner Bott pointed out, this ordinance accomplishes various things. Specifically, it standardizes and simplifies the rate structure for all city garages and establishes a uniform structure for all the garages in South Beach would have the same rate structure, and then the 42nd Street garage would have a reduced fare structure. The ordinance also revises the private permanent removal fee for a parking space to make it equivalent to the fee in lieu of parking.
I second Commissioner Bott's motion.
I think you have to make a motion first. I'll move it. I'll second it rather, sorry.
And I'll just add that there was no change between first and second reading.
Mr. City Clerk, call it.
This is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience and I see no one on Zoom. I've been told that we have to make sure that we hit the mic on when we vote because otherwise they can't hear us. So I will do it a little slower this time around. It's a problem. At least for now, I'm going to repeat your vote until we get this correct. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott is a yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez is a yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez. Yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Fernandez is a yes. Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Magazine is yes. And Mayor Minor. Mayor Minor is out. Motion is adopted. The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
Next item will be R5E. Mr. City Clerk, R5E.
Mayor Minor was a yes on R5D. R5E is an order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Part 1, Subpart B, Article 9, related special acts of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Pension System for Disability and Retirement of Members of Police and Fire Departments by amending Section 62 definitions relating to actuarial assumption rates, amending Section 66 service and disability benefits generally related to the implementing the conclusive firefighter cancer presumption established by Section 112.1816 of the Florida statutes, amending Section 84 distribution limitation, providing for inclusion of the Federal Secure Act 2.0 provisions, providing for repeal or severability codification, and for an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5E.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Sonia Walther. There are no changes between first and second reading. So,
But this is a administrative.
to clean up, it's three items for the fire and police pension. One is the Secure Act for the federal government changing the age, retirement age. The other is the Florida statute letting the language for the firefighter cancer presumption be included in the fire and police pension plan. And the other is an actuarial change to the interest rate.
I'm impressed. The staff today is no notes, straight, direct, looking in the eye. I'm very impressed. Thank you. We got a motion from Commissioner Bott, second from Commissioner Suarez. Take the vote.
This is a public hearing. We have one individual on Zoom, screen name Guy for sure. Do you have, are you speaking on item R5E, sir? Please unmute yourself. Okay, PJ, I see that no one else. Mayor, may I call the roll?
Please.
Yeah. Can you
Yes, please.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez was a yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott is a yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez. Yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez is a yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez is a yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. The item is approved. That's R5E.
Let's go to R5A.
R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Division 6, RM3, Residential Multifamily High Intensity, Section 7.2.6.2, Uses, RM3, to adopt and or amend hours for the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages on premises at alcoholic beverage establishments in the area generally bounded by Collins Avenue on the west, 72nd Street on the north, 53rd Street on the south, and the eastern boundary line of properties fronting the east side of Collins Avenue on the east, and providing for repeal or codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. It is a public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5A.
Sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Simple item. I'm going to keep my comments short on first reading, but this is it would limit the sale and consumption of alcohol outdoors to 12 a.m. For properties in the RM3 zoning district in the east side of Collins Avenue. Between 53rd and 72nd Street, in essence, to protect the quality of life of our residents who live in the condos in those areas. This is a concern that we can address through this policy, and this is a first reading item, and I'm happy to move the item.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
So a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and I see no one in the audience, so I will call the roll. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez is a yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
And I'm not sure pressing the button, but Commissioner Dominguez was a yes and Commissioner Magazine was a yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for July 24th. That was item R5A 70.
Thank you, Tom. Let's call R5F as in Frank.
R5F is repeal of the CD2 co-living incentives and reduced TCC co-living cap. This is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning District Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, as Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, as subsection 7.2.11.5 entitled Washington Avenue CD-2. By repealing co-living units as an allowable use and eliminating all references to such, and by amending section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District, TC, at subsection 7.2.14.6 entitled Town Center Central Core, TCC District, by reducing the maximum number of co-living units that may be built within the district and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5F.
It's Commissioner Fernandez item, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Bott Magazine, Commissioner Suarez. I'll make it easy for you. I'm going to co-sponsor as well. Commissioner Fernandez, you have the 5 votes.
I move
I
the
make
item.
the motion.
I think we got a motion from Commissioner Fernandez and a second from Commissioner Bott.
There is no one in the audience who wishes to speak, either in Zoom or in person. I will call the roll. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine is a yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Thank you. 7-0. The item is approved. Sorry, second reading public hearing is July 24th.
Let's go to R5I.
R5I is an order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Emergency Services, Article 2 entitled Alarm Systems, Division 3 entitled Burglar Alarms by amending Section 42-85 thereof entitled Required Equipment and an Intrusion Alarm to require calibration of motion detectors that generate outdoor sounds or verbal response and providing for repealer severability qualification and effective date. This is the first reading. It is item R5I.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
It isn't working at all. Oh, now it's working. It wasn't working 2 seconds ago. Is someone controlling that?
Not me.
Okay. Just sitting here hitting the button and nothing was happening. Now it's okay. Where are we? Oh, this is the item that we heard at committee where upon in some single family homes, even if you're walking on the sidewalk or you're walking across the street, you hear this. Stop, you are being recorded. And what it's done is it's co-opted the sidewalk, the street, across the street, and it's an egregious kind of noise pollution. So what we're doing here is kind of taking back our ability to walk down the sidewalk. I understand that some people are concerned with public safety. And if you didn't hear it on our public sidewalk or the street or even across the street, I think it'd be fine. I think everybody was on board with this at committee. I don't think it was very controversial. So, okay, I'm moving this right now and second.
Sounds fun. Just one quick question. Fire Chief Virgil Fernandez. Any issues with this?
Mr. Mayor, no, the fire department doesn't have an issue.
Great. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Yes, sir. So I have a motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Suarez is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for June 26.
R5J. R5J.
R5J. It is an order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Chapter 66, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels, Article 3, entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps, by amending Section 66-107, entitled Maintenance of Public Piers, to be retitled Uses of the Barry Cooten Boat Ramp and Associated Piers/Docks at Maurice Gibb Park, and to regulate the use of the Barry Cooten Boat Ramp and all associated piers, docks at Maurice Gibb Park, providing for repealer severability qualification and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5J.
Commissioner Suarez.
PJ, can you pull up the short boat video, please? And then play it. So, I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, I pulled this from the police cameras at the Maurice Gibb Park of how much activity goes on in a matter of hours in a single day. And you can see here that this dock is being used as a hub for pickups and drop-offs for what I think is just charter activity. And you'll see in a second that here you go. This is a jet ski operator. And you can see there's like 3 jet skis running around. They're doing donuts. They're disrupting the boats at the Sunset Marina. And this goes every 10 minutes. This goes on at the Maurice Gibb Park. And so this continues hour after hour. I'm sure some of you, even the liveaboards, can attest to this here. There's a tremendous amount of activities, and there's even a line for charter boats to pick up and drop off people at this ramp. And you'll see as the video goes on that there's actually a U-Haul truck, U-Haul truck bringing in jet skis into the ramp. Here you can see that they're actually on the inside of the boat ramp. And this was going on all day. And here's another boat. One boat actually hits a police boat, believe it or not. When I saw this was a Saturday. Okay, and I want you guys to see the U-Haul truck that goes in with these jet skis.
Please, please, please.
Yeah. So PJ, you can cut the video. So this boat ramp has become highly intensive beyond what it was originally intended for. There is constant illegal and unenforceable charter activities at this boat ramp. The south dock is currently being used as a parking lot for people's kayaks and paddleboards. They actually tie up where there's no cleats to the floating dock. And PJ, can you pull those pictures up, please? And here you can see this is one boat that's tied up to the dock itself. This dock is not intended for leaving your paddle boards overnight or for long periods of time. You can go to the next picture, please. You can see on this picture, this kayak has barnacles on it. And the growth on the chain shows that it's been there for a very long time. And there's even paddle boards and kayaks stacked on top of each other. Go to the next picture, please. And here, I don't know if you can zoom in, PJ, but this shows about half a dozen kayaks and paddle boards that are just docked there indefinitely. Okay, you can cut the show, PJ. So this boat ramp was intended as a residential boat launch, not a marina, not a parking lot, and certainly not a pickup and drop-off hub. The item that I put forward is going to limit the facilities that what they were originally intended for and for the purpose they best serve. This item will limit both docks to launching and retrieving vessels only. Pickups and drop-offs would be prohibited, as well as any temporary short-term docking. The boat ramp will be limited to only Miami Beach residents. The southern floating dock would be accessible to both residents and non-residents to accommodate leisure access to the water.
You move it? Commissioner Fernandez seconds. Take the vote. And see the hands there?
Mr. Deputy City Attorney, Rob, do you mind refreshing our collective memory of the item that was passed in January or February about limiting use on public property so that people who are using public points of access like this for commercial use are in violation of our laws. So if you're picking up charter people, if you're doing jet ski rentals off of our public docks, they are in violation of our laws and we can enforce against that. And in addition to that, if people are tying up kayaks and boats and paddle boards to our docks the way that people who park illegally, can't we tow those or impound those for an effective parking violation?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. In answer to your questions, yes, it is currently illegal to use any of our facilities for commercial purposes. And also there is currently a 20-minute limitation on docking at the Maurice Gibb Park pier and floating dock. So after 20 minutes, they could be towed.
Sorry. So what could we do to better enforce the laws that are on our books? I mean, we saw ample video of people doing things that are illegal, and so can we not just have a code officer there kind of stationed and require documentation and write them up for violating our laws?
Right, and that's a further, I'm sorry, Hernan Cardino, code compliance, that's a further discussion we have to have about who's actually gonna be at that Maurice Skid boat ramp. Whether it's gonna be a park ranger as a dock master function or a code compliance officer. We have not had code compliance there at that ramp. No.
So the notion of a dock master was something that David, my colleague David Suarez, Commissioner Suarez, I'm so used to calling everybody by their first names. I'm very bad at the commissioner and director, and so I apologize for not getting the formalities correct. But Commissioner Suarez offered to do a meeting with the boaters, which a number of us attended and spent 3.5 hours or 4.5 hours trying to reach a compromise to get to the possibility of having a dock master precisely for these purposes. And we were unable to get there. So the dock master issue or possibility has been precluded. So that now puts it to, is it code, is it police, is it park rangers, who has the authority, and how soon can we get that in place? You know, there are people who are doing things that are not in compliance with our city laws, and that's not okay. It's, in my view, it's fine for people to live here, any kind of person to live here, in any manner they choose, so long as they're compliant with our laws. And what I see is that people who are choosing to live here in an unusual manner that is perfectly legal are not complying with our city laws. And so that's the behavior that I would like to stop. So I would respectfully move to defer this item and give us a chance to try to find a different solution that would allow our city to put together a better enforcement mechanism, and we can see how that takes effect and give it 2 or 3 months. And if we see that things are not improved, then we can bring this back and vote on it.
Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, for some reason the order keeps getting cleared, and then I keep getting kicked off. But I've been next for a while.
Let's go back to the old system.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I would be inclined to support Commissioner Bott's item because I had a number of questions. The video showed clear violations, and in watching that video, I think I saw one dinghy. So that's what would concern me. If people that have Miami Beach addresses, they live legally at this time in our waters, why would they be included as being illegal? The charters, those bad jet skis, all of that other stuff, clear. And then my other question was on the fines. I guess at sea, the fines are different. If you're on land, you get a parking ticket, it's $36. But at sea, if you get a ticket, it's $1,000. Like, where did that number come from? Is it in line with what other municipalities do? It just seemed awfully high.
So,
is that a question for Rob?
Yep. Please.
The fines can be any amount you want, up to and including the current fines, which are $1, $5, and $15. I'm sorry, $1, $2, and $5,000, which are the maximum allowed under state law.
So it automatically went to the very top, nothing tiered. Like there's, what do other municipalities do? How far off the mark are we?
I think my impression is, no, my impression is that others do less, but I haven't specifically researched that.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, the issue with enforcement is it's almost impossible to enforce. I mean, people show up, they say, "Hey, we're friends," and there's nothing that a code officer can do about that. And again, I think what we're missing, in light of the fact of, is that the boat ramp is not intended for a pickup and drop off, regardless if it's commercial or non-commercial. It's a boat launch. It's a boat ramp. This was unanimously approved by the Marine Water Protection Authority. This was unanimously approved by Sunset Harbor Association. This was unanimously approved by West Avenue Association. This is an ordinance that has been a long time coming, and it is much needed for this area. And so, again, the intent of this is to severely limit the intense use of this boat ramp. It's not a hub, it's not a marina, it's not a parking lot. It's being used and abused by certain people, charters, and you name it, to use our services and access land for free. And there is plenty of other places on Miami Beach where you can access and pay a fee, just as we all do. We all pay our way to live in Miami Beach.
Commissioner Magazine.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, I believe that there's a motion on the floor to move forward. There, I thought Commissioner Fernandez made the first motion.
Well, motion to defer. Well, motion to defer, I believe, takes precedence, but I'll turn to our city attorney.
Yeah.
Was there a second to the motion to defer? Yes. Let's take that vote. On the motion to defer, we're going to take a vote. By the way, this is a first reading, so there's still, even if this passes today, there's a second reading. Let's take the vote on the motion to defer.
On the motion to defer, do you want to make it a roll call or just voice vote?
Sure.
Okay, so on the motion to defer, the purpose, I guess, of the motion to defer is to see if the city administration can find ways of more, I guess, adequately enforcing the activity that's going on there. Is that correct? To the maker of the motion?
Thank you. Yes, because not even adequately, there just hasn't been any yet. So it may well bear out that it is difficult to enforce because people are not showing their BTRs or claiming that they're personal friends, but we haven't even tried yet. So I think we need to give that, if the desired action is to curb the activity there, that goes a long way.
Okay, now I can talk. Okay. I get that, but this is a first reading item. You know, this still needs to come back a second reading. The reality is that the amount of resources that we would have to have there, I mean, it's going to have to be there 24 hours a day to be able to enforce this. This is a residential area of our city. This is where our residents, this is like one of the few areas of our city that our residents can actually enjoy, you know? And it's being used for non-residential purposes. It is being oversaturated with this activity that is commercial activity. And what stands out to me in this language is that it's for non-commercial activity. That is what stands out to me. This is for non-commercial. So we're saying that, you know, residential activity can keep on there. The only other type of activity that seems to me that would be allowed there in any substantial way would be, you know, a public use like a water taxi that we've already approved. But other than that, I don't have an issue limiting the activity there to non-commercial uses. I think that's reasonable. And the reality is that the reality is that, you know, we've been discussing this for a long time to defer this for more, you know, for plan on greater enforcement. Well, that can happen between first and second reading. We should always aim to have better enforcement. And the administration can come forward with a plan for enforcing the activities that are going on there between first and second reading.
So there is going to have to be enforcement anyhow, because regardless of whether this deferral passes or Commissioner Suarez's motion passes, nobody who does illegally operating businesses now is going to know or frankly care. So we're going to have to, as a city, figure that out anyhow, sooner rather than later. So that's one thing. Second thing is, if this is coming back for second reading in a month, we're not going to have time to really test the waters? I mean, is it coming back? And Raphael, maybe you know, is it coming back? Would it come back for a second reading June or July?
June 26th right now.
So can we split the baby? Can we push it for a second reading on July, whatever July 24th?
Well, first let's deal. We have a motion to defer and a second on the table, so we got to vote on that first.
But I'm saying we could push it. Okay, but may I just ask one question, Madam City Manager? Would that give your team enough time to do a quick, figure out how we're gonna do enforcement?
You have the ability to override it.
It's not. No.
But I'll add you. Give me a second.
Okay, there we go. I think that would give us adequate time to come up with ways to augment our existing enforcement strategy.
So we come back to July for a second reading, so we can advance on the first reading today, and then for second reading July. I'm sorry, my mic is unbuttoned. Anyways.
Commissioner Suarez.
I think we're losing sight of the fact of what this ramp was intended for. This ramp was not intended to be a hub or a marina. Again, we are going to limit this ramp to just launching and retrieving vessels. That's what it's meant for. We can pass this on first reading, but again, as far as enforcement goes, there's already a park ranger officer there 5 days a week, and he oversees this. And there's nothing that's going to be able to happen short of an ordinance that says there's no pickups and drop-offs allowed. Because, again, this is happening everywhere in Miami Beach. It's going to happen at the easiest place, which is a finger pier at the Maurice Gibb Park. So, excuse me, can we wait for our turn to speak, please? So, look, deferring this, the first reading, is not going to do anything. I'm telling you that as far as an enforcement angle, you can ask Hernan that it's going to be almost impossible. No matter how many resources you put at it, it's not going to change anything. In the easiest way, where it's not going to cost taxpayer dollars to put 2 or 3 different bodies there to enforce it 24/7, is to just limit pickups and drop-offs.
Okay, even though this is not a public hearing, Carlos, you've been so invested in this. I did promise you I'm going to give you the opportunity. Please keep it. I'll call you then. I didn't see you. I don't see your name in the queue, but I will call you. Sorry if I didn't see it. Carlos, please, no attacks though.
So you're going to the public.
Okay. I'm going to call you right afterwards. Do you mind deferring for a moment? I'll call Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I have no problem, Commissioner. If you want, I would defer to your deferral and vote with you, but I'm ultimately going to be a yes on this on second reading. So, I mean, if you wanted that opportunity, I would vote for it. But I believe strongly in this simply because I've watched the commercialization of that dock over time. Commercialization of sidewalks. At one point, we even had like a jet ski luxury rental place right next to Sunset Harbor. Now, that said, there is that business that was there for many, I don't know, is it still there, the kayak rental place? They're not there. They closed?
Miami Beach Rental, the paddle boards, they're going to hurt
They're not there anymore. So they closed. I mean, they were there for many years and they never caused any trouble. But at this point, I think it's so bad sometimes with the jet ski rentals that they'll taunt, anybody who's trying to enforce them just by being 10 feet offshore and literally like call in and like say, you can't get us because we're floating. So, I mean, it's problematic and it's also dangerous. It's dangerous because you're renting jet skis to people off that dock that don't even know, have never been on a jet ski before. So there's liability, I believe, involved in it too.
Carlos.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. Very quick. It's sad that I'm just watching now everything is shifting to charters because the dinghies and everything didn't work out. But with this vote, the consequences is we can't get to land now. We cannot get to land. If I can't put my dog in the dinghy and get to the marina and leave them with my wife. And I don't care. I'm doing what I'm doing. I have to dress like this, tie my dinghy off of a mooring and paddleboard and wish I don't fall in the water and get wet. That's what I need to do. It's sad now that you guys want to restrict us more and take us the 20 minutes that is there. Commercial use, that's not our fault. You guys can put something there to control the commercial use, but that's not us. We're not doing commercial use there. So please reconsider, defer the 2 months, try to get somebody to stop the illegal charters picking up people there. Where are we gonna park? Where? To come here, how am I gonna get here if I can't leave my dinghy or my wife in the marina?
Okay, thank you. We have a, no, please. We have a motion and a second to defer. Let's call a vote.
To defer to July 24th, Commissioner Bott. This is to defer the item itself, correct? Yes. So all in favor?
That's why I think you need to do a voice vote. It's going to be close, I think.
Commissioner Bott.
Aye.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez.
No.
Commissioner Mayor Minor.
No.
The item fails.
So now we have the motion and a second on the R5J. And did we agree that we'll bring this back for second reading in July? Okay, let's call the vote.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez and seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, and the second reading would be for July 24th. Vice Mayor Dominguez. No. Commissioner Bott.
No.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for July 24th. This is item R5J.
Let's call R7E.
R7E is accept recommendation, engage consultant to assist development RFP analysis, financial impacts. It is a public works item, R7E.
Welcome back, Joe.
The item before you is it's a resolution to support the recommendation to move forward with to hire a consultant to assist us with the RFP for the waste hauler item. And in the memo that we detailed for you, there were 7 specific recommendations that were stated. Now, I'd like to point out a couple of things. If you recall, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, on the January 31st Commission meeting, this item was referred to FERC, to the FERC March 22nd meeting. In the meantime, at the March 13th, 2024 Commission meeting, the Commission voted unanimously 7-0 to cancel the RFQ for the non-exclusive waste haulers and to move forward with the selection to move forward with the preparation of an RFP for the single hauler.
Mayor?
Just, yes, 1 second. What's your recommendation?
Our recommendation at this point, obviously, and that's subject to consensus from the Commission, but would be to move forward with letting us proceed with hiring a consultant to assist the administration in preparing the RFP for the single hauler.
And I know it's in the memo, but what's the cost?
The consultant would be under $100,000, sir.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So this item first came up in December and then was voted on about 9 weeks ago, and it passed 7-0. Now, we currently have a multi-hauler system, and it's in a hybrid model. So it was so important that we voted on a single hauler now. The Inspector General did a whole report on it and gave a lot of really good nuggets. I know that the lobbyists and people that represent the waste haulers who are sitting here right now have been contacting the commission and confusing them. And the reason why is the contract for these multi-haulers, the hybrid system that we have now, ended in October of 2022. So they've been working month to month. And the longer they can sow confusion and keep them month to month, it's bad for the residents and it's bad for the city. So I am thrilled to hear Joe Gomez proceed for us to move forward with the single hauler system and getting the RFP. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Well, you raised a good point. It was a 7-0 vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Actually, Commissioner, were you in the queue? Sorry. Then Commissioner Fernandez.
What I'll say is I have a general premise for business life. Competition is good. I haven't talked to any lobbyist or constituent for waste hauler for more than maybe a minute and a half in the past 3, 4, 5 months. I'm not confused about the issue. That's my basic general thought, that competition usually yields the better results. That certainly is not planted in my brain from any type of lobbyist.
Yes.
Competition comes at the RFP process. That's something that will be done robustly, and the city believes in it. So did the IG, and I believe in it too.
Healthy debate. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also do believe that our city is a city that has unique needs in different areas. There are parts of our city in which a single hauler might be ideal given the unique aspects of it. You have alleyways, you have narrow streets, you may have more transient uses that might necessitate other types of services, and then you have the rest of the city where a hybrid option might be better, where the competition should occur at the consumer level and not at the city commission level. And so I just want to make sure, because what I heard here and what I heard Commissioner Dominguez say was that this was moving forward only to study the single hauler model. I just want to make sure that we are still within the recommendation of what was moved at the Finance Committee, which was to also consider a hybrid model where you may have a single hauler option for a portion of the city that may have very unique needs while maintaining a multi-hauler competitive system for the rest of the city. So through the attorney, I just want to make sure that that is still in the item.
Well, he's turning on his mic. I'll jump in real quick. We currently have a hybrid multi-hauler system, so no, that's not in the item. The item is to move forward with a single hauler system, and that's what the city, and that's what we voted on 7-0.
Well, I will regain the floor because then I'm concerned, because then the item that's on the agenda is wrong. The item says, I'm going to answer my own question. The Mayor and City Commission hereby accept the recommendation of the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee at its March 22nd, 2024 meeting, and directing staff to engage with a new consultant to assist with the development of the RFP, including analysis of potential financial impacts for fiscal year 2025 beyond related to additional city added responsibilities. Number 2, a hybrid option. And number 3, waste hauler systems used in other similarly unique coastal cities. So I'm hearing two different things. The directive in the piece of legislation is to consider a hybrid model, but then I'm hearing on the dais something else. So I need clarification from the city attorney on what it is that the city commission is taking action on.
And I'll just jump in real.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Standing with the discussions with the city administration and the city attorney is that the finance department did not have the authority to change the resolution because the resolution was clearly changing it from hybrid to single. So if the finance department is saying we need to go back to hybrid or keep hybrid, that's a different resolution than what was passed 7-0. But Mr. City Attorney.
Sure.
So I'm gonna regain the floor. So not the fin.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Finance Committee has the authority to make recommendations to the City Commission. And the recommendation of the Finance Committee at one of its recent meetings was to move back to the City Commission that the consultant consider a hybrid model. That was the motion of the Finance Committee. A committee doesn't have the authority to make a recommendation to the City Commission that the City Commission can then accept, because then what's the whole point of having committees? Mr. Attorney, through the mayor.
Okay. The Finance Committee made a recommendation, which is advisory to the commission. So the commission needs to take into account that recommendation. The commission could decide to accept the recommendation. The commission could decide to reject it. The commission could decide to accept portions of it or not.
So, through the mayor.
Yes.
So the item that's before us today, the item that's before us today reflects the recommendation of the Finance Committee. That is the resolution that is before the body, properly advertised and noticed in the agenda of the City Commission.
Yes, the recommendation of the Finance Committee was properly made. There was no infirmity with it, but it is not binding on the commission. That
Of course, understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, and that maintains then, the consultant look, considering the single hauler, but also the multi hauler, where the consumer would have the ability to negotiate and compete and all that.
That was the Finance Committee's recommendation, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez.
So rather than have the lobbyists continue to sow confusion on this item and allow us to move forward with the single hauler system, what I propose is that the city move forward with the single hauler system and set out an RFP so that we're not delayed as we have been since October 2022.
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor, just clarification. The part of the recommendation also was for us to secure or procure a consultant to assist us with the development of the RFP. So I want to be clear that that's still what the body wants, correct?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Fernandez.
the item, I just want to make sure that my colleague isn't confused. The item that we have before us relates to a recommendation for the consultant services. We're not saying here, whether we want to go one route or the other. This is the consultant that is going to put together a study for the city.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that we have clarity and staff has the proper direction to move forward.
But Raquel, I'm sorry, because I had a question on the table. And the question was, what we have before us is asking for us to move forward with a consultant to help us develop an RFP that takes into account single hauler and the consideration of a hybrid. But we're not tying our hands today to one model or the other. We're just asking let's go forward with a consultant.
So is it that the consultant would put together a RFP for a single hauler system as well as come up with an RFP for a hybrid model? Or is it just that the consultant will provide options and recommendations as it relates to a potential hybrid model? I just want to make sure we have the clarity necessary to move forward appropriately with the consultant, because at commission there was a 7-0 vote, and then 9 days later at finance committee, the hybrid model came into play. So I want us to be able to move forward and do whatever is the will of the commission. I just want to make sure we have clarity on what that is, and so that we, task the consultant appropriately and not waste city funds.
Yeah, if I could chime in for a moment. So my understanding of this, and please, City Attorney Rick, please correct me if I'm wrong. We voted 7-0 as a body to go to a single hauler system citywide. The Finance Committee then came up with a proposal that could potentially make for a hybrid system and multi-haulers for certain parts of the city. But that is not legislation passed by our commission. We would have to then change our vote from a 7-0 vote. From my perspective, we passed it 7-0. That is the law of the city right now. So we need to consider that if we want to change that. That's.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Let's say, for instance, this was an alcohol item, and we said the commission votes to send to Land Use Committee reducing alcohol hours along West Avenue from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. And we had discussion at committee, and we said, yes, we're going to roll back alcohol hours, but given some of the needs and feedback from residents, we're actually going to say we're making a recommendation to have those alcohol hours at 2:30 or 3 a.m. Would then that be able to be brought back to commission? Because that's essentially what we're doing here, where we discussed the item and provided feedback. And I'm not tied one way or another. I'm like Commissioner Fernandez. I'm somewhat indifferent, and I just think more options that we get back to evaluate, the better. But that's how I'm essentially viewing things, is we moved the item to be heard, direction steered. In one way, somebody suggested, okay, we'll go primarily, overwhelmingly towards a single hauler, but there could be commercial interest in large multifamily buildings that also have the multi as part of their option. And that's kind of where we settled, of at least wanting to hear back those options on the RFP.
I think that was a question for Rick.
So to Commissioner Magazine's point, this body voted 7-0 to go single hauler. At the committee, some members decided that it might be a good idea to have other options. And the recommendation that came back was to hire a consultant who would be hired in any event to help with the RFP, but to hire a consultant that would also include some of these other options that could be hybrid. So now the Finance Committee has made a recommendation. This body needs to decide whether to move forward with the recommendation of the Finance Committee or modify it in some way.
I have a question for Joe. Do you believe it's in the best interests of your department and the city to have a consultant here?
Mr. Mayor, we spent almost 2 years looking at the non-exclusive model. And at the end, after concluding first that it was accepted and then it was rejected, I think at this point, our recommendation is we need to move forward with clarity. And at this point, we should move forward with the single hauler and let us work with the consultant, come up with specific recommendations that are tailored to that RFP for the single hauler.
So just to clarify, you do want the consultant though. That is your preference.
That we were going to request a consultant to help us put the RFP together. I think at this point, we just want to move forward because we're on a month-to-month. We have been on a month-to-month for at least almost a year now. And it's time is of the essence. We really need to get this moving.
Is it your preference for the consultant to focus on the single hauler, or would you want the consultant to also review hybrid options?
And I've had conversations with our sanitation team. The complication is if you go with a hybrid option, you're basically then going to have an RFQ for some sort of a hybrid, because you can't have that under the single hauler RFP. So either we choose the single hauler RFP and we move forward with that, or then we go back to square one. And I think after almost 2 years, I think we've made the choice, and this commission has made the choice.
If I could just finish. Yeah, so I agree. It was a 7-0 vote, unless obviously some of my colleagues have a different frame of mind now. But it sounds to me that what I would prefer is today we approve the use of the consultant, but not go along with the other parts of this resolution, which call for the consultant to review hybrid options and looking at other hybrid options in coastal cities. I mean, I don't think that's contemplated by what you're saying.
The issue of looking at other coastal cities, I don't. There's nothing with looking at what other coastals, how they're doing RFPs for single haulers. There's nothing. I think we can certainly task the consultants to do that. But the hybrid model is going to get complicated because at some point we're then going to have to split the baby, and then we're going to go back to square one. And in the meantime, we're still month to month, and then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to partition that hybrid part from the single hauler part. And again, it's just going to be extremely complicated. And I think the decision has been made.
Yeah, that would be my preference. So basically, adopt this resolution without the hybrid option. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I just want the public to realize that what's going on today. We're taking away consumer option. We're taking away from the taxpayers who elected us. We're taking away from them the ability to decide who they want to be their provider of waste hauling services. We're taking away from them the ability to compete for the best deal out there. This body could end up imposing upon the consumer rate increases that the moment that it comes time to consider those rate increases, what's going to end up happening is that we're going to end up deferring and sending things back to committee. I think having differences of opinion on the route to go down, I think having differences of opinion on what might ultimately be better for our residents, whether competition at the consumer level or competition at the day is not confusion. It's unfortunate that a colleague of ours would manipulate it into that. I think it's ultimately just a different view. It's a view of what do we prefer, negotiating these things on behalf of the consumer, or do we prefer the consumer to negotiate it, and if there's a rate increase, then be able to go to another waste hauler and see if that waste hauler is able to give them a better deal. I never want to be in a position where I'm taking away options for competition from those residents who I represent, and I never want to be in a position where I have to pass down to our residents a rate increase. But undoubtedly, with a single hauler option that it seems like today this would do, it's what will ultimately happen. We're going to be positioning ourselves to do that. And I just know us, when it comes time to approve those, passing that along to the consumers, we're all going to get cold feet and we're not going to want to take action. And we're just going to end up deferring. How we do with other things. When we're going to eliminate parking, we end up deferring, and we don't have the will to make that decision. So I'm just putting it there for the record, for the public to see what's going on.
I'll let Commissioner Dominguez defend herself. I would just ask that we not make attacks against other commissioners and what their motivations may be. I will reiterate, though, this was a 7-0 vote at this commission. 7-0. And now we're literally relitigating this over and over again, which is one of the reasons why it's making it very difficult for me and us to get through items on the agenda. I'd like to finish this up. Let's call the vote. But this was a 7-0 vote for a single hauler. There were many reasons for it. We've rehashed this over and over again, and there are many reasons, including the traffic on our streets and the additional trucks that multi-haulers. I mean, there's different reasons, whether you agree or not, but it was a 7-0 vote. Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay. I just want to clear the attack that I just received. I'm not misrepresenting or misleading the public. I firmly believe in the single hauler system. When Mark was a commissioner, I remember this item came up and he received at least 100 emails of complaints from people in multifamily homes and businesses who wanted the single hauler system. And last year, this started again. Because we kept delaying making a decision on whether to do multi or single. We currently have multi-hauler and it's not working. We do have a single hauler system for single family homes and it works well. I never received complaints on that. And for the single hauler in multifamily homes and businesses, it's not going to be a rubber stamp. It's going to be tailored with pricing for each of the buildings according to their needs. So this is something really important. It did pass 7-0 the first time around, and I'm excited to get this over the finish line.
So as a member of the Finance Committee and as somebody who did vote before that to go to single hauler in part of the 7-0 vote, I don't care which way it is, because you can make a good case with good operators for a very productive and responsive system in either the multi-hauler or the single hauler model. So either way, it will be incumbent on us, the city, the administration, to negotiate the very best deal for our residents and make sure that whoever wins the contract is responsive, is responsible, is attentive. So that's our job collectively, the staff and us up here. I remember the conversation in the Finance Committee because there was a robust discussion about maybe there's a way to look at this a different way, and it was a genuine conversation of maybe we can find a way to do all things for all people. But given that we've been on this for so many years, and I hear you, Commissioner Fernandez, I respect the fact that you were trying to look out for our residents, and nobody's going to want to hand out a contract to people who won't do a good job. But given how long we've been at this, I mean, when the fact that Laura was first introduced to this through Commissioner Samuelin's tenure on the dais, we just need to fish or cut bait on this, in my view. And so, with deference to with paying respect to your concern, I do think we should move this forward and direct the administration to go prepare an RFP for single haulers, and just have it be on us to make sure we get the very best vendor doing the very best service at the very best prices for our city and for our residents.
Can you make a motion?
I just did.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I missed it. Second. Nobody did.
Actually, I had Commissioner Dominguez made the motion originally, and Commissioner Botto, I'll make you a second.
Perfect.
So it is
There's a lot of things going on right now, and I'm a little confused on what's going on. There seems to be some flip-flopping. There's either the Finance Committee voted 4-0, or we originally voted, which I sponsored, but now this is getting really confusing. Can we defer this to the next month, please? And then we get just 30 more days. We're doing it for projects that have been around for years. Can we move this just 1 month to get a better lay of the land?
I'm going to vote no to that, but you need a second first.
I'm ready to speak.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Commissioner Fernandez.
So what took place at committee was the following. We decided, my big concern was that smaller buildings and residents were protected, that they were protected in the larger buildings, that they were protected in the smaller buildings. That said, I'm not going to impose on the Fontainebleau somebody that they've been working with for many years. I'm not going to tell them who their hauler needs to be because they're big boys, they're commercial interests. That is not my interest. So they gave a lot of concessions. They said that we could terminate the contract for convenience, correct? When we initially did this.
That was under the non-exclusive RFP.
Under the non-exclusive.
Right.
They said that they could terminate, the residents could terminate for convenience. We said that, if there were
Caps.
any legal problems, they gave a lot of concessions. So I was okay if we kept the residential, if we kept the residents protected. I'm fine, and I will vote for the hybrid simply because once I sat down and started talking to business interests, some of these people have had their commercial routes since like 1985, 1980. I'm not putting people out of business either, but I had to really sit down, and it was not fun. No offense, guys. Talk to all these waste haulers to kind of get their perspective so that I could do the best thing for the residents and make sure that they were protected, because I have a single hauler system and I would like every resident to be protected. I don't think it gets confusing when you have residential and commercial. Residents, single hauler, commercial, they can pick who they want and they can fight their own legal battles. So that's kind of where I am on this because I think that that's the fair thing to do. And I don't, so I'd like to hear from the body. I think it was pretty clear. We had a conversation. We all agreed that this was probably a great model, residential versus commercial. So, I mean, that's where we are.
Thank you. Vice Chair, if I may. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Vice Mayor, not Vice Chair, Vice Mayor. So I just want to know, at committee, what was the vote at committee, Mr. Clerk? Was it a unanimous?
I don't attend the committee, so I don't.
It was a unanimous vote of the committee. That means at committee, a majority of the city commission agreed with this at committee. And then now, there's a difference in vote. Again, I agree with what my colleague, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez has mentioned about this. It's about protecting consumer option. It's about allowing, if you're a large condominium, who am I to tell you who you have to use? What's that?
I'm not on board for that. I want even large condominiums, if they have residents in them, I want them to have to go through the city and the single hauler. That said, if you are a commercial enterprise, you can use multi-hauler.
Oh, but that's a hybrid option. That's
a hybrid option.
That's
but
a
you're
hybrid
saying I
option.
don't consider large
Well,
condominiums.
One at a time.
We're having a conversation. We're not fighting or anything. I don't consider.
Oh, okay. There's an exception for that.
I don't consider large condominiums commercial because they're not. It's a group of residents just living collectively together, which does not make them a commercial interest. That said, if you're looking at the Eden Rock, I don't want to tell the Eden Rock who they have to use. If they've had the same contractor for 20 years, I'm not getting involved in that because I just don't know. Maybe it will be the same contractor. Maybe it won't. I don't want to meddle in the business interest, but I want to protect the residents. So that's where I am.
Yeah, and so that's where, and thank you, and I'll regain the floor from that. I thank you. It's still a hybrid option. Whether you consider the large condominiums to be commercial or not, is still a hybrid option. I apologize to my colleague if she felt my comment was an attack on Commissioner Dominguez, because my point was that that the confusion is not confusion. The industry is not trying to confuse us. We just have a difference on opinion on what is best for our consumers. And so I'm more aligned with the thinking of Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Whether condominiums end up being considered commercial or not, that's a different story. But I just don't want to impose on the market. They should have the ability to compete for the best price and for the company that is willing to really give them the best deal for their business. And I believe in that type of open of competition.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was in line, so I just took the liberty.
Go for it.
I think I'm almost fully aligned with my colleagues sitting to my right, Commissioner Fernandez and Rosa Gonzalez. Even when we passed this 7-0 during one of our first and second commission meetings, I think that was my reservation of who am I to go to Joe Stonecrab, who's been in business since longer than I've been alive, and tell them who their trash collector should be. And same thing applies to the Fontainebleau, to the Eden Rock. These are big boys and gals, sophisticated entities, and I think they deserve that right to choose their own waste hauler. Now, whether large condominiums are included in that, I am indifferent. Bring that back as
Okay.
consultant is for areas where you're not an expert on, and this is an area where I'm not an expert. So that's why I'm in favor of this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so let's take that vote. The motion is to adopt the resolution as presented in our agenda package, removing the hybrid option. Am I correct, City Attorney?
Single hauler and get the.
That's what I said. So I'm saying the resolution, but no, that's okay, but removing the hybrid option. That's the motion. We have a second. Let's take the vote.
So as amended, removing the hybrid option, Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. No. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Can you come back to me?
Okay. Commissioner Magazine.
No.
Commissioner Suarez. No. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Ended this one time with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. It is 4-3. The item fails.
So, yes, you can. Somebody can make a motion, a different motion. Do we have a second? Let me ask a question. This is a dual question, I guess, for Joe and City Attorney. If we go this route, the commission legislation from last month still stands, though. We're still going to a single hole system. We'll just now have a consultant give us multi recommendations.
Consultant will come back with recommendations for the RFP. Those will have to be vetted by the commission. We'll present those, and those will be vetted. So all we're really doing is giving the consultant direction to move forward.
Or you could direct the consultant to give you options for single with commercial components that are multi-hauler, and there are probably a lot of different options that they can come back with. You probably don't want too many, but you may not want to develop the RFP until you decide whether you're going to divide between residential and commercial, as Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez mentioned, or the different alternative that Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, which is historical sections versus other areas in town. So I think there still needs to be more clarity as to what this body wants.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think it's important to note that the consultant will give them a time period to provide some recommendations. And I think the FERC item also said we would be coming back to FERC. I believe that was in September or October to present that. So it'll be vetted through the committee, and at that point, it'll come back to the full commission before we even issue the RFP. So we're some months away from issuing an RFP. We just want to be sure that we have the proper direction so that we can tell the consultant what they are going to be looking at.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and let's take the vote.
Also, I feel like I'm a little bit of a swing vote on this, but I would like to hear from the larger condominiums. Between now and then, I would like to do some sort of Zoom meeting with large condominiums over, what do we consider large, over 25 units? So that I can get the feedback from them, see which waste haulers they're currently using, find out what issues that they're having so that I can be better educated on this to make a final decision. I don't know how my colleagues feel about doing a Zoom meeting, but I think it would really be beneficial to all of us to actually go and go out to the community and say, what do you think? We're looking at either giving all of you one waste hauler, or you can continue to choose your own, because I don't really know. So would you guys be in favor of a Zoom meeting so that I can get that information? I don't think it should be too arduous.
I would.
Just what you want, Joe. Another Zoom on waste hauling. But this will be a good one. I need to speak to the associations and find out what they think.
It's fine with me. Let's take the vote.
So as presented on the agenda package R7E with direction to have a Zoom meeting, Commissioner Botts.
Sure.
Commissioner Dominguez. It's as is with direction to have an additional meeting as written on the agenda. It's a single hauler, correct? I'm sorry.
No, the consultant will review both single hauler and multi waste hauler options.
So as is with direction for Zoom, Commissioner Dominguez is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved 7-0, R7E.
Call R5L.
to R5L, right, Mayor?
Yes.
R5L is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach and Chapter 5 Off-Street Parking, Article 3 Design Standards at Division 10 Parking Garage Design Standards, Section 5.3.10, Subsection A General Standards, and Chapter 7 Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 1 General to all zoning districts at Division 6 Parking Screening Standards, Section 7.1.6.2 Standards, to allow for additional height and modified parking screening standards for main use parking garages located on Terminal Island, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a private application. It is first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote.
Welcome, Tom. You're on. You're on.
Can everybody hear me? Yes. The mic's on, okay. This is an LDR amendment, but unlike probably 99% of the LDR amendments that you've had in the past, this has actually been filed by a private applicant. And so I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of what the application is for in the process, and then I'll turn it over to the private applicant. Under our LDRs, property owners are allowed to file a private application for an LDR amendment. They file it directly with the planning board, which is what happened in this particular instance. And the proposal is twofold. One, it is to increase the maximum allowable height for standalone parking garages in the I-1 district on Terminal Island. Currently, that height limit is 40 feet, and the applicant has proposed allowing a main use parking garage to go up to 75 feet. The other part of the amendment is to remove the mandatory requirement for active spaces along waterfront portions of a main use garage, which in this particular instance, since it's an industrial district, would be consistent with the existing garage. This application was transmitted with a favorable recommendation by the planning board on March 26th of 2024 by a vote of 5-1. The other thing that's important to point out, and we discussed this in the memo, is that because main use parking garages don't have an FAR requirement, their overall size is regulated by height and setbacks. So in this particular instance, by increasing the maximum allowable building height, you are in effect increasing the size and mass of the building. Lastly, as part of the planning board review process for this proposal, our Transportation and Mobility Department did a thorough analysis of the applicant's circulation and traffic analysis and concluded that it's not expected to have any negative impacts at the intersection of the MacArthur Causeway and the entrance to Terminal Island. Should this particular ordinance be adopted by the commission, the applicant would still have to go back to the planning board for a CUP revision to expand its existing garage, as well as DRB approval to add on to the garage. If this is approved at first reading, second reading would be set for July 24th, 2024, and the administration recommends approval at first reading.
Hello, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the commission, Madam Interim City Manager, and Mr. City Attorney, and in these beautiful new chambers. They look really quite nice. Neeson Kasdan and Chris Pinellas, on behalf of the applicant here, which is Fisher Island Community Association, which operates the ferry system, both the residents and guests on the west side of Terminal Island, and on the east side of Terminal Island, what we are talking about, where the employees, contractors, and others use. We have a presentation, but I'd like to dispose of that unless you would like to see it, because I think each and every one of you have been briefed about the reasons for this. I'll say just two things. Number one, this is about relieving traffic congestion and improving the efficiency of the island's business operations. Right now, because the garage cannot hold more cars, there are many cars that have to go on the ferry to the island, bringing over employees, tradespeople, and other people. In fact, as much as 80% of the cars that go to the island using the East Ferry do not have to go there. What's the significance of that? As you have seen in the evidence we have shown you, the traffic analysis as well, what happens is when they're waiting to get on the ferry, the cars back up. They back up onto Terminal Island Road, blocking the Coast Guard entrance, blocking entrance to our facilities, blocking entrance to the city's maintenance facility. And they sometimes back up onto the MacArthur Causeway, impeding eastbound traffic. So this is the principal way of reducing traffic congestion caused by that, by letting the cars park in the garage instead of having to wait and load on the ferry. We have with us today the representatives of the Fisher Island Community Association who are here to speak, as well as our traffic consultant. But the only other point I'd like to make, unless you'd like to see our presentation, is Captain Omenheiser, who is the commander of the Coast Guard base, is here to address this issue as well. Captain.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Roger Omenheiser. I'm the commanding officer of the Coast Guard base there. Ever since the East Ferry Terminal was constructed, the traffic on occasion will back up, as this gentleman said, and it impedes Coast Guard men and women from coming and going to the base. And so that's a big problem for us. So I'm not here to say yay or nay for this. I'm simply here to say that I'm in favor of any initiative that will relieve traffic congestion on Terminal Island.
And what do you base your assessment that this would do that?
If there's more capacity in that garage to absorb more traffic as opposed to queuing up in front of the entrance to the base, I am in favor of that.
A question I have, Neeson, I guess, is my understanding, and this came back from a few years ago already, but now we're back now, that there wasn't a public benefit offered to the city. To be honest, I think there's some confusion I still have after a number of conversations whether we've accepted that benefit, what that benefit is, what is the benefit that you're offering, and can we solidify that? It seems to me from the memo that it's a little vague, and I'd like to know before we vote that there's something locked in.
Well, here's, Mr. Mayor, the main public, first of all, this is a zoning item. And as a zoning item, it is what is the appropriate zoning to deal with the city's needs in that particular area. Here, the case is clear and unequivocal that traffic backup will be reduced if cars do not have to wait in a queue for the ferry. That's the zoning reason for doing this, and that is the public benefit for doing this. We have had discussions with the city about the city potentially utilizing some of the spaces in the expanded garage. As 6 months ago, we actually made a comprehensive proposal to the city, which we frankly had not heard a response to that proposal in terms of improving the traffic situation on that island with the lanes that the cars feed in on, as well as potentially using our parking. We are ready, willing, and able to sit and talk with the city, but that is a different issue than the zoning. This is not sort of contract zoning. You give us this, you get that. This is needed for traffic relief. It's needed it benefits not only us, but it benefits the Coast Guard, it benefits the city, benefits the residents. We've been endorsed, in fact, by the Icon Condominium Association, John Stimmel. There's a letter in your package from them. And we are more than happy to sit down with the city, as we've always been, to talk about working with the city in terms of improving the traffic situation, potentially use of our garage. But that really is disconnected from today's vote.
I'm not sure why. Let's get to the commissioners first. If you're answering my question, yes.
Fisher Island Community Association is a large taxpayer to the city of Miami Beach. Maybe not as large as the Fountain Blue or certain others, but it's a significant taxpayer to the city of Miami Beach. It takes very, very, very little services from the city of Miami Beach. In terms of a public benefit, if you're seeking for Fisher Island Community Association to somehow compensate the city for a good deed that it's doing, I struggle to understand that. And it seems to me that in the context of a zoning item, the decision should be whether or not the zoning item makes sense for the neighborhood and the other uses that are there, including the Coast Guard, which is very necessary to service the city in a variety of ways, and the officers, cadets, would you call them captains, boat captains, your staff have to get to and from the base. So my take and my thought for you to take your question head on is that to the extent that there's going to be a conversation about a public benefit, the appropriate forum for that would be when this item has to come back through design review board or something like that. But it really shouldn't be your measure for whether or not this item should pass or not.
Well, I'm going to be more direct because so far I haven't gotten an answer to my question. This item came up a couple of years ago, and a commission, which I was one of them, did not pass it. So now we're back. And my question, I guess, directly is, my understanding is there was an offer made to the city about the use of a certain amount of parking spaces. I've never gotten an answer from you or the city administration what that number is. And right now, I don't think it's on the table. Because once we approve it, I'm sure you're working in good faith. You're very credible. You've always been true to your word. But I'm assuming once we vote on this, after second reading, that offer will not be on the table. It's just not. It's just realistically, it's not going to be. So I want to know how many spaces is being offered. By the way, we're going from 40 feet to 75 feet. That is, the city, we're giving something up that is extremely valuable.
If I may, to put it in proper context. First of all, the CD3 district allows 75-foot garages as a matter of right, and other buildings are as well. This is an industrial zone, and this is a facility that services the ferry terminal that's there. But let me get to the point about what you're saying. We stand ready to discuss it with the city. We stood ready 6 months ago. We stand ready today. We stand ready between first and second reading, and we stand ready after it's passed. And as Mr. Zacchello mentioned, this has to go before the planning board for conditional use approval, and the city can attach conditions to that. It also has to go before the design review board. I think I sent to you a letter that we sent back in November to the city saying that we wanted to sit with the city, discuss a comprehensive plan. We have also verbally offered the use, and not for free, but the use of 50, because we have to build this garage, and every space is needed, 50 spaces. We stand ready, willing, and able to talk with the city about it. We're ready to do that, happy to do it between first and second reading. But since we've actually been making this tender for over 6 months, it's not quite fair, the 11th hour, the 11th minute before first reading, for the first time say now this, for the first time here from the city, we don't want to necessarily move forward unless we have an arrangement. So,
well, in all fairness, I raised the same issue 2 years ago.
And Mr. Mayor, I think you might have seen the letter we sent over 6 months ago, and even before that, but 6 months ago, and in meetings before that, we made a proposal. We made a proposal to the city. So we've been ready, willing, and able.
What's the number of spots that the mayor's requesting? Can someone tell me that?
Can I have an idea. Mayor.
Well, just, can I repeat? Okay, the city attorney is telling me that contract zoning wise, I just want to make sure that got it. I didn't pick up on that. So, but I think it's an important issue. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Independent of the fact that it is not appropriate to negotiate for something from the city at this moment. Independent of that, we stand ready, willing, and able to talk with the city about accommodating the city's needs on a temporary or permanent basis.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So I met with the, am I on?
Yeah.
No.
Hello? Okay. I met with the Fisher Island Community Association, and I have a pretty decent public benefit that I'm working on right now, so let me explain it to you to see if all of you agree. When you're at any of the towers south of 5th, or when you go by on the marina, there's a square with these big green industrial oil barrels that's there. And that is part of Miami Beach. And that is owned by a company called Transmontane. None of us know that. I'm not sure what the zoning on that site is, but it's very unsightly and it's very ugly and it's very industrial. So Fisher Island said, well, that doesn't belong to us. that belongs to Transmontane. But on their side of the island, Fisher Island put in shrubbery and blocked out these unsightly green barrels. Now, if we negotiate for the association to sit down with us and Transmontane, and we actually do have a meeting coming up with Transmontane, if the Fisher Island Association would assume some of the expense of that landscaping and fencing so that our residents don't see that industrial area, I think that that would be an excellent public benefit. And that's what I would be working toward. I actually reached out and spoke to, as you can see, you did not have the approval today of the SOFNA board. And the reason you don't have the approval is they are withholding their approval until we potentially have this meeting with Transmontane. So I have the meeting with Transmontane. I would much rather the city negotiate this I think Nick is going to be present at the meeting anyway, and we did inform the city manager about this. But we would like to work together to get landscaping and some fencing over the green barrels, the green oil tanker barrels, which really shouldn't be there in the first place. And if we do this, all of those towers along the marina, and I don't know how many residents that represents in full, but it's probably 10,000 residents, if not more, living in all of this. That I think would be the right negotiation between first and second reading. And, we can all come to the table. Transmontane can put some money forward. The Island Association can also help because they want to beautify their island too. And as you drive up to Fisher Island, those industrial green tanks look very unsightly. And it's the entrance, if you will, to, the port. So this could be a tremendous public benefit that many people will thank us for later. I don't know how you feel about this, but I think that that's what we should strive toward between first and second reading. If you want the zoning, the extra parking spaces, help us beautify that area.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, there's a traffic issue that could help be alleviated by the creation of more parking. Clearly, if people don't have to queue to get on a ferry, then you have less backup on the causeway, so we can accommodate them instead in a garage. I think we all benefit from that. But the reality is that, this hasn't been approved in the past because it is a height increase. It could potentially have unintended impacts to the closest residence to there, which is south of 5th. For us, it's south of 5th. I want to know what commitments are there going to be that if someone approaches them and says, like at 1111 Lincoln Road, 1111 Lincoln Road, it's a garage, but occasionally there are special events on that garage because there's beautiful views. I'm wondering if this height increase is granted. Will the private applicant proffer and voluntarily agree not to have any type of activations or rooftop activations on the garage?
Commissioner Fernandez, and I do want to point out that Icon Brickell has actually supported this because I think of its traffic benefits. But to your question, we will voluntarily proffer that there will be no, I think your words are activities.
No activations other than for parking in the garage.
We will voluntarily proffer that there will be no activations on the top of the garage. Other than
Thank you. And will the applicant...
And they don't. That's not. This is a garage to service their employees and
sure.
And
but employees usually come during office hours. But then at night, what happens at night is that it's a rooftop. It has beautiful views of Miami Beach, of the port, of downtown. So some nonprofit comes around. The PTA wants to have an activity on the rooftop, and we start to have parties there. That impacts people's quality of life.
We will voluntarily proffer that.
Thank you. How about screening? Does the private applicant intend to provide screening on the added height to protect the neighborhoods from the infiltration of light from the vehicles?
This has to go before the design review board, and I'm sure those issues will be addressed at the design review board level.
But given that my legislative action and my vote here today is going to determine whether this will make its way to the DRB or not, I need to know today whether the applicant intends to provide the screening.
So you're saying that the zoning should include screening Yes.
Well, would the applicant amend its application to provide for screening
Well,
on
we
the
will
added
agree,
height?
we'll agree to an amendment between first and second reading, which would require that we provide screening. Absolutely.
Thank you. And as it relates to the top level of parking, does what is being done to control, let's say, vehicle noise emanating from the top level of parking? In the past, what we've seen is that the top level of parking, when you have cars there, sometimes the clicking of the cars or the alarms can be a nuisance to people close by. Will the applicant agree to do anything to cover to cover the rooftop?
Again, this one though, I think, Commissioner, remember this also has to go for conditional use, which specifically deals with things such as noise and lights and things of that sort. I would respectfully request that that be part of the conditional use process. I'm sure there will be conditions attached.
But we can always, as part of the legislation, we can always provide that the parking garage, must provide for a cover for the top floor. I mean, that can be legislatively provided in an ordinance, can it not?
Well, are you saying cover or noise mitigation are you looking for? Obviously, the top level is...
Well, the intent of a cover would be for noise mitigation, but or if you have some other way. I see our planning director is coming forward, so I'll seek his guidance on how best to address this, Mr. Mooney.
Yes,
through the mayor.
Commissioner, I just wanted to mention that with regard to the covering of the rooftop portion under the code, that's not considered an allowable height exception. So that potentially could increase the overall height. You could certainly make that part of the ordinance. It's just, it would result in a taller building because we would have to measure the overall height to that.
Or we could make the cover a height exception.
Or you could, but to do that, that would be another section of the code that would have to be amended.
Right. So I would, that's something that I would be looking for between first and second reading.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, Commissioner, as long as we can stay on track for no later than a July 2nd reading, because otherwise we go well into the fall on the cycles the city now has established, and we want to get moving with this garage as fast as possible.
Now, to go back to some of the other points, what I would like to see between first and second reading is to see, what else is the applicant willing to voluntarily proffer? Is the applicant willing to make any voluntary proffers to assist with the city's parking needs? Is the applicant willing to voluntarily agree to continue supporting the city's continuation of use of parking on FDOT right-of-ways? Those are things that I need the applicant to consider as between first and second reading, whether they would voluntarily be willing to make any proffers as it relates to those things, or even though right now we're not in a development agreement phase.
Commissioner, some of those are outside of zoning and the regulations with zoning, and therefore I think run afoul of the contract zoning issue. But as I've said before, we stand committed, and we have said in writing to the city, and we've reached out. We are ready, willing, and able to talk with the city about accommodating the city's needs in that area, including use of some parking with our garage as well.
But my concern is
we need to be able to. They need to sit down with us and have that discussion.
Sure, absolutely. But my concern is not only accommodating parking within the garage, but the parking that the city uses on FDOT right of way.
But that's not an appropriate condition for a zoning ordinance to say that we will agree not to comment on the use of the FDOT right of way. I think, with due respect, Commissioner, I think what we really need to do is get the city to sit with us so we can talk about the best plan for that island and the city's needs.
But my concern is that the moment this moves forward and we create legislation, you all have the authority to go before a board that later on this body has no authority.
We are far from two things. Number one, if you look at the correspondence record, you will see how we have reached out. And we always remain willing and able to work with, and we have to work with the city, and we should work with the city. They're our neighbors on this. But in addition to that, we have to go before the planning board for a conditional use approval. And the conditional use approval can look at a range of things affecting properties, and that's really the appropriate place to deal with that package of issues, Commissioner. And we will.
Understood. I just want to make sure, because the moment we approve this, you have the ability, after second reading, to submit an application to the planning board. And then it's out of our control. Whatever happens at the planning board happens at the planning board. I can't appear at the planning board. I can't speak to the planning board members. I can't influence the planning board. And so to the extent that I have a piece of legislation that is asking for a significant height increase, then in the past, the city commission has used its legislative prerogative to vote down. I want to make sure I use my legislative prerogative to defend the best interests of the city that I was elected to
Understood.
represent.
I just think we have to be careful in connection with the zoning, not to attach things to the zoning that are not appropriate for the zoning. That's
Thank you.
Just want to conclude by stating that I just want to make sure that that the city's interests on FDOT right of way to park on FDOT right of way is not jeopardized with the approval of this application, that the city later be, put in a position that is being told, hey, listen, we created this garage, give up the FDOT right of way that the city uses for its operational needs and shift it over to the garage.
Commissioner Fernandez, if I may, let me say this. What's before you today to alleviate the queuing that takes place is the thing that could help the city most. Because right now, and they're parking in that FDOT right of way, and whether it continues or not, if it continues, when there's a queue that is backed up on Terminal Island Drive out on the MacArthur Causeway, that can impact the ability of city employees to get to that parking or to leave that parking. So if we're talking about helping the city in its immediate parking needs, there's nothing they could do better than by approving this zoning amendment today.
Sure, but I want to hear from our deputy city manager, if I may, through the mayor, because we have critical operational needs for our facilities that are by there, which involves the use the continued use of right of way, and if I may recognize the city manager through the mayor on that FDOT right of way, because I believe this is something that the city can't jeopardize losing.
You read my mind.
So before our deputy city manager speaks to the FDOT right-of-way issue, I do want to make sure that we recognize that as of today, there is no guarantee that the additional height will absolutely mitigate the queuing issue. It may cause more folks in vehicles to want to utilize the garage. There may be less carpooling. We have no certainty.
Pardon me, Madam Manager. That's absolutely not.
Neeson, please. You'll have your opportunity.
Not have absolute certainty that it will solve and mitigate the queuing issue, and so we would definitely want to have discussions to see if there are secondary strategies that if the queuing issue remained post approval of the height increase, that there would be some opportunity to remedy that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond.
You may, and then we'll hear from Eric.
That statement is absolutely incorrect. There's nothing, and I'll bring John McWilliams up, our traffic expert. There's nothing that will relieve traffic congestion more than that. Understand, and we can show the video. Remember, this is for employees and contractors and workers on the island. The island is virtually fully built out. There are 150 unit condominiums left to be built. This is for the people who are already going over to the island. And 80% of those people use that terminal do not need to go on the island. There are certain tradesmen with their equipment or construction trucks that need to go there. This is the most important mechanism for relieving traffic congestion there, because many, if not most of those cars can go into the garage where there's not capacity. I'd like to ask John McWilliams.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. No offense. I don't think we need to go there. If one of the commissioners wants to, we'll call him up. By the way, just from my own standpoint here, we're repeating the arguments. You've made your arguments. Everyone's making their arguments. We're repeating. I want to hear from the other commissioners because ultimately we got to vote. Eric, you have the floor, and then Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mayor Kasdan for bringing up the conversations that we've had over the course of probably the last year. We've had several meetings out on the site. We've exchanged correspondence on this. My understanding of where we stood at last discussion was that the Fisher Island folks did feel like at certain times of the year they might have some excess parking capacity that they would be willing to make available to the city for a reasonable fee. We unfortunately are concerned that that doesn't make up for the 365-day a year need that was part of the proposal that was circulated back in November, which was to do away with the parking along the FDOT right-of-way. So we do have some concerns about our operational needs on the island. We obviously have concerns about the operational needs of the Coast Guard. And we're willing and able to sit down and continue the conversations. Ultimately, we do think that the height and the additional parking in the garage will end up being a good thing at the end of the day, but we also want to be able to be careful about unintended consequences.
Commissioner Bott.
This has been going on for years, and I know that we have a quarterly cycle now, and I appreciate your referencing that because it sort of clears the way for other things that we can't get to in our regular commission meetings. But I would suggest that if it gets heard now versus in 3 or 4 months, it's not the end of the world. Having said that, Commissioner Fernandez, to your point, even if we were to sort of conditionally pass it at first reading with the understanding that there would be some heavy duty negotiation, we can shut it down when it comes back.
Right.
And so
True.
I would suggest that more important than proffering some reasonably priced parking for a few days a year when it's convenient, which isn't super helpful to us. And I have to say, I love the argument. It's not, I'm picking on you, Mayor, but I'm not really picking on you. But you're not the only person who's mentioned this as when asked about public benefits. When the project being contemplated before the body is offered as the public benefit, that always makes me kind of chuckle. So thank you for that laugh. It's not the public benefit, but what would be a public benefit, and I'm not trying to negotiate anything from the dais, but if this were to pass today, and I would suggest that it comes back in July, not in June, so there's ample time for all these details to get worked out in their appropriate setting by the administration. I would very strongly encourage you to consider a significant contribution or whatever the right mechanism is to our city transportation fund, or something that increases our options as a community to mitigate traffic backups. Whatever that is, however it looks, to me that is a more palatable backup public benefit than the occasional use of a parking spot at a cost. In addition to what Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is working on as well. I don't think one cancels out the other. So just to allay the concerns that my colleagues have about if we say yes today, it's a done deal. I think we need to, we're starting to chase our tails. I think we need to move this forward and give you guys the opportunity to come back with a really great offer, because you are effectively asking us to double our height in that area where it is currently zoned as half of what you want. And I understand your argument that in other comparable areas it's zoned differently, but that's not where this is. So we're dealing with the reality we have, not something perspective.
So far this is a...
So that's a motion to...
Okay.
To vote on it
Second.
and let them come back and...
In my vote in July, I'm going to be looking out for the public's interests. We are now, but, we've made our...
Okay, let's call the vote.
So
And it's just so everyone knows, it needs 5 votes to pass.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, a second by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott was a yes. Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Magazine was a yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez is a yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes on first reading.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes, but it's going to take more for me to get on the second reading, as I think it's been evident.
Which has been delivered. Thank you.
Good.
We are
and willing and able to sit with the city. It's in your interest, it's in our interest.
So the vote was 7-0. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for July 24th.
All right.
R9AP.
R9AP is discuss, take action, city manager selection process.
Who's taking the lead on that?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. Today we are seeking direction from the body as to 4 items. First is to approve the schedule and process that was included in the LTC, which is also included in your agenda. Item is R9AP, as in Peter. Second, that you all approve the job description and requirements for applicants. Third, the approval of the recruitment brochure text, which was included. And then finally, the approval of the advertising plan that was proposed by the recruiting firm.
Okay, you want to call them one of the, so there's, let me just make clear, there's 4 votes.
Four items for your approval: the schedule and process, the job description and requirements, the recruitment brochure text, and finally, the advertising plan.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
You do. It's in the original in the original books.
Commissioner Fernandez. Let me get you on. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was looking at the minimum requirements. You know, one of the things that stood out to me in this is that in the description, it says, you know, at least 7 years as a CAO/CEO or deputy CAO/CEO in a complex, dynamic, and diverse government or private sector organization. But nowhere here in this document does it mention experience as a city manager. And I think that that's important. You know, it leaves it kind of vague, in my opinion, in my take. And I think approving this document, it should say specifically, you know, experience as a city manager. You know, one thing is to run a hospital, run a university, run some other type of entity. Another thing is to run a city government. We just operate under a different set of standards, of expectations, of regulations, and protocols than other entities. So that's one thing I wanted to put on the record. The other matter I wanted to put on the record is that, you know, it states at least 15 years of executive level management and management experience. And, you know, just looking back in our history when we've hired city managers, you know, we always haven't had individuals like Alina that has had 3 decades of you know, senior management, government, executive experience. You know, we hired a city manager prior to that had been a city attorney, but that's not a management level experience. and prior to that, he had been a county commissioner, and that is not a senior management experience. Prior to that, we had George Gonzalez. George Gonzalez, when he got hired, he didn't have 15 years of executive level experience. And so I think we want someone that's going to be very dynamic, someone that's not at the end of their career, someone that is still somewhat mid-career. And I don't know if this requirement that we have here might be setting the bar too high for that. So those are my only two comments. I really think that in the minimum requirements, we need to mention city experience, city management experience, and the other thing that I would mention is, the 15 years. I just think we're going to eliminate a big segment of the job market out there in the industry that might be more familiar with newer, more modern trends in municipal management. Those are my comments.
I believe Commissioner Dominguez is next, then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Mic off? Okay. So when I was looking at the experience, I noted that it said at least 7 years of experience as a city manager. And what concerns me is that nobody in the city would be able to apply. Because then the way it's written, like nobody here would qualify because none of them have been 7 years as a city manager. And maybe there's good ones that should apply. So that part concerned me.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I also didn't like the 15 years. I would like to strike that. And also it says City of Miami Beach residency is highly preferred, but I would like it to say City of Miami Beach residency or willingness to relocate is highly preferred. Willingness is highly preferred, because that right there, you're going to eliminate a lot of people. It makes it seem like you can only apply if you live in the city, and we're willing to have people to relocate. I think the way that it's written right now, it's going to be very hard to find the right person. I would strike the 15 years and reduce it to like 5 years, maybe 5 years administrative experience in a government. That way, at least we're going to get a wide net of people. We want people to apply, don't we? The way it's written right now, I would strike the 15 and make it 5 years. And then it could be, a public sector experience or public or private sector experience at the executive level. Something that's written a little easier. Otherwise, you're right. We're not going to get any applicants. And this is why I wish I would go through every single RFP that we issue, because I guarantee you, if I went through it, I would find stuff like this that is discouraging or encourages only one person to bid on something or one person to apply. So I do think it needs tweaking. I'm not happy. And by the way, I don't even see where it says here a preference for Spanish. I said that. I said I'd like the person to be at least have a rudimentary knowledge of Spanish. I think that was, nobody liked that idea. What? It's not even in there though. Like it's not even in, it's like preference for somebody who speaks Spanish. I think given the amount of Hispanic people in our community that don't even speak English, I think that's important. It doesn't have to be a requirement, but it could be a preference, and I don't see that reflected here. So I'm a no on this unless we make changes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to also cast a wider net. Going back and looking at our process last time, I was actually quite surprised that we only got 29 applicants. I think 4 or 5 were internal. That was surprising. So I would like to essentially, not that we would lower our threshold or requirements because we're going to demand excellency, but just as we can do that at the end process, right? At the end selection, let's try and get as many good qualified applicants. I think this process was in large part, we want to think outside the box, be creative, be flexible, and we'll make the best decision going forward when all those get in, but let's cast as wide net as possible. So I'd prefer to, at least for the minimum required experience, to lower that a little bit. Perhaps to 5, I'd be fine with that, as my colleagues have suggested. And as James pointed out, I think you sold me at the end there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Suarez.
I also think one thing that we're we're missing is should have construction experience because we have multi-million dollar projects that are about to start, hopefully, in the next year, and we should have someone who clearly has an understanding of cost, construction, and and public projects such as what's going on in First Street and West Avenue, and that can decipher, is this are we getting hiked on this bid, or is this a fair deal? I think that's very important that we include some construction experience. I'm also open to get a wider net of applicants, expanding the pay. Right now I believe it's like 350,000. If we really want to get some top-notch, stellar city managers, I think we need to increase the pay. Yeah, 360. It says 360 or higher. I would start off with 450 minimum, and that is really going to get the applicants rolling in. I'm okay with lowering it to 5 years. Huh? And I also have, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but look, there's definitely going to be applicants within the city who may want to apply, and then there's definitely going to be applicants outside the city. I think I'm always going to be in favor of city managers that live in Miami Beach because you have skin in the game, you understand the issues, people see you at Publix, they talk to you, and there's an intangible value to that. But if you are already working in the city, I think it's a little unfair to say if you have like a family and you need to move, your children are already going to school where they are. So what I'm proposing is maybe perhaps two forms where if you are in the city and you're applying, you're not required to move. But if you are outside the city, you are required to live in the city of Miami Beach. And given the fact that if we increase the pay to something exceptionally high, that should incentivize a move to our city. I don't know what my colleagues feel about that.
So tell you where I am. I'm comfortable with all the changes proposed so far, except for the salary increase that you proposed, but everything else everybody said I'm in favor of. Maybe we just hear from our consultant from HR Gov to see if there's any concerns with any of the proposals that we've made and the changes that we're proposing.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks. I want to thank you all for taking the time to give me individual interviews. I think it really helped. What you saw down there was what I believed was the majority view. The reason we had the 15 years and the 7 is there, I believe, was some concern that you didn't want to limit it to just people that have either city or county government experience. If we do that, then normally we would have lowered it probably to maybe 10 and 5. Obviously, you can lower it as much as you'd like. The reason we put it up higher was because we left that option open, because in your requirements, in your job description, it still requires you to understand and know government. We did put in a thing about, I did notice that in the minimum qualifications on the City of Miami-Dade residency is highly preferred. We probably stated that poorly. Later in the other material, you'll see that what we meant was once you're hired, we say in there that the city would really encourages you to move into the city, think that it's important. We talked about there was a possibility, depending on qualifications, that maybe the city could do something on housing as an assistance. So we did try to address that. So cutting it back as much as you want is fine, especially if you're going to say you have to have city or county experience. I think that makes a lot of sense. We thought we had the construction experience in there, but we can tighten it up more. The salary, what we left it open was because you pay at a fairly high level for the public sector now. What we tried to say was, look, we're trying to get the best people. This job description was not written for any city manager. This was written for what I believe you told me you wanted, which was the manager to manage probably the premier city in the state of Florida. And that's the way we're trying to advertise it, trying to attract people all across the country that may have good jobs now, the salary we put in really left it up to the commission to, we indicated at 360 that we weren't kidding about the salary, but that we were open to negotiations depending upon sort of, the candidate that we find. So all the things that you're saying are things that clearly we can make a change, and it's easier for me to reduce some of the things like the 15 years than it would be if we had put it too low and you were disappointed. So yeah, as long as you can come to some consideration on what you would like in here, so far everything you've said we can change.
Okay, thank you. I think we have good suggestions. I think we should get to a vote. Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez, but somebody please make the motion to incorporate these changes. Thank you.
I would like to add 2 changes to be incorporated, but I'd be happy to make the motion with all that said. There are 2 things. One is in the qualifications, the knowledge, skills, and abilities. I think it's really important that we have somebody with pretty significant experience in contract negotiations and RFPs. Not that they would necessarily be leading the charge on RFPs, RFQs, or contract negotiations, but we negotiate with the police and fire unions as well as our city employee unions every few years, and I don't want this to be a situation where somebody's learning on the job. We also have multi-million-dollar RFPs for big infrastructure projects, as Commissioner Suarez mentioned, and again, whoever comes in needs to not be a novice at running that process, even if they're not on the front lines of doing the negotiation. So that is a change. An addition I'd like to see in the knowledge, skills, and abilities. The other thing is, I think under priority opportunities and challenges, the first point is new city direction and focus. I think that actually needs to be split into 2 items because it seems like we conflated something here. The first part is talking about we've intentionally moved away from a spring break image, and I think that is true not just in the month of March. I think we are intentionally moving away from a party till you drop image with enhanced offerings in culture and lifestyle and wellness and sports and all kinds of other things, great restaurants, great park space, and that is something we're looking to continue to build upon. Separate from that, and in addition to that, we are also focusing on effective community policing and focusing on engaging with our residents and our law enforcement officers and our code officers to upgrade public safety and positively impacting citizens' quality of life. But together, you're kind of subsuming the culture part for the public safety part, and I think they need to be split up into their own separate points because they're equally important but different from each other.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez. Wait, you didn't make a motion, did you?
I did in the beginning.
Okay, thank you. And you seconded it?
Yes, and I seconded that motion. So I just want to ask Jim, our consultant who was on by Zoom. So what is the recommendation as to the professional recommendation from the consultant as to the experience? I think we feel that 15 years is too high. What is the professional recommendation on the years of experience, Jim?
Okay, what we can do is we can change the 15 years. I think you're going to need somebody that has 10 years of executive level experience, and you can make at least 5 of them in a city or county government. So that it gives you more. I can't imagine somebody running a city as big as this without 10 years of experience because it's an extremely complex job. And will require at least 5 years in city or county government. That will definitely, I think, take care of the things you need. And I think it lowers the bar, but it doesn't lower it too much to where we get a whole slew of people that are really not what I think you're going to find acceptable to run an organization. And you all convinced me. I mean, this is the thing. You convinced me, and this adds a little different, and I've talked to the people at GovHR, that we're not just recruiting for a manager here. We're recruiting for somebody pretty unique in one of the most unique cities in America.
Yes.
And that it's a great opportunity for somebody, and we're really trying to get the best of the best.
Jim, I think
So if that sounds okay to you, 10 and 5 would be my recommendation.
so I'm just thinking about this because again, just going through the history of city managers. As I was mentioning Jimmy Morales. Jimmy Morales, I don't think would have had 10 years of that level or 5 years of city management experience when he was elected. I don't think George Gonzalez would have met that. Before that, Jose Garcia Pedrosa. I don't think that Jose Garcia Pedrosa even had that when before George. I think I rather us be able to cast a wider net of people with diverse experience, of great talented individuals out there with energy, with drive, with vision, and then we, together with the assistance of this consultant, be able to then narrow it down. But I don't want us to see us end up with a small pool of candidates, and so I just would value other feedback from my colleagues on that. Regarding the
Would 5 and 5 be okay? 5 and 5? Let's do it.
I think 5, Mr. Mayor, sounds very reasonable at that point. I think also when we talk about construction experience, I think, construction experience, that's important, but construction in government, so capital projects. So we want someone with experience in capital projects and infrastructure projects. That's the key thing, I believe. I just don't want to say general construction experience. I would, because what is the type of construction the government engages in? Someone may have construction experience with condominiums. Someone may have construction experience building churches. I don't know. But what we want experience with are capital projects and infrastructure projects. That's the type of experience that I think we are looking for in this. And then the other point I was going to make had to do with the salary. I like the way the salary is printed. I know one of my colleagues raised a concern about it. I like the way that it's printed because it sets an opening salary, but it doesn't set a cap, and it gives us the ability really to entice and attract someone really really good to our city. And lastly, my preference is for someone to live in the city or be willing to relocate. I think we should be able to put that in there, willing to relocate. I don't want to have 2 different job descriptions for an internal candidate versus an external candidate, because I don't think that, or different criteria. I just think we should make it clear in one document, preferred to live in the city or be willing to relocate to our jurisdiction.
Okay. We have a motion and a second as amended. Are you comfortable, Rick?
Okay, here we go. I just want to recap. So we're going to move it to 5 years of executive management experience. We are going to include residency or willingness to relocate as a preference or as a requirement, because that was not clear. Preference. Okay. And then we want to include experience with public works projects or infrastructure projects. No, capital infrastructure projects. And only other comment that was made, but I wasn't too sure what this would do in terms of changing the description, was the inclusion of some cultural component in the description. Maybe Commissioner Bott, that was yours, if you could.
Okay. There was another thing that was added that was missed. Experience with contract negotiations, RFQs, and RFPs, and then separating the priority operations, opportunities, and challenges. The first item that is new city direction and focus. Rework that a little bit so it is 2 items. One talking about our change to culture and wellness and more moderate things rather than party to drop, and secondly effective community policing and public safety.
Okay, understood. Okay, so we are then also adding the negotiation experience as well as taking the item currently there and splitting it into two, one that focuses on community policing, et cetera, and one that focuses on the movement toward culture, wellness, and the like.
And I missed, I don't know if you said it, Rick, I'm sorry, bilingual preference?
I didn't see that there was support for that, but
I don't, that wasn't a top priority for me. I think it would help, but it doesn't have to be a requirement. As long as you lower it to 5 and 5 and let people know that, it's just a preference to live in the city.
and
preference
it's
to
5
move
years
to the city.
executive experience and 5 years government,
5 and 5. Well, it's the same then, isn't it?
because we had 5 executive and 5 as a city manager or CEO, and I heard that you didn't want to limit to 5 years CEO because that would limit the pool. So I don't know that you need 5 and 5. It sounded like you just want 5 of executive management.
I think they should have some executive. I think they should have experience as like the top leader in an organization for sure. I think that that's important. I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean, we could say 5 and 3 years. So maybe somebody who recently became a CEO or a city manager and wants to move. I don't want to limit it too much.
Just a question: are you making that a preference or a requirement? Because to me, sometimes you have all stars that are coming up the chain that may not have had that experience, but you see the talent.
What we don't want.
I agree.
I remember when you guys went through this process last time, you got no candidates. So, I want to get as many candidates as we possibly can and be able to have a nice choice. So so that's the wider net. So a strong preference. We can just put strong desire or preference.
Rick, are you comfortable?
Just to clarify, 5 years of executive management experience, we're not going to require a minimum as a CEO.
Correct.
I did not include the bilingual.
Ready to vote?
Rick, can I ask a question?
Well, we're ready to vote, but yes, go ahead.
If the 5 years of executive management experience, you had mentioned before, are we putting in here that they have to have some experience in city or county government?
Mr. Mayor, I think we do want some experience in city or county government. I mean, I think it is two very different worlds. Private sector operates very differently than government. In fact, we've seen it in the past when we've had elected officials that have strong business background, and then they come over here, and it's a culture shock. It's a culture shock just being in the legislative body. Imagine then being in the administration. Government is administered completely different with different objectives and outcomes than a private for-profit entity. And while might be a benefit, I do think they need to have government perspective, government experience.
How about we say just preferred? Yes, but we have a motion, a second that does take precedence. I could have called the vote, so let's. Fernand, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, Commissioner Botton, and we're taking this vote.
When City of Miami was having problems, they brought in Carlos Magoya from the banking industry, and he had no government experience. Similarly, when they needed to, straighten things up, I remember they brought in Joe Ariola, Ricky's father, and he worked for like $1 a year, and he fixed it. I understand that wasn't a recruitment, but the point is, sometimes when you take somebody from the private sector, like our new city attorney, and or like Carlos Magoya, and you put him in, somebody who has banking experience but no public sector experience, and you put him in as a city manager or the head of Jackson, he turns it around, or she, he or she can turn it around, and so that's why I wouldn't want to limit it.
Yeah, and along those lines, you might have somebody who's never worked for a government, but has done a lot of work with a city government who understands full well the limitations and opportunities and challenges and processes. So I wouldn't want to make it a requirement. It would be a preferred.
Great. Let's call the vote.
So as amended, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, so the job description is adopted as amended.
Great conversation. I'll just finish. Well, we voted, so we're finished. But I think what's unspoken here is the vision that I have, and probably I would assume all of us share, is that whoever we do pick, and it's hard to put this in a description, has the energy, the enthusiasm, the sense of urgency that we all have for our city. Quality of life, residents' quality of life comes first. Working with our police department, public safety, these are all the issues. I mean, we kind of encapsulate it with a job description, but that's what I'm going to be looking for. And that's when I interview that potential candidate, these are all the questions I'm going to ask and make sure they fit those requirements.
So we have a few more items to approve. One is the brochure text, which is included starting at page 1940 of volume 3. And I don't know if you all had a chance to review it.
Yes. I move the brochure.
I'll second.
My second comment was the thing about priority opportunities and challenges actually was from the brochure copy. So I want to make sure that that gets incorporated. So I would vote yes as amended, with that carried
Understood.
into the brochure.
Understood.
Should we call the vote?
Let's call the vote.
That was Commissioner Fernandez. I didn't hear the second. I'm sorry. The mayor? The brochure as amended, incorporating Commissioner Bott's request. All in favor? Approved 7-0.
Next, we have the schedule, and that is on page 1937.
So,
Commissioner Fernandez.
So under the schedule, we would be having public interviews towards the end of July. And we should have someone hired by what point? Because that's what I don't see here. Ideally, I guess by August we would have made.
The selection would be made at the July 24th meeting, and depending on whether the individual is currently employed or not, that will decide what their start date is.
Okay, I move the schedule.
I'll second. Let's call the vote.
All in favor for the schedule as is?
Aye.
Last but not least is the budget for advertising, which is at $2,600 and $26.22. That's on page 1947.
I move.
I'll second.
All in favor for the advertising schedule and fees?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved 7-0.
All right, I'm going to the next.
Let's do R7I.
R7I is directed administration to explore purchase of Roosevelt Theater requested by Commissioners Rosen Gonzalez and Commissioner Bott. R7I.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So anybody who's been here their entire life understands that prior to having large movie theater conglomerates, every single street, 125th Street, 71st Street, 41st Street, 5th Street, they all had smaller community movie theaters, Lincoln Road. We're losing, obviously, AMC. And, I know that there's a proposal to build housing on the Roosevelt site. And what I would like us to do is direct the administration to sit down, because we will have no community theater, nothing. and talk to the owner of this property and ask him what is it that he needs in order for us to potentially purchase it. By the way, we could fund this through, future revenue bonds, get somebody to come in, some really dynamic, maybe we make it like a CMX VIP theater. Who knows, but 41st Street really needs something. And there's an opportunity here. And to not at least explore purchasing this theater, and thank you, Commissioner Bott, for co-sponsoring. It would be a reason to go to 41st Street and possibly an impetus for other restaurants to open. And anyone who lives near 41st Street understands that we do need to inject that street with something. So this is, we're not saying that just to direct the administration to, sit down, have a conversation, find out, come back to us with some sort of proposal and see what we could potentially do there. That was why I suggested this. So I don't know how you feel about this, but Commissioner Bott, I know that this is your.
I have pulled the item. That's why it was.
Okay. So is there? Oh, do you want to speak?
Right.
I'm
No, whatever
turn
the
myself
mayor-
off.
Whatever the mayor recommends.
Well, I think that's Vice Mayor Dominguez. Go ahead. Just put.
Yes.
He's the
Vice Mayor. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I have pulled this item. I get concerned when there's property that is not well maintained, property that is not activated, especially property that is architecturally significant. Like this is a post-war Mabel building from the 1940s. It's a gem of 41st Street, and it's been left to deteriorate there. And we've seen other properties in our city like that. It should be incumbent on the property owner to activate that space. And when they don't activate the space, when the property owner doesn't activate the space, I think it sets a bad precedent when the city then says, well, we'll come in and we'll look to buy the property. I don't want to create a scenario where, someone that may have the potential to activate a property then holds out on activating their property in the hopes that the city comes in and purchases the property. There is a master plan underway for 41st Street. There are a lot of conversations going on 41st Street. The owner of the Roosevelt Theater came in and met with me. They have a vision for the theater that doesn't involve having to invest the taxpayers' dollars in purchasing that property. I get your intent, and I think your intent is good. I also feel, look at the Byron Carlisle Theater. That's an asset that the city owns, and we have structural issues with it. We haven't done the best job maintaining it. Look at other architecturally significant properties that we have. I don't want to open up the needs of Fire Station 1 or other historic properties that the city has. I think we need to, if we have money to invest in property, we first need to invest it in better upkeeping some of our own property that we already have in our inventory, and really place the onus on this private property owner to activate it. And if they need anything from us, any sort of incentive, allow them to come forward and discuss that. And we approved the referral to the Land Use Committee to talk about the 41st Street Master Plan. And I hope that the owner of the Roosevelt goes there and speaks about their vision for the site and how the city could help incentivize them to activate the space and drive the commercial activity there. But I don't think we should be going in and buying a significant piece of real estate like this on 41st Street. I don't see that being our role.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you for everybody for caring about this. Agree, Commissioner Fernandez. My just philosophical view is government isn't always the answer, but I think we can be there to help facilitate the process. And instead of going and saying, how can we buy this, and then figuring out what we're going to do with it, how we're going to fund it, how we're going to operate it, we come up with a vision of what we'd like to see and go to the property owner and say, how can we help you? This is, in general, the direction we'd like to see for 41st Street, perhaps this property. What do you need from us as government to try and make that happen. So I am all for trying to push this forward. I just get hesitant of there's some things government does good, some things government philosophically does not. And buying and then renovating, operating a property is, in my view, one of the things that we likely don't do very well.
So would you consider having the administration sit down with the property owner and negotiate what plans they do have for the Roosevelt Theater and see what their intent is so that we don't just leave it lying fallow with no plan over the next 5 to 10 years? Would that be better if I amended my resolution to just say, have the city administration sit down with the property owners of the Roosevelt Theater to find out which activation they would choose? I mean, if it was up to me, I would just purchase it and lease it out to a theater operating company, somebody like a heavy hitter, not like a smaller, not a nonprofit like the O Cinema, somebody who has experience and they're going to have to invest some money in it. But we could at least, if we owned it, at least offer them some sort of affordable rent for the first couple of years. I think 41st Street needs something. It needs a draw, and there's nothing. The Forge is now closed. There's Cafe Avanti and a few restaurants, but having a theater there, especially when we were losing the AMC, is going to be key. So if it's not for purchase, what about so how should I word this? To sit down with the city administration, to sit down with the owners of the Roosevelt Theater to find out what their plans are and report back to us at committee. I mean, how do you feel about this? Because I want to do something to do really to not understand the needs of our community.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today on consent, we referred to committee a review of the master plan for 41st Street and all that, and we can certainly invite. And I've met with the property owner for the Roosevelt Theater, and they have a vision for activating that space, and perhaps they can come to present to. And I'm happy to reach out to them, ask them to present as part of that item at the the Land Use and Sustainability Committee.
That's not my motion, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My motion was to direct the city administration to sit down with the owners of the Roosevelt property and find out what's going on and come back to this body and or in an LTC and let us know what the plan is. I can't always attend these meetings. I work. I have a job. It's very hard to attend, 2 committee meetings plus the affordable housing. It's just impossible for me to attend all the meetings. So I don't know how you feel about hear from Commissioner Bott, who was a co-sponsor, and the mayor to see where you guys stand on this, but I think we should take action.
I'll second your motion. So the property owner of the Roosevelt did put in a RFLI, request for letters of interest, as part of that process. It was a mixed use project, building retail on the ground, apartments, I believe, a municipal garage to make up for the spaces, but it's a heavy lift. It requires commission approval. It requires a voter referendum, and it needs a lot of work. I've been inside that building. It needs a significant amount of money to get something going there. They did repaint that whole complex. Since the owner owns that whole street, they did repaint it recently, so it does look much better. So glad they did that. But I'm supportive. I think it's worthy of a conversation and try to get the ball rolling, because it's been over 30 plus years, and you're right, 41st needs some loving.
Can we add in then the potential just to know what the price point is that they would like to, if they did want to sell it? Can we just add in to find out what they would be willing to sell it? Because let's say that we did buy it and then we found somebody at a reduced rate initially to come in to incentivize them to renovate the theater, make it a theater again, revitalize it. That could be a possibility, but at market rate, it might not be a viable option for a movie theater because it's tough these days, and we're losing the AMC. I don't know, could that be part of the conversation, just to at least find out, are you willing to, not just the activation, but just find out the number. We don't have to, I'm not saying that we buy it, but at least find out what is he looking for? Because if he does want to sell this, when we say, we don't want it to be apartments, we'd like it to be a theater. I'd like to at least have that as part of the conversation. How do you feel about it? Just to find out?
I don't have any issues putting anything on the table for conversation, but I think I agree with Commissioner Magazine on this one. I mean, it's expensive. That is high priced property, and I don't believe government is in the best property owners, the best use of our resources. I think, but what you're proposing, Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, is good to try to push them, incentivize them. Other than that, there is a slope on the ground there because it was a movie theater. Other than that, I'm not sure. There's nothing about that property anymore, at least from my perspective, that says, oh, you can just put a paint job. I mean, that needs a gutting, a complete gutting. So almost at this point, my guess is, it's not my property. I don't want to speak for them. My guess is whether they make it a movie theater or whatever they make out of it, it's going to require a significant amount of money to renovate. So we have a motion and a second. Let's call a vote. No, to just have a conversation with the property owners.
Have a good day. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, really commend you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. During the pandemic, when Miami became the epicenter of the world, it was as simple as Mayor Suarez putting a billboard saying, "How can we help?" And I think that's the conversation that we want to do here: is go to the property owner and say, "This is needed for rejuvenation. How can we help?" That's what government should be doing. Not buying it, but how can we help? What do you need from us? We want to be your partner here to make something work. So I'm fully supportive, and if you want to do that about 100 times across the city, I'd support you in each one of those.
Does the administration understand what the motion was? Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, let's call a vote.
So all in favor for the amended resolution?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0 as amended.
Call R7J.
R7J is waive outdoor dining fees in certain areas requested by the mayor and Commissioner Magazine, R7J.
So somebody had pulled it. Does that take precedence, or since? Well, since nobody's speaking, I'll go. Really, the intent of this item is there's certain areas of the city where we do waive outdoor seating fees, North Beach. And the reason why I think it's so important here is because there's a significant expense to pay for those outdoor spaces. There's limited space on 41st, and my understanding in speaking to some of the property owners is that they're hesitant to put in that expense, not knowing if it'll work, because it is something that is new, and this is an incentive for them to do that, try to revitalize the street. I actually had brought this item literally probably a month before COVID hit, and I believe it passed. I don't want to misspeak, and then we ultimately made it citywide because we needed the outdoor seating during COVID. So that's the item, and I don't know if you have anything to add, Mr. Co-Sponsor. I'll second. Let's call the vote.
So as is, all in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Let's go to R9AF.
R9AF is discussed development of mixed-use project parking lot at 1000 Washington Avenue, requested by Commissioners Fernandez and Magazine.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that's on the agenda because we have the opportunity to bring more residential uses on Washington Avenue. It's a theme of conversation that's been recurring over time. And I think what we've seen over time is a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about needing to diversify the economy on Washington Avenue, talk about what we don't want to see on Washington Avenue, making tattoo parlors and liquor stores and check cashing stores and t-shirt shops and other types of establishments, legal, non-conforming, or even prohibited uses in our zoning codes. We've talked about perhaps possible reforms to our legislation having to do with nighttime uses to be able to attract other types of residential uses on Washington Avenue. But the one thing that hasn't happened yet is that one catalyst project that is going to put the green light and start the wheels moving to attract residential uses on Washington Avenue. I want us to be able to go out into the marketplace and see how we can leverage this one piece of real estate and see what interest there would be in the marketplace to be able to attract some sort of residential, some sort of workforce housing components on this piece of city land. The one thing we do know is that in our city, we need more workforce housing in our city in general, but specifically on Washington Avenue, we in general, especially there, have a significant lack of any type of housing to support a diversified economy there. So I'd like for us to see, are we interested in possibly leveraging this piece of property to see what interest there could be out there in the marketplace, to see some sort of use that would inject the much needed residential demand or inject the much needed residential housing that's needed on Washington Avenue, while providing still for parking in the area, and kind of just diversify and perhaps start turning the page of the direction in which we are experiencing there on Washington Avenue. That's the intent of this item before us.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Suarez. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I echo exactly what you're saying, Commissioner Fernandez. I had a referral today to incentivize residential non-transient use on Washington Avenue. That will not affect traffic. But I want to be co-sponsor of this item, Rafael, if that's possible, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll echo my colleagues. I think Washington Avenue needs a complete reimagination and a revisioning. So many problems could be solved with a complete reimagination of Washington Avenue. One, it could help with the strain on our infrastructure and our traffic. If you just look at City Hall, the amount, even the young employees that have to commute into our city by car, park, drive out of our city. Imagine those people that we work with every day living 5 blocks from City Hall and walking to work, right? And then we just had one of the most tragic incidents of the year happen on Washington Avenue because of, I don't want to say because of, but you know, the usages that are allowed on Washington Avenue. When we spend so many resources and time and efforts on spring break and things like that, if we completely reimagine Washington Avenue, not only would it not hurt our economy, it would help our economy, and we wouldn't be having these spring break issues, right? You don't have that. You don't have spring break challenges in areas that are high-end residential or market rate residential, right, workforce housing. So we are truly solving so many problems. It's the entire ecosystem being connected here. And what are we giving up? Very little, right? A surface parking lot is the least progressive land use that we could have anywhere in the world. And especially in the heart of what should be no longer our MXC district, our mixed entertainment district, but we can reimagine this into being the heart of our residential community and the workforce for City Hall, for the new offices that are being developed. So I think in many ways, as Washington Avenue goes, Miami Beach goes, and I'm looking this as our blank slate to be our resident-friendly, resident-centric area. So thank you for seeing this through, and I'm really excited with what we can do here.
I think Troy Wright says that all the time. As Washington Avenue goes, so goes Miami Beach. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we have Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez next, then Commissioner Bott.
Sure. And yeah.
So that's exactly what the state of Florida has done with the Live Local Act. They have created and given people a blank slate to create whatever they want, and I guarantee you the applications are coming. And I don't necessarily think that giving this piece of land without holding any community charrette or anything, neighborhoods surrounding. How many parking spaces are there in P13?
35.
35. It's a small lot. The people living around there do use it. I just don't believe that, like you said, I think that I don't like this idea. I don't like to give up our parking lots to anyone. If you wanted to do this on a lot that was already built and build above it, I would say fine, because that's already, it's concrete. But I mean, I think that having some open spaces, it's not the worst thing in the world. So I don't love it. I don't know what the community thinks about it. I do know that Rishi Kapoor wanted that lot to build workforce housing at one point in time. I do know also that in order to make a project like that work, when we did give a lot in Collins Park, the developer said that, unless you build like massive density, it doesn't work financially. So what we had to do in Collins Park was not just give the land. How much did we subsidize Collins Park total? 10 million?
5.85 in capital contribution, and then 4 million through the Arts and Culture Geo Bond.
Okay, so we had to give 10 million plus the land to make it viable. I think that okay, it's fine, but we're not gonna we're not gonna in the middle of our historic district some massively tall building either. That's gonna be coming from other developers. So I mean, I don't really see how this is viable.
Commissioner Bott.
I have a couple of questions about the project that perhaps we can get answered, but I will say that one of the things I hope to leave behind as a legacy is converting Washington Avenue from what it is now to a vibrant live, work, play corridor.
Right.
With an emphasis on live, work, and a little less on play. I know there are spaces contemplated in this project as it's outlined. I also know that parking lot is always packed. So would the spaces, because I think there are around 70 spaces in the project, are those available for public use at a reasonable rate?
So the project contemplates 135 spaces.
Wait, point of order. Can I just jump in here for a second? There's no project on the table. What I want to see is a competition to see if there are interested parties to come forward with a project. That is what I want to see. I don't want us to consider a project, or what I want to see is, my item, what I have before us is opening it up to competition, so that anyone who wants to compete for this can compete for this, for anyone that wants to propose something to the city can propose something to the city, and we can see what is the best out there for us.
Are we not talking R9AF? It says discussing concept and unsolicited proposal. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not voting on this proposal. I'm trying to, maybe I'm on the wrong item. Discussing concept of an unsolicited proposal subject to compliance with Florida statutes for the development of a mixed-use project on the city-owned surface
Right.
parking lot.
Yes, but what I was suggesting in what I was proposing when I opened was not necessarily doing an unsolicited proposal, but us just opening up out there to the marketplace and see who in the marketplace would be interested in proposing things.
Okay, so that's different from what is in the agenda. So what I would say to anybody who is contemplating whether it's this project or some future project proposer, depending on how this discussion goes, is that I don't want to hold up the regeneration of Washington Avenue based on parking lots, on surface lots, because as everyone's heard me say, you want to plan for the city that you want, not for the city you have. However, I know that that lot is super used all the time. So whoever is going to be proposing will need to have a way to, during the daytime at least, have some access to people who need to park, because there's, that's not insignificant. The second thing, and I'm again reacting to what I saw in the backup material, is that there's some flexibility on what the unit sizes were. And, I can't remember who proposed it. David, maybe you did, or I don't remember, but something about limiting micro units on Washington Avenue, along with some other parts of the city. So in here, and whether, again, it's this project or somebody else's who's coming down the pike, it would have to be a workforce housing project that is not micro units. And, things that they're in here, like, no rentals of less than a year, that kind of stuff. So directionally, the kinds of things I see in here would be the kinds of things I would be looking for going forward.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I mean, maybe this should be the type of thing. Somebody needs to hear it. Maybe this should be the type of thing that you kick to the housing authority and let them build. I mean, I watched what they did with Vista Breeze. It took a while, and I know that that's affordable housing. We want workforce housing, but if we're going to give up our land and we might need to subsidize it, the housing authority has money to do this. They are actually pretty efficient in managing these properties. Why not do it like that?
Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Dominguez.
Look, I think this past week was a wake-up call. Okay, this past week was a wake-up call to really understand what's going on Washington Avenue. Washington Avenue has been this way for as long as I can remember. It's very seedy. It's a relic of what it used to be. And the only way we're going to get out of this is through a change in zoning. We cannot police our way out of Washington Avenue. We cannot use code enforcement to get what we want out of Washington Avenue. We want to think of ourselves as a city that doesn't rely on cars, but at the same time, we're putting an emphasis on parking lots. And I understand that parking is a requirement, but if we can build workforce housing for people who don't need cars, who live in Miami Beach and work in Miami Beach, you're solving multiple things at once. You're starting a catalyst for revamping Washington Avenue. You're putting less cars on the road for people that normally would commute to Miami Beach in a car at 9 a.m. or 5 p.m. And now they can either scooter to work, they can walk to work, they can bicycle to work. And, let's finally move as a body to make this a priority, because Washington Avenue is not going to fix itself. And I don't, and respectfully, I don't think putting this to a committee is going to solve anything. I think this is a great step in moving this along, where Washington Avenue in the next 10 years, where my sons can live and be safe at the same time and be proud of where they live. And the effects of that is going to be generational. And, here we are again complaining about parking on a lot that's not even for residents. It's not for residents. It's not a resident. I mean, I'm sure the residents use it. They'll pay the fee, right. But at the same time, we have an opportunity here to really change this whole avenue, and we should take that opportunity.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just jumping on some of the points that have been mentioned. One of the things that we have seen, let's step back and see, step back from what has not been developed, which is housing. Housing is what has not been developed on Washington Avenue. what has been proposed, what has been developed on Washington Avenue is hotels. Hotels, 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 and micro units. And that's exactly what we don't want. And so here we have the opportunity on a piece of land that we own, which, by the way, there's no historic asset there. There's no historic asset that we would endanger there, which I think that presents this to be a great opportunity here. And so you know, going back to the conversation of what Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez was mentioning about the Housing Authority, specifically why I want to do this public process. If the Housing Authority wants to respond with their proposal, they can. If the people who submitted something to the city that is described in our memo here want to respond, they can. Or maybe there are other people in the marketplace that has something that's even better to our taxpayers, that still provides for parking and that provides for the much needed housing that we need in this area of the city. They can respond as well. What I want us to see is us authorize our administration to move forward with an RFP to see what our options are for this site that provides for parking and that provides for the workforce housing that we want to see specifically in this part of the city. And we can accomplish it here without affecting any of our historic assets. And I don't know how many other opportunities we have like this on Washington Avenue, whether it be private land or public land, because I think most of Washington Avenue, for the most part, is built out, except for a few token postage stamps, including this one. This is one of those few opportunities that we can start leveraging today to start redefining and taking Washington Avenue in the new direction that it deserves and that we deserve to be heading in.
Is that a motion? You got a second? Commissioner Dominguez. And Commissioner Magazine, let's call the vote.
I just wanted to provide some background information from when this item came before land use last year. And the proposal from the developer, that person owns the entire block. So the plan was to build workforce housing, artist housing on that parking lot and build enough parking to replace what he was taking from that lot. And what ended up happening is the numbers don't work for workforce housing. And so I just wanted to give that historical background because I think we're going to get a lot of that. Unless there's height, workforce housing, size, units don't work.
Commissioner Magazine.
So where I'm at on this, especially after hearing some of my colleagues' comments, I want to really put our money where our mouth is and start moving forward with this is in an expedited fashion. I would have just some parameters that I'd want to see. And then I say, we go out to the private sector and say, let's be flexible. No short-term rentals, no micro units, no co-living, right? The price point there in that area, these aren't going to be $10 million super luxury condos. So even if they are market rate, they are still going to be used for people that are living and working in our city. They may be slightly above where the Collins Park project was, but one of the reasons why we had to subsidize that is because we had very strict and stringent income cap limits on that. So if we just provide some flexibility there, then we don't have to subsidize that. So I want to go out and tell the private sector, show us the best product that could fit in that market that will provide housing for professionals, families, and people living and working in our city. And the only parameters that I'd like to see or only constraints are no short-term rentals, no micro units, no co-living. And let's see what the product that they can deliver in the quickest time manner possible.
I move my item as amended with that.
Great. Can we call the vote?
So all in favor?
Aye.
Just to clarify, there will be an RFP that will be brought back to commission for approval.
Thank you.
With those
Claire, I believe we have one no. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez? One no. R5W.
Like this up.
R5W is an orders of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 34 of the city code entitled Community Development by amending Article 2 entitled Community Redevelopment by amending Division 3 entitled Redevelopment Trust Fund by amending section 34-87 entitled Prohibition to authorize the review and approval of certain requests for funding from the Redevelopment Trust Fund of the City of Miami Beach Redevelopment Agency to support the development of public areas of the Convention Center Headquarters Hotel, consistent with section 163.370 subsection 2C3 Florida statutes, providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. This is item R5W.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that's on the agenda. We all know the $600 million taxpayer investment that was made in the convention center. And in order for that convention center to maximize its use, to get in the quality conventions that we want to see there and really maximize on the taxpayers' investment there, we need to do whatever we can to finally, once and for all, move forward with the convention center hotel that our city desperately needs. If we really want to see this area flourish the way that it was and continue supporting the economy on Lincoln Road and seeing the improvement on the caliber of conventions and tourists that we attract to our city, we certainly need to move forward with this hotel that we must be seeing as an economic engine. And this ordinance would be an instrument to help us move in that direction. And with that, I move the item.
I would like to second that, but I'm the co-prime sponsor, whatever the official title or designation of that is. This is something that is really important to the future of the city. We talk about it all the time about how we are changing the direction of the city from a party to drop situation to tourists who come here to engage with what we have to offer, including businesses and business conventions coming to do business and spend money in our restaurants and hotels. And with every passing year that the delay takes, the costs go up and the funding gap gets bigger. And we are now, we waited for a while. We had some flexibility because the convention center hadn't been fully redone the way that we were waiting for it to be. And then now that is, and we have people who are very interested in coming here, we're losing opportunities with big, large scale, well off conventions because we don't have places for them to stay adjacent to the convention center. And I know that we have a plethora of hotels in the city, and that is very appealing to the folks who have the luxury of not being attached to the convention center. But I will tell you, having worked a million different trade shows, when you're the schlep putting up the booth or bringing the samples in or making sure that you make those meetings at 7 o'clock in the morning before the show opens, you do not want to be hiking across town. You want to be able to take the elevator downstairs, cross a courtyard, and go to the convention center. So the faster we get this done, the better off we collectively will be as a city. So I second, and I love it if the mayor would call the vote.
You get your wish. Let's call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Miner.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for June 26th. That was item R5W.
R9AL.
R9AL is discuss developing strategies for addressing traffic congestion in the city, requested by the mayor. R9AL.
Basically, this is a resolution asking. Sorry. This is a resolution asking our city to explore. Having a tough time here. There's a resolution asking our city to explore three options. One is a congestion pricing option for non-residents, because of the traffic we're having. Again, this is an exploration, so it's not going to be binding, but to see if it's even feasible. Two is to expedite the hiring of traffic officers, which I think would be imperative. And there's a third item. I don't have, do you have the third item in front of you?
Mr. Mayor, was the development of more stringent requirements for organizers of major special events in our city.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I feel we have a numerous amount of special events that are not required to do traffic analysis, and it causes tremendous traffic in our city, backups all weekend, and I think we need to have a stricter eye on how we issue those permits and whether the impact that it's having is worth it. That's it. Somebody wants to move the item.
I just,
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
so we went to Tallahassee several years ago with congestion pricing and they shot us down. Now, that said, I mean, you have a better relationship with the governor than anyone else, but I think that their MO in Tallahassee is that we try to get tolls on the bridges. We try to get congestion pricing, and what they told us, and we actually went up there. I went up there with Commissioner Samuelin, Commissioner Gongora, and what they told us is they don't believe in taxing. Now, that could have changed. I mean, if you can get it, fabulous. I support it. So I just wanted to let you know that we've done this already and tried, and it didn't work. But one thing that I will say is that you can't say, build 36 units here, build 800 hotel rooms here, build this here, and then say, and let's mitigate traffic, because that's not going to work. Because even if we have people that are living in the city, they're getting Amazon deliveries, they're getting Uber Eats, they're taking Ubers back and forth when they have to go someplace. So, it's twofold. When you look at this large, big picture, right? When we say, I want to mitigate traffic, but then again, I want to build. I want to change the zoning. I want to build our way out of it. That is not going to happen. It's not. Now, the one thing that we could do, instead of building our way out of some of the problems that we have, is to try to convince people that have hotels right now to change their transient uses. That would work, because right now they are operating and, bringing cars in and out, but to continually increase and vote in favor of density increases and at the same time say that you want to mitigate traffic, I find that to be incredibly frustrating, because it's, in essence, hypocritical.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I do agree, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, it's a heavy lift, but I think it's worth exploring and see what develops out of it, and you never know, there could be other benefits we can pursue from that. But we have to explore every avenue, and you're right, sometimes things change over time and over the years. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call a vote.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes, and after the fact resolution will be drafted on R9AL.
We have a couple of budget items. If we can call R7A, and we might as well call R7B.
R7A is a public hearing, adopt Fourth Amendment to fiscal year 2024 operating budget. R7B is a public hearing, adopt Sixth Amendment to fiscal year 2024 capital budget. We will do all these items under R7A.
Good afternoon, Tanika Stewart, Budget Director. This is the Fourth Amendment to the operating budget. It contains one item, and this is for the GPS Track and DART program that was approved at the April 3rd Commission meeting by the City Commission. It will be for an appropriation of $63,000.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
This is a public hearing.
There's no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. That was Commissioner Bott, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Dominguez, was it? And Commissioner Fernandez seconded, right? Yes. If so, if there's no discussion, may I call the vote? All in favor? Anyone opposed? R7A is approved as is, 7-0.
Okay, to the capital budget, it contains 4 items. It recommends an increase of $1.8 million and a transfer of $1.8 million between existing projects. So the first project is the log cabin geobond project. The appropriation would be $1.076 million. This was originally appropriated for the tranche 2. The recommendation from the City Commission at the April 3rd committee meeting was to appropriate funds during tranche 1. So this was actually approved by commission at the last commission meeting, and it was also recommended by the GeoBond Oversight Committee meeting to move this forward to tranche 1. So if we do appropriate these dollars, we'd be transferring funds temporarily from 2 GeoBond projects, the North Shore Park Youth Center project in the amount of $1,009,000 and the GeoBond Skate Park project in the amount of $67,000. Once those funds are available in tranche 2, they would be replaced to those original projects. The second project is the Miami Beach Police Headquarters renovation project. The recommendation is to appropriate $990,000 in order to allow for uninterrupted service while the renovation is being conducted. This would include 25-month lease in the amount of $775,000, the relocation costs in the amount of $166,000, as well as contingency funds in the amount of $49,000. The third project would be the City Hall Chamber renovation project. The recommendation is to appropriate $843,000 to this project to supplement the funding for this project. This is due to unforeseen conditions that were encountered during the renovation, as well as additional scope for this project. And the final project is a Maryscape Park Geobond project. The recommendation is to appropriate $751,000 in additional funding for this project. And again, this is due to unforeseen conditions that were encountered in the construction. This includes discovery of underground fuel storage tanks as well as soil remediation. The recommendation is to appropriate dollars from 2 existing GeoBond projects which have been completed with savings. The first is the Scott Raco Youth Center project, and the second is the Mid-Beach Beach Walk Phase 3 project.
I'll move the item.
It is a public hearing. We have one person in Zoom, Daniel Seraldo. Mr. Seraldo, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo. With me to Design Preservation League. I am very excited as someone that's been around since 2018 when the log cabin was going to be unceremoniously demolished. Instead, the commission took the direction of the North Beach passionate residents who wanted to make sure that this very early example of our architecture was preserved. So the commission agreed to disassemble it, store it, and committed to a plan to reassemble it eventually. And we're really excited to see this moving forward. It has taken a little while, but I know that it's going to be a great addition for North Beach. And thank you so much for your support of this and other items.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mitch Novick. Mr. Novick, you have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Mitch Novick, 901 Collins Avenue. I'm all for the preservation of the log cabin, but I just want to mention, being you're discussing amendments to the budget, it's our budget which contributes most to housing and affordability. Since Jimmy Morales became manager over a decade ago, our budget has doubled, and I would ask you to just keep your eye on the money and do your best to cut out waste and pork barrel spending. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else in queue. Call the vote. So this is on R7B. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. R7B is approved.
Call R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay districts at section 7.3.10 entitled North Beach Commercial Character Overlay to establish regulations and requirements for massage therapy centers within the overlay and providing for repeal or severability codification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5G.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine and Suarez.
Mr. Mayor, with this item, and there's actually a separate item, this also R5H that I'm sponsoring, but my intent was to refer it back to the Land Use Committee, just, because this started under the old commission, and I just wanted to discuss it with some of my colleagues, especially from North Beach, and have the opportunity to give them the opportunity and the respect to give input on this policy. So R5G and H, I wanted to refer these two items back to land use.
I'll move that.
Call the vote.
So all in favor? So just a referral, correct?
Yes.
So R5G and R5H referral to Land Use Sustainability Committee. Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez are the makers of the motion. So unanimously, R5G and H are referred to land use.
Since you did that so quickly, Commissioner Fernandez, let's call C7Y.
C7Y is urge Miami-Dade County to offer alternative transport inmates upon release from TGK. C7Y.
Thank you for bringing this item, Commissioner Fernandez. It's a good item. It's so good you have several co-sponsors, Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and myself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have placed this item on the consent agenda, but I pulled the item just to be able to make some points on the record and highlight how important and how pivotal it is to the safety of our residents, of our business community, of our visitors, of our workforce, to the general and overall safety of our city of Miami Beach to address the issue of inmate transportation when they are released from TGK. Right now, when individuals in Miami-Dade County are arrested, whether they be from Miami Beach or whether they be from any other part of Miami-Dade County, they're taken to the correctional center over on 41st Street. And eventually, as we all know, they appear before a judge, and whether it be after a bond hearing or at some point, they are released. Unfortunately, our community is faced with a great disparity. And I'm going to show you a picture. PJ, you have there's a picture that, there we go. This is a sign of the bus stop on 41st Street, on 36th Street, right in front of TGK, where every single criminal in Miami-Dade County is taken to when they are arrested. And when they are released, if they depend on public transportation and they go to the bus stop right in front of TGK, the first thing that they are provided with is a route that takes them to Miami Beach, Lincoln Road. Whether you're arrested in Homestead, in West Kendall, in Miami Gardens, in Coral Gables, or any other part of the 2,000 square miles in Miami-Dade County, your public transportation option right in front of TGK, your first and premier headlining option is go to Miami Beach, Lincoln Road, the tourist destination in Miami-Dade County, an economic engine for our county and the state of Florida. That's where our public transportation is taking you to. Now, you may have two other options. You have the Golden Glades Park and Ride, you have Tri-Rail over there, but the highest frequency route is the 36A. And if you just so happen to be released on the weekend, that bus route is the only bus route that they have available right in front of TGK. So it's no wonder
When you go to the east end of Lincoln Road, the property owners are up in arms. It's no wonder that we've had residents, elderly residents, come to us and stand in front of this dais at this podium saying how they've been attacked. It's no wonder that just a few days ago, our police was taking down a dangerous subject at the corner of the Walgreens on Lincoln Road and Collins Avenue. It's no wonder that so many of our residents call that east end of Lincoln Road, sadly, and it breaks my heart, the scary part of Lincoln Road. When that should be the red carpet, the most beautiful entrance to our beaches. And the sign that is outside the county jail is a sign that brings them back to our city and that ends right there on Lincoln Road. Our city, our residents, our taxpayers do not deserve that. It is a disservice, an injustice. It is an attack on our city for this to be continued to take place. And we need to do everything that we can and leverage every single relationship that we have and leverage every single resource that we have to make sure that this disparity is addressed, because it is a disparity. There's no way that Miami Beach does not end up with a disproportionate amount of released inmates in our city when that is the only. Is my microphone on? Because it feels like it just went off. When that is the only option that they have on the weekends. And even during the week, when they have two other options, that is the option with the best headway. I'm sorry, Miami Beach deserves better. I think that we need to find ways to provide other options at TGK when inmates are released to go back to wherever they went to. But to say that Miami Beach, especially on weekends, is the only place for them to go to, it's not only a disrespect to our community, it is a disrespect and a disregard to our police officers who are arresting criminals. In fact, when I went there, and I've ridden that bus now a few times just to see what's going on, not only have I seen released inmates get on that bus and make all their way to the end of the route here in Miami Beach and get off on Lincoln Road, but I've seen the property bag of inmates on the ground there, right below that sign where the bus stop is at. And one of the inmates that had left his bag there, his name was Michael Black. And Michael Black had been arrested just a few days before I was at that bus stop. And that individual that had been arrested by our police department just a few days earlier got released, went to that bus stop that has that route that brings him back to Miami Beach. He left his property bag there. But this is an individual with 17 court cases. Someone that had been arrested 17 times with charges of narcotics, of theft, of aggravated battery. Our community does not deserve that. Why should our officers be arresting individuals with that type of criminal history only for them to be able to get a bus directly back into our community when they're released from jail? That doesn't happen with the criminals arrested in Kendall. That doesn't happen with the criminals arrested in Coral Gables. That doesn't happen with the criminals arrested in other parts of Miami-Dade County and Miami Shores or in other parts of Miami-Dade County. So why should it be the case for Miami Beach? And so I ask you all, colleagues, I respectfully ask for your support to end this practice. Our community deserves better, and we need to leverage every relationship and every resource we have with Miami-Dade County to make sure that we're not ending up with a disproportionate amount of criminals, of released inmates in our community, because it is attacking the safety of our residents, and our residents deserve much, much better than this. This is a failure. This is a failure of the system and our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. This is an outstanding item. I'm so happy you brought this. You have my full support. In fact, Mr. Mayor, as part of this, I think we should
separately, and perhaps in the next meeting, we could ask for the administration to put together, like, what will be our plan to address this with the county? Do we need to perhaps hire, just someone to reach out to the county and deal directly with the county on this issue on the city's behalf? So if between now and the next meeting, if I could work with the administration to figure out what is going to be our approach. I think this needs a lobbyist, quite frankly. We need a lobbyist to engage with the county on this issue, because this is going to be, this bus route, by the way, Mr. Mayor, we were just talking about 41st Street earlier. This bus route, it goes up 36th Street in Miami. It goes up 41st Street. All those inmates, they go up 41st Street. The first bus stop is a bus stop by where Young's Chinese used to be. That bus stop over there by 41st Street. And it goes up 41st Street. Then it goes on Collins Avenue. It goes Collins Avenue by Collins Park. It stops right in front of Collins Park. It stops at the New World, in front of the New World Symphony, in front of Soundscape Park. It stops on Lincoln Road. And it's just not right. And I, with your support, I just want to work with our administration to put together a plan of action to determine how are we going to work with the county to get them to change this, to fix this in the appropriate way, because I think it's going to require more than just our political leverage. I think we're going to have to figure out what is going to be the most effective route to fix this, because this is, I believe, the number one challenge. Is the criminal justice system a challenge? Yes. Is the prosecution a challenge? Yes. Are the courts and the judges a challenge? Yes. But this, I think, is the biggest challenge and the biggest problem that's affecting safety in our community. All the criminals from the county, their number one option is go back to Miami Beach. And that is so unfair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you. A great item. And yes, I agree. Full court press. I'm going to make some outreach as well to see if we can get this high on the radar of the county. But you hit it on the nose. There's so many aspects to the criminal justice system. Obviously, we talk about police and police visibility and proactive policing and addressing so many issues, including the homeless. But then the prosecution, our own municipal prosecution team, which is doing a great job, the state attorney's office, the judiciary. You literally, just looking at how we addressed bench warrants that were not being addressed, now they are. And I noticed that we do have a lot of arrests based on outstanding bench warrants, which we didn't have before. And I'm seeing Mark Fishman nod his head yes. And that's the problem. And you've addressed, and that's why it's so key that you address this, because there's so many aspects. There's dozens and dozens of aspects. But if you have a loophole in one area, then you're going to get a failure. And you have to plug the holes everywhere. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. And I'm so happy that you identified this, and we're going to address this head on. Should we take the vote?
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, second by. So all in favor? Any opposed? The item is approved unanimously 7-0 C7Y.
Let's call the boards and committee votes.
We're now doing item R9A and R9B. We have on the dais, you'll have a yellow piece of paper. It looks like this. So the first item that we are requesting your vote on is for the Ad Hoc City Historic Preservation Ordinance Review Advisory Committee. We have one nominee for the category of financial expertise, Michael Goldberg. May we do so by acclamation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. The next one is real estate development category. We have one nominee, Alex Whitkoff. May we do so by acclamation?
Yes.
Thank you. So he is appointed. The next member is City's Historic Preservation Board. We have two nominees, Jack Finglass, and we have Ricardo Lopez. The resolution that was passed requires that you be a Miami Beach resident. However, members of the Historic Preservation Board, some members do not have to be residents of Miami Beach. For instance, the professor category, which is where Mr. Ricardo Lopez was. So currently he doesn't qualify, but you have the opportunity to amend the resolution if you wish.
Yes. No, yeah, that would be my desire.
Correct. But currently, right now, if you vote for Mr. Lopez, it would also require an amendment to the resolution because the resolution, as it currently states, it says you must be a resident of Miami Beach, but members of the Historic Preservation Board, some categories do not have to be a resident of Miami Beach. So it would be up to you. If you do vote for Mr. Lopez and he is appointed, it would also require a change to the reso.
So motion to amend the reso to allow a non-resident to serve in the category.
Just a question, Rafael. In the packet, it says for Ricardo Lopez, pending verification of residency in the city of Miami Beach.
And I did verify he does not live in Miami Beach, he lives in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, you have a resident, lived here, I mean, with extensive experience in historic preservation, advisor to the White House and historic preservation. I can't convince you to somehow get behind.
If you want to
Jack
vote,
Finglas?
I nominated Rick Lopez. I think it will be, unfortunately, Mr. Finglas did not express his interest to me. I had not spoken to him. I think it will be a disrespect for me to someone who I've nominated to now say I'm going not to support them.
But he doesn't qualify. He doesn't qualify. How does he qualify?
We'd have to amend the resolution to allow him to.
And I just want to put on the record, I'm pretty sure that when we passed this resolution, being that I'm the sponsor of the resolution and the person who created the board, well, I did place on the record that the intent was to allow individuals who did not reside in the city to be able to serve on this board, specifically because sometimes I was concerned about individuals, like, for example, with financial expertise on the viability of some of these projects, or even sometimes attorneys. And, you know, it was placed on the record when this item was discussed, when the creation of this board was discussed, because it was my sponsorship, that the intent was to allow individuals who didn't reside in the city. And I'm sorry for Jack. I mean, I like Jack. I think he has a lot to offer, but he didn't reach out to me, and, you know, I had nominated Rick.
Mr. Mayor, let us vote on the two candidates, and if it happens to be Ricardo Lopez, we'll amend the qualification.
Right. I think that's fair.
Let's do it.
Everyone has a pad if they wish to do it that way. If you don't have a pad, let me know, or just write it on a piece of paper if you can't find your pad.
Do I have a pad?
So we have Commissioner Suarez for Mr. Lopez, Commissioner Dominguez for Mr. Finglas, Commissioner Bott for Mr. Finglas, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez for Mr. Finglas, Mayor Minor for Ricardo Lopez, Commissioner Alex Fernandez for Ricardo Lopez, and Commissioner Magazine for Ricardo Lopez. So we have four for Commissioner for Ricardo Lopez, requiring a resolution to amend the resolution.
To amend the resolution for Ricardo Lopez to qualify.
May we do that by acclamation since we have the vote?
Yes. Motion.
Aye.
Now we are at category E, which is a member who resides in a local historic district. We have one nominee, Scott Needleman. May we do so by acclamation? Additionally, Miami Design Preservation League has a seat and they've nominated Daniel Seraldo. May we do so by acclamation? The attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Florida, we have Javier Granda. He is a resident. He is a member of the Florida Bar. May we do so by acclamation? For the Ad Hoc City Lighting Plan Advisory Committee, we have a Mid-Beach resident. For 2 vacant seats, one nominee, Claudia Settingem. May we do so by acclamation? Now, for the Ad Hoc City Sanitation Advisory Committee, we have one nomination for the North Beach category, Mr. Lester. Mr. Lester has been a resident for Miami Beach for 1.5 years. The reso states 2-year requirements. Most of our boards require 6 months residency or some type of affiliation, so I just need direction on this one.
I'd like to amend it to include a minimum of a year.
Second.
So we would amend that resolution. All in favor of amending the resolution to 1 year?
Aye.
We will amend the resolution, and all in favor of appointing Mr. Lester?
Aye.
So the Ad Hoc Permitting Process Improvement Committee, Mr. Carlton has been nominated. That was subject, well, we haven't done R7N yet, which would, this nomination would be subject to the approval of resolution R7N. So we could either do it next month or we could take R7N next. Okay, R7N is amend resolution 2024-3293 to waive the qualifications of the Ad Hoc Permit Process Advisory Committee. We're having difficulty finding nominees for these seats, the permitting category, and what's the other one, Rick, do you remember? An inspector. We have not received one nomination, so this would make those 2 seats, if you can't find one, an at-large person.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
So then we are doing R7N, and that, if we may do that by acclamation, R7N, approve it?
Approved.
So if that's the case, may we approve Mr. Carlton by acclamation?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So now affordable housing is being nominated, Ms. Inez Flax. There's one seat, one nominee. May we do that by acclamation?
Yes.
Yes.
For the Board of Adjustment, we have one open seat in the Law, Engineering, or Certified Public Accounting category. Stephen Davis has been nominated. He is an attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
Acclamation, he is appointed. For the Geo Bond, Kate Mosley has been nominated for the South Beach area resident. We have one nominee, and she is a resident.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I had, but Mr. Carlton then is appointed by acclamation. For city resident with working knowledge or working with cultural arts organization, Bruce Halpern has been nominated for the Geo Bond by acclamation. The North Beach CRA Committee, David Sexton, he is the representative of the Normandy Fountain business category. May we do that by acclamation?
Yes.
Sister Cities Program, Brittany Bassant has been nominated by the chamber. You need to approve that.
Yes.
For the Senior Affairs Committee, Kurza Raffel has been nominated by Four Freedoms as their representative.
Yes.
For the VCA, Mohan Koka has been nominated. He is he does not reside in the city. However, he works in the city, and for this board, you have to be a resident of Miami-Dade County, so he qualifies. She qualifies. So we're doing that by acclamation. And Joshua Blaze and Amber are direct appointments who work in the city. We do not have any do not live or have business interest in the city. We need a 4/7 vote to approve that. May we do those two by acclamation?
Yes.
And the last one is Committee for Quality Education in Miami Beach. Harley Ross is a nominee. She does not have a child in the school, so it requires that we take a vote. May we do that by acclamation? So we have concluded. Thank you.
Nice. Commissioner Bott wants to change her vote on something.
I want to do this on the record. This is not something I plan to make a habit of, but I want to do this in public. I'm going to change my vote, and I don't remember the item number, but on the boat ramp item.
R5J.
Thank you. So the end result is the same as what I had hoped for. And I know how important this is to you, Commissioner Suarez, and to a lot of our residents. We have different ways of approaching how to get there. However, in recognition of the fact that so many of my colleagues have given me the benefit of the doubt when I've been advocating for something they might not necessarily agree with or feel that I was going about it the right way, I would like to change my vote to extend the same courtesy to you that you have shown to me on various things, and there you have it. So, Ralph, do you have that?
So on R5J, your vote is now in favor.
Thank you. But that being said, that's fine. Never mind. I was going to say, instead of having pushed to July, can we go to June? Because if the outcome's the same, why wait? It's fine.
Okay, we good? Okay, let's keep moving on. I thought it would be worthwhile going through some of the consent items that were pulled, since most of these are referrals. So hopefully we can get this done quickly and get them referred to committees. Let's start with C2E. C2E was pulled.
C2E is award RFP 2024-032 WG Janitorial Services. It was pulled by Commissioner Dominguez. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Mayor?
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I pulled this item because SFM has been the incumbent for 5 years, and there was concern with a very low ball offer from the other person. It was something about 60% less. And the current incumbent knows Miami Beach, and they're concerned that the low price will not meet the city's requirements. And we are looking to have staff discuss why it's on consent.
Good afternoon, Christy Bada, Interim Chief Procurement Officer. So the item allows for simultaneous negotiations with both SFM and American Facility Services. They were the top tied ranked proposers pursuant to the evaluation committee results. With that, if we are unsuccessful in negotiating primary, secondary with either American Facility Services or SFM Services, the item also allows for us to engage in simultaneous negotiations with the tied third-ranked proposers, which is Clean Space and Owens Renz. Obviously contingent upon the outcome of the negotiations with the tied top-ranked proposers. This item does seek for the final negotiated agreement to come back to City Commission for approval.
Okay, because it was concerning to see that there was a 60% less offer, and the current company that's doing the job, doing it well, knows our requirements, so we need to take that into consideration.
Will do.
We're good?
Very briefly, good afternoon. My name is Christian Infante with SFM Services. While I do appreciate that the evaluation committee ranked us first and we're tied with someone else, it's just physically impossible, and I don't think they understood the specifications. And if I can give one quick example, the city is asking us to have restroom attendants at Loomis Park for certain hours a day or a week. If you backtrack their price by the hours in the city, in the RFP, their hourly rate comes out to a billing rate of $2.19 an hour. So it just does not make sense. Obviously, we know that the living wage for City of Miami Beach is $16.08. So I'm just saying that I don't think that there should be any negotiations with a bid that's been submitted irresponsibly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very tough for us because of the code of silence and all that. It's very hard for us to step in and make those decisions. We really do have to rely on the city administration on these items.
So we need a motion and a second if we want to.
We have a motion? Let's vote.
All in favor of C2E? Anyone opposed? Motion carries 7-0, C2E.
C4E.
C4E is a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, established a nighttime drop-in center in Miami Beach. The sponsors are Commissioners Fernandez and Dominguez. C4E was separated by Commissioner Magazine.
Commissioner Magazine.
I'm not going to belabor this. I want to be diligent and let this run its course through committee and things like that. So I don't want to beat this to death here. Want to show respect to my colleague, Commissioner Fernandez. It just seemed like a deviation from some of the policies and directions that we had largely taken over the past couple of years. So I'm not going to hold this up if you want to just hash it out in committee, not something I'm initially enthusiastic or overly excited about, but perhaps I just need to hear it further through committee, but I'll pass it over to you. I'm not going to hold it up from going to committee here throughout the day. I actually wish I hadn't pulled it, just so we could do its due process, but you decide how much you want to elaborate on.
No, move the item to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee.
So a second by Commissioner Suarez. May I call the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
C4N.
C4N is a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, adjusting beach closure hours during spring break, requested by Commissioner Bott, separated by Commissioner Fernandez. C4N.
Yeah, so there are four related items, C4N, OPQ.
S. So I'm going to call all those together. C4N I just read. C4O, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, Goodwill Ambassadors for 2025 spring break. C4P, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, outreach regarding parking plans for future spring breaks. And C4S, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, as well as the Finance Committee, impacts of extending law enforcement during March 2025. All these items were separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's great that that we have these items before us. I think Commissioner Bott has great desires to be discussing about next year's spring break and also seeing what happened last year or this year. It's not last year, still this year, and what we can improve for next year.
I think we already have these items, quite frankly, before the Public Safety Committee back on in January 31st of this year. We approved the mayor's comprehensive spring break item. It was item R5AJ. Together with that item, we made a referral to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, where we would look at a number of these things, you know, the beach closure hours, the Goodwill ambassadors, the parking, the marketing, the law enforcement, and make recommendations for next year as well. So I think we already have an item that's been referred to the Public Safety Committee that, due to a staff error, didn't make it on an agenda, but we already have that there. It's an item that the mayor sponsored, that's under his sponsorship, that we have pending there. And I think we also have on the committee probably a heavy docket of items that we have to go through, because we keep on referring items to that committee. So I just, you know, I believe we already have this on a large scale before the Public Safety Committee, and that was the purpose of pulling this item, just not to be redundant in the amount of items that we have there.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Butt.
I guess this shows what a rookie I am in this job, because quite frankly, the thing that I thought would be the easiest to get done has proven to be one of the hardest, which was to get my colleagues to agree, which they did, and I thank them for that, for a productive listening session for spring break. We had an open meeting where everybody who had something to say about how spring break went came. And the reason why I was so insistent upon us having that meeting was so that we all, our staff, colleagues, and all of us elected officials could get the same information at the same time to start having us all think creatively based on our own personal experiences with spring break this year and in years past, and also things that we all heard at the same time to start us thinking about how we wanted to discuss improvements going forward. These 5 items are not intended to supplant any pre-existing general conversation. It is to be a part of that existing general conversation. So to me, they don't need to be discussed separately at neighborhoods. They get incorporated into that, and they are some of the things that we discuss. And so when I found out these were pulled, I was floored. I don't understand, and maybe it's because it's a procedural thing that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't understand how articulating things that I think could be good steps forward to improving spring break going forward, to be discussed as part of a larger spring break conversation is a bad thing. I thought that's what we were here to do. So I would respectfully request that they move forward to the committee, and at the appropriate time, in conjunction with the larger issue, it gets heard along with anybody else's ideas and everybody else's ideas that they might want to share on how to make March Madness a thing of the past.
I hear the arguments. You want? Okay. Should we proceed moving forward? Refer these items.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to refer them. I'll just put for the record again. I think this is great. I think it's redundant to what we have on the agenda. Item number 1 in your resolution, Mr. Mayor, that is still pending for an after action for recommendations for next year. Item number 1 on that was law enforcement, and that's C4S. Item number 2 was the beach hours, and that's C4N. Item number 9 of your resolution was the marketing campaign, and that's C4Q. Item number 10 of your resolution, and an amendment made subsequently to your resolution was parking, and that's C4P. So we have all of this as part of your comprehensive item, Mr. Mayor, that you've championed before the committee. Nonetheless, I support my colleagues' efforts 100%. I just realized we have, like, I think a lot of items pending in that committee. I second my colleague's item, motion to refer this to the committee. I just want us to understand this is already before the committee. You sponsored it, Mr. Mayor, and we referred it in January, so we can make recommendations based on what happened this year for next year.
I don't believe that when I put these forward into the agenda that I was, and maybe I'm forgetting, but I don't think I was advised that these items were already being contemplated. We can,
It's fine. I mean, it's fine. I just wanted the public to know.
So for purposes, Vice Mayor Dominguez, when you call the mayor's item at the appropriate committee meeting, just throw all these in at the same time and they'll all be heard in the same conversation.
And that makes sense.
That it's fine with me.
So, may I, Ms. Ray? Yeah. If I remember correctly, at the April 3rd meeting, the special spring break meeting was requested. It was discussed at that meeting that the referral item would be heard then. And then I believe Commissioner Fernandez may have had confusion thinking it was going to be heard at neighborhoods, when on April 3rd we had discussed that it was going to be heard at the special spring break meeting. That happened. We discussed the past. Now all of this is to discuss moving forward. And I'm happy to have your items, the mayor's items, Commissioner Fernandez's items on a future meeting. It's no problem. We need to talk about this.
Thank you.
And just for the record, it's not my item. I don't have an item before the committee. It's the mayor's item. Just for the record. And the special meeting that we had at the city commission, that did not rescind the prior direction, which made the referral to the April public safety meeting. We approved the special commission meeting, which I was proud that I think I got a little bit in trouble for supporting that special commission meeting. But Commissioner Bond, it was your leadership and your initiative, and I proudly stood by you in supporting that special meeting. But it did not rescind the prior action taken in January with R5AJ.
So I think we have a motion and a second, and this is all trying to get us to a better place going forward. And if I stepped in it because I'm a rookie, I apologize if I stepped on anybody's toes. But can we, in the interest of moving forward, just vote on this and move forward?
Yes, and I heard Commissioner Magazine make the motion, and I am. So, all in favor of all these referrals, N, O, P, Q, and S? Anyone opposed? The referrals are made, 7-0, unanimous.
C7H.
C7H is amend resolution 2023-32571 VPK relocation Miami Beach Feinberg Fisher. C7H was separated by Commissioner Bont.
So I'm not opposed to this item. I just wanted to raise a question / concern for staff. Oh, hello, Dr. Rosenfeld. How timely. So my concern is this. I understand the reason why we need to do it, and that's great. We have a ton of people who want to use it in one school, and nobody who's taking advantage of it in the other school. I'm very concerned about that because that's my neighborhood, and there are a lot of young working class families with a lot of young kids, and I would like to have the VPK program at both schools. So can you advise? Do we know why nobody's doing this in North Beach?
Good evening. Actually, Biscayne Beach Elementary currently has 4 pre-K classes and Feinberg has 4 pre-K classes. The 4th class at Biscayne is the one funded by the city, and there doesn't seem to be as great a demand for that class. However, there are 37 children on a wait list at Feinberg. So to accommodate as many as possible, we moved the class from Biscayne Beach, which didn't have anybody enrolled in it, to Feinberg to accommodate.
So it's not the program, it's just the extra, you'll still have three
It's the
classes
demand
in
at-
Biscayne.
That's correct.
And an additional class, instead of having 4, you'll have 3, and then the additional capacity in that class that isn't being used is
Feinberg.
moving to Fisher Feinberg.
Yes, and actually, just to allay your concerns, the city's pre-K scholarship program has 22 pre-K provider partners. 7 of them are located in the 33141 neighborhood. So there's plenty of access up in that part of our city.
Perfect, then I move this item. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
So a motion by Commissioner Bott, second by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes 7-0. C7K.
C7M.
C7M is accept recommendation, execute declaration of intent, water and sewer revenue bonds. It was separated by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
The reason I separated this was not a negative reason at all. I just wanted people overall to understand that this morning we spent hours and hours on 2 very large $200 million projects that over the past 5 to 10 years we have not been able to find consensus for. But this new plan that we have going forward, this new plan to address the critical needs, to address hotspots across the city, $85 million worth, is so smart. And I just wanted to congratulate Public Works on it. It took a couple of years to come up with this plan, but there are literally people. I had somebody who had purchased a house on North Bay Road. They spent $4 million on the home. It was on a dry lot. And they called me because they were about to sell the house because when it rained, it flooded in that one spot. Now, all of North Bay Road is not flooding, but it just so happens that that one block happens to be flooding. It could be plugged up drains, whatever it is, it needs to be addressed. And that's what this is going to do. It's going to address these critical needs. For example, like all of First Street is not flooding. There's like one little piece that's flooding. So if we approach this moving forward, I'm not saying that we don't need to do this, but my point is that this is a much easier way to address flooding, address the insurance issues, address the resilience issues, and not make everyone angry and never come to consensus. So hopefully in this program, we were able to approve it. So Joe, just out of curiosity, how many different critical needs hotspots are the $85 million going to address?
The critical needs for stormwater address 20.
20. So 20 spots around the city that are currently flooding will now be dry, and it is approved, and we are hopefully getting the funding as soon as possible. And how long is it going to take you to complete these separate projects across the city?
The critical needs projects,
Mm-hmm.
it's over a 10-year horizon.
Okay, so over the next 10 years, today, without any 60 public meetings, without all of the chaos, we are going to be addressing 20 spots over the next 10 years. It is done when we approve the bond funding. This is going to move forward. All I'm saying is that I'm looking at the 2 options, and it's looking to me like doing smaller little pockets instead of something that's transformational and ruins people's quality of life seems to work. And that's the reason I pulled it. I pulled it for no other reason than to explain that we're stuck in these other two projects right now, which is great. But maybe had we approached flooding from this perspective at the beginning, we'd be much further along in the process because now we've wasted 10 years. And by the way, as we do these smaller projects, they're much easier, aren't they, Joe?
They're smaller in scale, ma'am.
Yeah, they're smaller in scale and scope. They're easier to do. They're easier to fund. They're not as controversial. So all I'm saying is as we move forward, because it's going to be a constant thing, I don't want you to think big, but at the same time, bring it down to the local level. And, when we do it like this, it's much easier.
If I can just clarify something for thank you. Just to clarify something for record, this is a water and sewer, not a stormwater critical needs program. The stormwater one was approved recently, and that will be, I think, going to FERC discuss that in the fall. But this is the water and sewer critical needs. Correct. Yeah. If I can, our existing rate. It's a water and sewer. But none of it is the name.
The stormwater plan. Wait, because this works.
80, it's
It's
about
87
$85
million. Okay. The stormwater is 87 million. And how many critical needs are you going to be addressing in the 87 million?
Quite a few. I offhand I can't remember. I mean, I know for the stormwater it's 20.
20. Okay, so for stormwater, it's 20. The point is whether it's water and sewer or stormwater, instead of doing these massive projects that everybody's complaining about, we're moving forward, we're getting them addressed, 85 million, 87 million, it's getting done, whereas these other projects are not getting done. I kind of think that if you were to take First Street, and chop it up, because at this point, like what we came to, the conclusion that we came to this morning is that actually somebody called me, someone who concerned about this project yesterday said, well, all of your colleagues have decided to build a pump. And I was like, so we're going to build a pump that's not connected to anything? The whole point is that massive redesign right now if you chop it up and you do small sections, maybe you can get it done in a way that won't make everybody angry.
I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No one's opposed. If so, this item passes 7-0. C7M.
C7W.
C7W, accept recommendation, waive bidding, fixed routes, service route 115. C7W was separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that that I sponsored, that I've been working on. I know Vice Mayor Laura Dominguez has taken tremendous leadership with this as well, looking out for those that have been left without service and connectivity between Mid Beach and North Beach, and meeting with stakeholders and taking leadership on this. Is something that we both care about. There's a recommendation on today's agenda to work with an on-demand service provider to provide for a fixed route service. Yesterday, we received communication from our fixed route service provider of their interest to provide for this service. It so happens that our fixed route provider is the same provider that used to operate the old Route 115 before it was discontinued by Miami-Dade County with the implementation last year of the Better Bus Network. What I'd like to do is be able to refer to next week's Finance Committee on this item, just to see both options, see what is being proposed by the on-demand proponent that seeks to provide this fixed route service, and see what's being offered by our fixed route service provider, who we have a contract with and who provided the service until the discontinuation of Route 115. See both and see which one would truly be in the best interest of the other riders. So I'd just like to make that motion.
I'll second.
And I just want to check with the chair of the Finance Committee, Mr. Chair. If you, great, thank you.
I'll second that.
So,
And I want to thank the Vice Mayor, Lord Dominguez, who has taken great leadership in meeting with stakeholders and advocating for this, because it is important.
So all in favor of making this a referral to FERC on May 24th? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is referred to Finance for May 24th. C7W, no reso.
C7AJ.
C7AJ is direct administration undertake initiatives for community cat population. C7AJ was separated by Commissioner Dominguez.
Mayor. Yes. Okay.
Dominguez.
Thank you. I separated this item because, so the Animal Welfare Committee was actually started by Commissioner Mark Samuelin many years ago. And when I started in this role, my office is the liaison for the Animal Welfare Committee, and a big portion of their time is spent on the cats. So I talk to them on a weekly basis, sometimes more than that. And so when this item came up, there were just a few concerns, and I wanted to make sure that with a friendly amendment, we can move forward with the item. First, it does not mention release, and that's something that's very important to the Animal Welfare Committee, that it's not just trap neuter, but it also includes release back to where the cat is from. And the other part was removing the 6-month mark. In speaking with the city administration, they said that it has implications, and it's next to impossible to complete the task of the spay, neuter, and release all the cats in Miami Beach in a 6-month period. And so if we can put in words like aggressive timeline or something that can actually be achieved and include the release portion of it.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah. So,
Mr.
yeah.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Since this is my item, I agree. We can change the item, say, in the most efficient time possible, or the most. Yeah.
With 90-day check-ins, do you want to include like status check-ins, LPCs, where they are?
Sure. Quarterly check-ins on numbers with cat populations and spay and neuter and release.
The original item was to return with the cost of the program. So this will happen after the program is implemented. In other words, the reporting will only be after the.
Of course.
Yeah.
And Mr. Clerk, is anybody from Sylvie Cats on? By chance, Linda Diamond?
Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Diamond, go ahead, please. You have, unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is Linda Diamond. Can you hear me?
Yes, Linda, go ahead.
Yes, so I agree, putting the return piece in there. Also, we would need funding to compile a team to do the assessment. Part of that assessment needs to include figuring out exactly the feral cat population in North Beach, Mid Beach, and South Beach, to include how many cats are ear-tipped versus not ear-tipped. Based on this count, we would need to assess how many cats can be fixed per month, and that would need to include the number of trappers, surgery outlets available for volume needed, and also the additional availability of no-kill outlets and or space staff for taking the overflow that the Kitty Campus, which is our shelter on 82nd and Collins, can't handle. And that would include adoptable kittens and cats and abandoned pets, and also helping with the care and recovery for sick and injured cats that we will inevitably find during the trapping excursions. So the funding piece for the team to assess this would be crucial.
Thank you, Linda. Commissioner Bott?
I was just going to move the item as amended.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez and a motion by Commissioner Fernandez. Ready? So may I call the roll? I'm not even answering your question. So all in favor? Anyone opposed? No, and I see the mayor is out, so it's going to be 6-0. Item passes as amended.
Okay, yeah. Good job too, because we need to get this first. What item should we come with? What is it?
C7BF.
Let's C7BF.
C7BF is construction of pedestrian jogging path around Miami Beach golf course. It was originally moved from C4I, C7BF. It was separated by two individuals, Commissioner Dominguez
Yeah.
and Commissioner Fernandez.
I separated this item. I love this so much. What a great idea and what a great initiative. And the thought that came to mind is the minute somebody sees, residents see this fabulous protected lane for walking, you're gonna have kids on bikes and people on bikes. So maybe when going into the construction phase, get consideration for having bike and pedestrian, because I foresee this being super popular. It's such a great idea.
Perfect. Excellent. You know, I think in that mid-beach area, right along Alton Road, North Bay Road, we don't have a lot of public space, right? Especially on the Baywalk, it's all privatized. That golf course, it is such a large part of our city, but utilized by so few. And this would just bring a recreation activity to so many of our residents. I don't have any specific ideas in mind. So if we wanted to do some type of shared path, I'd be all for it. So I want all of us to have a hand in this. Thank you.
And I'm just gonna give you the courtesy that, well, is this a referral to committee or what is this? Explore. Okay. I'll tell you my concern. I did have individuals from the Bayshore neighborhood reach out to me about this because there's already a shared use path that is funded through the general obligation bonds that is being proposed along the north side of the golf club. There's also a shared use path that's already proposed along the west side of the golf course that connects with 17th Street. When we were looking at the issue of the shared use path, the one that goes by 34th and Chase, that we were trying to find solutions for it, I went out with staff, we did a site visit, and we were trying to see, well, to solve the issues, can we extend the shared use path around the golf club, behind the homes, and taking it around? And that was not deemed a feasible option. I would suggest before we direct staff to do this, why don't we first have a committee discussion on this? That's what I would suggest. I have concerns also about the safety of golf balls. You know, right now the golf club does not allow people on the golf course or jogging around there or anything like that. And I think that there's already right now in the community, in that specific community, a lot of concern about the added pedestrian traffic, about the added bicycle traffic that's already going to be encouraged and attracted there through the shared use path. And I think it just might merit, before we direct staff to do something, to have a committee discussion about it. That's all I would suggest. Just to analyze it a little bit better.
And if the sponsor is okay with it, I'd like to move it to neighborhoods at the committee. I'd make that motion to move it to neighborhoods committee. The next one.
Your mic is off. Oh, sorry. Is this even remotely feasible? Am I just wasting people's time? I'm thinking some sort of fixed loop around the golf course as a recreation activity. This wouldn't be part of like a transportation master plan that is used to get from one part of the city to the other. I'm thinking somebody that lives on Alton Road can cross the street with their jogging shoes on and jog around a scenic golf course.
The number one thing that I'm concerned with is safety. You know, we get a number of claims to our risk management department from errant golf balls. So I'd like to work with risk, the attorney's office, to take a look at that, because we are protected under Florida case law when it comes to when those claims are made. And the case, I don't want to get into legal aspects. Case law changes when you make alterations. So maybe I could work with Mr. DePico or somebody he assigns and the risk manager to really analyze with something like this change the liability. But it's a lot of acres, awesome, but I'm not sure if we wouldn't be assuming risk.
You know what? Since this is going to the Public Safety Committee, I want to be collegial, and it is a great idea. We already have the shared use path, so it's be interesting to see how the shared use path contributes to that. And you know, you're going to have to speak with Rick DePico and their staff about risk and that type of stuff. So maybe, you know, we move this forward just to get a preliminary conversation going at the Public Safety.
It's worth the conversation. Why not?
Yep. Excellent. Yep. Excited. Thank you. Thank you all.
So by acclamation, we are not passing the resolution. We're instead referring this to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee of May 22nd. Is that correct? So
I don't think the May public safety meeting would be appropriate. I think we need more time to do due diligence.
So just a referral.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so we'll call C7H.
No, we did, yes.
We did that. Let's call. Yeah, I'm back. C7AU.
C7AU is reallocate part of the Homeless Trust Fund, Miami Center for Mental Health. C7AU was separated by Commissioner Dominguez.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I separated this item because I'm sure we all received it, but I got a text from Judge Leifman, and he doesn't want us robbing Peter to pay Paul. And instead of taking money away from the Homeless Trust, if we could look to allocate separate funding for his initiative.
So I spoke to him yesterday too. And frankly, he's in the process right now. Here's what happened with the facility. They've spent $52 million with the facility, on the facility so far. The county right now is in the process. They had this company, Thriving Minds, that was managing the Lifeman Center. Now he wants monies for both. I don't think we have the monies for both. But I will say that I did read that what we're paying into is a facility for aged homeless, which in Homestead. Yeah, so we're not even going to approve. And by the way, the community newspapers came out with an article about this, and it was called Overpriced and Contaminated. And I was like, what, Ron Book or the center? But the truth is these purchases are overpriced. Our homeless population is never going to want to go down to Homestead, although I know that there's a separate facility, Mia Casa, that is closer. But that is also for the aged, and that is not what our homeless population needs right now. What our homeless population needs is the Lifeman Center. Now, we can continue to give the $2 million. That, by the way, we have not given $1 yet, have we? Because they have not complied with our agreement. But if we did put the $2 million aside, and we do have the $2 million aside, they are going to need that to open the Lifeman Center, and that is important. I don't think that paying for I'm not saying that we don't have wonderful, I have not seen a lot of homeless over the age of 65. That's not what I'm seeing on our streets. And that's what we're paying into. There is one of his projects, but that's not the one. Mia Casa is for the aged. But our aged that are here need something different. They're not homeless. They need.
So the MOU, good afternoon, Alba Tarrea, Office of Housing and Community Services. The MOU with the Homeless Trust would allow for 45 units at Blue Village for single males and 10 beds at Mia Casa, which is a shelter specifically for seniors 65 and older.
And where is Blue Village?
Blue Village is in Chrome.
Okay, that's in Chrome. Okay, so our homeless are not going down to Blue Village and Chrome. So we're giving monies to something that we're never going, first of all, they're never going to accept services to go down there. If we were going to buy beds, imagine first of all, the city, with our $2 million, if we allocated that to the homeless, we could do a lot. Or we could put it in escrow until they find the managing company and then help them complete the Lifeman Center. But to put $2 million toward facilities in Homestead and Chrome to address homelessness in the South end of the county, it makes no sense for Miami Beach. And I think every single dollar needs to be allocated correctly. So we have a few options. We could take the 2 million. Yes. Oh, well, I'm not. Can I finish? Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
So number one, we could take the money, put it aside, and then work with the county and really push. I think he needs a push right now with this second operating company, and then pitch in those funds toward a center that our homeless will occupy. Or we take these funds and we, do something, create some sort of program in-house that we're doing, or we buy beds locally that are closer to us with the 2 million. But I'm telling you, our homeless are not going to Chrome, they're not going to Homestead, and they are not aged. So it makes no sense.
Commissioner Suarez.
I know some of us have just got elected and we're on the new commission, but I really don't feel comfortable giving $2 million to Ron Book of all people to manage our homeless situation, especially if it's going to a facility that's so far away that homeless individuals are just not going to go to. I think using $2 million of taxpayer money should be properly vetted and rigorously discussed, because when this was approved, I think things have dramatically changed. Considering that we had that horrific death a month ago, a murder, excuse me. I think our monies are much, or could be better well spent on programs that is going to specifically help Miami Beach. And whether that be different transportation methods not to Miami Beach, like Commissioner Fernandez has suggested earlier today, or actually providing beds that it's going to be near Miami Beach. And so remember, this is $2 million, and I don't want it to fund another part of a city because of Ron Book's idea of how to manage our money for someone else's. If you think about paying Peter to pay Paul, that's exactly what Ron Book is doing.
Yeah, I voted no twice for these allocations of monies to the Homeless Trust. I didn't think it was the best use of our money, but I'm also, without further analysis, I'm not sure transferring it is going to be a good use of money either. So the good thing is we haven't actually expended the money because we don't have the agreement from the county. So we still have a little bit of time to figure out how that's going to work, but that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor.
This population, our population will not be served by this. So while we don't have to reallocate it to Judge Legman, my motion would be to take this money and put it aside and see what needs we need for our homeless in Miami Beach in the future. Okay?
That I'm okay with, because I voted no twice to this money. I never supported these funds to the Homeless Trust in the first place. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some clarification. We've committed up to $2 million. It's a commitment of up to $2 million. How much of this is in our reserves and how much has been dispersed?
Nothing has been dispersed.
Nothing's been dispersed. What has the Board of County Commissioners approved the MOU with the city?
No, the MOU has been approved through the Homeless Trust. Victoria Millet is on the phone as well, but it has not gone to the.
Okay. And sure.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that 1 million was appropriated and the 2 million was not appropriated. So I just wanted to clarify that for Alba.
Are you?
We don't have to give it, do we?
Commissioner Bott. Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. I didn't know you were done. You weren't done. Go ahead.
Okay. So and just to clarify, with the $2 million that we have in this MOU, our city was supposed to get a certain number of beds for clients referred by the city of Miami Beach. I believe we have 45 units in one location and 10 beds at another location. Is that correct?
Correct. It would be 45 units at Blue Village and 10 beds set aside at Mia Casa.
And those are exclusively for individuals referred by the city of Miami Beach.
By the city of Miami Beach, correct.
And so that's a commitment that we have, that if we refer individuals to those locations, that those beds are going to be set aside for our clients. And I would imagine, Mr. Attorney, I'm going to turn to you now. We passed an ordinance, a camping ordinance, and that camping ordinance is based on the availability of beds and the availability of units where to place in individuals. If we proceed with this, and at some point we do get access to these 45 plus 10, that's 55. Does that capacity help us with the enforcement of our camping ordinance?
A few answers here, and I think you're also going to need some input from Alba and/or Madam Manager. Yes, having more capacity would certainly help with enforcing the ordinance. I don't believe that capacity exists at Blue Village at this time, but I think we would want to know from Alba or from Madam Manager whether we've had any problems with placements at this time.
At this time, we do typically have bed availability. As I have always said, it really depends on the case that we have at the moment, especially if the person has any special needs, if they need a bottom bunk or any special requirements. The positive side is we do not have any beds currently at Mia Casa specifically designated for us, which we do see, especially with the housing market the way that it is. We have seen an influx of senior citizens, especially that have become homeless due to the housing market.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Simple math. 2 million divided by 55 is $36,000 a bed. And you're telling me that we're very rarely at capacity. I think $2 million could be spent on more homeless outreach officers to really enforce the no camping ordinance in the evening times. I think that is where money is severely going to be well spent. Right now, if we're not even reaching capacity, why are we putting $2 million of taxpayer money at $36,000 a bed for Ron Book's homeless trust? I think we should be spending money on officers to enforce the law on Miami Beach that can hopefully prevent any further tragedies.
I would also, if I can, also just like to clarify for the MOU, the beds are in perpetuity. So it would be for as long as we have the MOU active, we would have access to the 45 units as well as the 10 beds at Mia Casa.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So I would. Hello? Okay. My motion would be to take the $2 million that we would be allocating for these facilities down south that are nowhere near Miami Beach, and use it to at Alba's discretion for programs that we currently have in place vis-a-vis the homeless.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I like the direction that my colleague is going. I believe, let's put this funding in reserve for homeless related services, including potentially a drop-in center for a nighttime drop-in center for the homeless that still advances what we're trying to do, providing a mechanism through which our officers can better enforce the camping ordinance while still providing compassionate services and helping get individuals off the streets. So So I'm all for if that's a route that we want to go. I'm all for supporting your motion with the amendment that we put it aside on a reserve for homeless services, but let's prioritize a potential drop-in center.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you're seconding.
Commissioner Bott.
I'm sorry, I just, for edification, of the I think it's, you said 45 beds in Chrome, are they ever fully used?
Right. So that building right now is in the process of renovation. As I mentioned before, Victoria Mallet from the Homeless Trust is on Zoom in case she can give us more of a specific update of where they are in the rehabilitation of that project.
Well, regardless of the rehabilitation status, when it was functional, fully functional, did we use those beds at capacity ever?
In those beds would be new beds.
Oh, they're new
They're
beds. So where were they
currently not in
before?
there were currently would be new operational beds.
So wait a minute, we've been paying $2 million to the Homeless Trust for.
No, we haven't paid anything. This was
Got it.
yes.
Okay.
This would be upon the execution of the MOU. We would be giving the $2 million, and we negotiated through the MOU to have access to 45 units at Blue Village.
So
or
is the
up
cost, is the cost per bed of $36,000 or so? Obviously, that's not just. I mean, that's the most expensive hotel rate I've ever heard of. So does that factor in cost of services rendered? Like, what is it covering?
It would also include not only the unit, but it would also cover supportive services that would be provided.
In perpetuity. So you're making a one-time contribution, and for the life of this MOU, I'm sorry, I'm not recognized, but through the mayor. And in perpetuity. So you're making this investment, and what was the amount of it? $30-something thousand per bed. But that's a one-time investment that you're making per bed in perpetuity for the lifespan of this MOU for capital, for the and for the services of 55 beds that we're going to have available to help us enforce our camping ordinance.
So is the model that we would place a person in this bed at a cost of $36,000 and they can stay there for 10 years? So is the model that we would place somebody into one of these beds for $36,000, and if that person wanted to stay there for 5 years, they would be able to? Or is this a transitional,
Well, and let me just go an extra step. We've baked into this MOU. What is it called?
Retention rates.
Retention rates. So they
rates.
need to have a certain retention rate. The homeless individual has to stay in services in order for the Homeless Trust not having to return this funding to the city. So there is a performance measure that we've baked into this. And also, we're not just giving out these $2 million. There are benchmarks. So it's not that if the BCC approves this MOU that we're going to just write a check for $2 million. No, there are certain benchmarks that are put there. I believe the first set of funding, I believe, is like $300,000 is within the first 45 days from the execution of the contract. The second batch of funding is upon us getting verification that construction has started. Then there's a balance of funding that's issued once there's occupancy in the property. We're just not going to write a $2 million check. There are benchmarks that they need to reach before they get a penny from this city, and that even after they get the money from the city, if the homeless individuals are going there, are not staying in the services, and there's issue with retention, and they're coming back into our city and making it back into the system, an ALBA system, our homeless office has a tracking system. And if they start to populate, again, their name starts to appear again in the tracking system, then we can go back on that performance and ask for the Homeless Trust to return the funding to us.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, so I think once you spend the money, it's almost impossible to get it back, no matter what circumstance is going to happen. It's just that's probably never going to happen. But again, I think what Commissioner Gonzalez really brought home is that this is nowhere near Miami Beach. This is not going to service, when people buy into the program, they're not going to want to go to Homestead or Chrome to accept these services. Okay, we're talking about $2 million for 55 beds. I understand it's in perpetuity, but this isn't even going to be close to Miami Beach. We could spend $2 million on police officers who will dedicate enforcement of no camping on our beach during the evening times. And that, to me, is much better money well spent. And Alba will tell you right here that we are not at capacity on a daily basis. We are not at capacity with the beds that we even have. So why are we spending $2 extra million of taxpayer money on if we're not even at capacity for the beds at Camilla's house?
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
And by the way, there was an item on the agenda that our affordable housing, we're buying a building right now for $1.6 million. That's going to give us 5 permanent workforce housing units in the city of Miami Beach. If we took that $2 million and we added a little bit and we bought like 3 different garden apartment buildings, we could have 12 permanent workforce housing below market rate that we could offer people. I'm just saying for $2 million by the way, it is, I'm not saying the seniors who live on Miami Beach, they don't want to go to a homeless facility in Chrome. They're not going there. They're not going, and the only one is Blue Men, and we don't even know if Blue Men's going to get done. By the way, the county hasn't even voted on the other facility, and they did appraisals on what he purchased, and it's like $4 million. He's purchasing it for $4 million more than the purchase price. So who are we enriching with our $2 million? I'm just saying $2 million, we could buy a couple of buildings and make them housing or allocate it to the homeless. My motion would be to take this $2 million and put it aside and allocate it to our own homeless initiatives here on Miami Beach. That to me seems responsible. And if somebody comes up with a good proposal, like your drop-in center or whatever it is, then we can use the money for that. So, okay, so I have a second.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez where I'd rather put this towards things like developing surface parking lots for workforce housing.
and so, Mr. Mayor, I second the motion because I'm just seeing where my colleagues stand on this. I just want to see this funding. One thing is affordable housing. One thing is workforce housing. Another thing is services for a population that is already on the streets, and that's what I want to be clear about. One thing is services to prevent homelessness. And that's great, but I just want to make sure that this funding stays in the realm of services for individuals that are already on the streets, that we're trying to get out of our commercial corridors, our residential corridors, because I think that is the greatest emergency that we have right now to the quality of life of our residents. So I'll second Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's motion.
Call the vote.
Jason.
Thank you. Jason Green, CFO. Just one comment to maybe modify the motion. Just as a note, there is a commission approved policy, and it is best practice that we don't use one-time dollars, which this $2 million pool is, for recurring costs. So,
and which would be the recurring cost that's being proposed here?
Exactly, because you talked about initiative. So I would just to make sure that for the pool would be used for one-time expenditures. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. We can, so if somebody comes up with a good idea for the $2 million, we can do that too.
Yeah, Rick, can you just repeat the motion?
Okay, the motion is to set aside the $2 million that was previously allocated for the Homeless Trust MOU and to use for services to homeless here in Miami Beach, including potentially programs like the drop-in center. And this is a one-time use.
Okay, let's call a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Great. C7AX.
C7AX requests federal guidelines exemption 63rd Street Bridge. C7AX was separated by Commissioner Bott.
So I just wanted to clarify, I'm all for all hands on deck, no pun intended, on trying to get better control of the 63rd Street Bridge. I want to make it known in the public record that one of the first things I started working on when I was elected in December was working with Jose and the Transportation Department to get the data that we need to make a formal request to the Coast Guard to get this bridge working with better opening times for our residents and our community, you know, the people who are driving, not the people who are boating. There is not a chance that moving your yacht or your party boat takes precedence over getting to work on time or making it to a doctor's appointment or getting to school. In order to have that conversation with the Coast Guard, you can't just pick up the phone and say, hey, this is ridiculous, do something. We need to go with data. We need to go, the first step was to make sure they were complying with the deal that we currently have. So we had to pull the logs, so we had to analyze the logs to determine if they were in compliance. They were, by and large, mostly in compliance with a few exceptions. Thankfully, it was only a few. Then you had to do the analysis. Then you had to get the analysis approved about what kinds of options would make it better for people who are trying to get from point A to point B on the roads. Then you had to get that approved through the county. Then, am I leaving out a step? Is there a state thing? I don't think there's a state thing. There's a county thing.
For 63rd Street,
Yeah.
it would be the Florida Department of Transportation.
Oh, okay,
that
sorry.
we
So
would
it's the
coordinate
state
with.
thing, not the county thing. And that has to get approved. And then once they're okay with what we're proposing, then you can go to the Coast Guard. And I was hoping that the Coast Guard captain who was here this morning was going to stick around because I put him on the spot. But we are now ready. We are now ready to have that conversation. In fact, it is scheduled for either next week or the week after. So please know that it is not that we're sitting twiddling our thumbs waiting for some miracle to happen with the boaters to just vanish and the bridge to stay closed. There is a process that has to happen because you need to go with a plan backed up by data. And I'll turn it over to Jose because he has a recommendation that we're going to take.
Before we listen to Jose, can I just?
Commissioner Rose.
But I was
It's my
saying-
item.
No, I
And it was
understand.
pulled. You
But
know how you felt when your item got, all your items got.
No, and I'm saying I love this, but I want to make sure that we know that there's this thing also happening. So go and do this as well. Like I support it fully. I just wanted to put this in the record because people seem to be concerned that there's no work going on the opening times.
So, because this is such an arduous process, we thought we would throw caution to the wind and have a conference call with the Congresswoman, which we did.
Which is awesome.
And they want this resolution. They already have a meeting planned with the Coast Guard. We have the item number, and sometimes we can circumvent bureaucracy and do something politically, which is what the avenue that I'm taking.
Great.
So I need our resolution, and what our ask is, and what we think we're going to get is that instead of every half hour on the hour, we're going to ask for only one opening per hour, which would cut the problem in half, which is your ask too.
Right.
Only it's different if Jose goes and sits down or if it's Congresswoman Wilson who goes and sits down. And we have Congresswoman Wilson and her entire office mobilized. We're working on this. We will loop you in on the next meeting, Jose. We do not want to mire her in a lot of bureaucratic stuff. We just want to go and ask the Coast Guard to amend this. And we think that we can probably get this done with this resolution.
So I will make a motion to support this resolution, to move it. I was not trying to derail it. I was just trying to get on the record that this whole process has been happening because it hasn't been on an agenda at all. But we're now at the finish line. I think it's actually quite serendipitous timing because if they call, in those meetings say, well, where do you have the data to back it up? You'll be able to say, in fact, we have it right here. So I think it's great.
And hopefully, I'd like all of us to sponsor it. We're going to take this resolution and, hopefully get it done very quickly.
So-
We're hoping to get this done within the next month. So,
So there's a motion on the floor if you want to second it.
okay, I'll second that motion.
So all in favor of approving C7AX?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously, and Commissioner Magazine's just coming in, so C7AX? Okay, so it's unanimous.
Our city attorney is telling me he really wants C7BJ heard.
That is West Avenue Project Amendment Number 2, expedite arbitration. Mayor, we need you to add that to the, you're adding that to the agenda, correct?
Yep. Present. All in favor?
C7 BJ is approved unanimously.
Memorial Day weekend, is that R9AB? AQ, thank you. Can we do this quickly? I know it's obviously time sensitive because it's gonna happen Memorial Day weekend before our next commission meeting, but it is important that we discuss it. I know we have a plan in place. I've spoken to our police chief, our city manager, spoken to the state law enforcement. I know they're providing significant resources. I think 20 troopers, county. So we're well prepared, but who's presenting on this?
Mike. Oh, okay. I've been pushing it for a while. Thank you, Mayor. You'll note that on your item, you have a lot of background material on our plans for Memorial Day weekend. We also issued an LTC last week detailing our plans as well. We have the Hyundai Air and Sea Show that's going to take place Saturday and Sunday. We're in the process of finalizing that special event permit. There will be a display village in Loomis Park from 10 to 15 streets. We will have enhanced staffing for all of our enforcement departments, as well as other departments that will be monitoring all the activity in the city. We have 18 outside police agencies or enforcement agencies that will be assisting us. We're going to be on Alpha Bravo shifts. For many of our departments, we will have license plate readers, both mobile and fixed. We have requested Goodwill ambassadors from Miami-Dade County. We will also have Goodwill ambassadors from our city. We're pending acknowledgement from Miami-Dade County on whether they will be supporting us with those Goodwill ambassadors. Our fire department will be doing night inspections. There will be a mobile first aid structure similar to what we've done in the past. Code enforcement will have 24-hour coverage. There will be a focus on our short-term rental investigations team, as well as coverage at our marina and the Intracoastal Waterway. We will have a maintenance of traffic plan on the Julia Tuttle and MacArthur Causeways. Our parking team has enhanced staffing as well. We will be limiting access to the garages in the MXC to 9 p.m. This will allow folks wanting to participate in the Air and Sea Show and musical activities that are occurring in conjunction with the Ocean Drive Association and the Miami Beach Classical Musical Festival. So if you have any questions or concerns, we wanted to identify those. We are having a resident meeting tomorrow, which will be virtual. So if there's anything that needs to be tweaked or added, we would like to get ahead of that. We do plan to issue a press release this week. And so we want to make sure that the information is getting out there. We do have some high impact measures that we think we will be utilizing, as well as some that may be optional depending on how things go. We have had conversations with the city attorney's office in the event we may need to declare a state of emergency for whatever reason. We are prepared in the event that that might be necessitated. So just wanted to let you know that we have planned and we are ready. And if you have any feedback, we're definitely willing to hear that.
Great, thank you for the report. And everyone, please come out and enjoy the Air and Sea Show. Okay, let's go. Thank you. R5K.
R5K is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 110 of the City Code entitled Utilities by amending Article 2 entitled Water by creating a new Division 3 entitled Permanent Year-Round Landscape Irrigation Restrictions to comply with the South Florida Water Management District's mandatory year-round landscape irrigation conservation measures per Chapter 40E-24 Florida Administrative Code and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading, R5K.
Thank you. I'll actually let our co-director, Adnan, take it away.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Real briefly, this ordinance restricts the times and number of days landscape irrigation is allowed within the city's jurisdiction. Additionally, there's going to be a procedure for residents who cannot adhere to the specific days and hours for landscape outlined in the ordinance. It's an alternative method of compliance. Basically, the restricted hours are 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
I'd like to move the item. Thanks. Mr. Clerk?
So I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez. I called you. I'm sorry. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Dominguez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Approved 7-0. Second reading public hearing is June 26.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, I'm going to grant your request, C7O, even though it passed on consent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you you bringing this item back. I just wanted to express a concern that I have. You know, we were just talking about, you know, dollars that we have to support the neediest in our community, whether it be the homeless or the other item talking about housing and the purchase of housing. This item that we approved in consent, I just want to, you know, raise a point that we are paying $400,000 a unit.
5 units.
$400,000 a door for affordable housing units. That to me is a little bit excessive. We were saying it's too much to pay $36,000 a bed to have these beds in perpetuity to place the neediest, and then we're going to come in for affordable housing to pay $400,000 a door. That to me, now I know that the city. I see our director of housing. Did we consider other properties?
Yes, we can.
And how do we get the list of properties that we consider? Like, did we have someone working for us? Did we put out some requests of properties for sale? Like, how do we compile this list? Because to me, it just seems excessive